can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. Going with the gut, never had a doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet, hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up, you can have it all. Watch me rip it off, I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella love. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart. Yeah, I won't stop charging, we going come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. It feels right. It feels right. thinking of it, you. So I'ma sit and just lay in my bed with the fries in my hand, getting stuck to the race with you. For a sleeping cruise, no. Stress is getting just a little bit lower. Mind's getting just a little bit closer. There's somebody in my life that can make it for. I'll be lost, I'll be found in the broken. Way out in the crowd, feeling open. Find somebody in my life that can make it for. That one's just me times two. That one's just me times two. I've been crazy, been thinking for too long now. Let it take on the world with two arms now. Got me singing right in the dark. No feelings, I written story. Ooh, and I swear I proved all the ways I'm here. Got my drink and trying to get what to do, yeah. I better fake it, yeah, we can work together till we make it. Better take a life like we're running out of patience. My mind's gone out way too far. Yeah, I'm not right, but I'm here. Better fake it, yeah, we can work together till we make it. Better take a life like we're running out of pages. I know that times have been hard, but that's alright, cause we found out. Stress is getting just a little bit lower. Mine's getting just a little bit closer. Find somebody in my life that can make it for. I'll be lost, I'll be found in the broken. Way out in the crowd, feeling open. Find somebody in my life that can make it for. That one's just me times two.
Biarkan darah musuhku mengalir dari tombakku.
Lautan bukan sekadar rumah kita. Lautan adalah
Gemetarlah
jati
di
diri
hadapanku. Halo, temanku.
3.000 dunia dan tidak ada satupun lawan yang pantas.
Butuh jas hitam biar aku bantu. Apakah kamu ingin berteman dengan Nana?
akan memilih jalanku sendiri. Kali ini, pilihan ada di tanganku.
Cahaya akan jatuh ke dalam kegelapan.
Semua akan tunduk pada kekuasaanku.
Ninja terkuat telah tiba.
I got you and your vibes in my mind. I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try.
Ayo naik, tugasku untuk melindungi gadis kecilku.
Bidik! Tembak! Itu saja.
Aku, Minotaur, akan mengakhiri masalah yang belum terselesaikan.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
Aku akan membakar surga jika para dewa menghalangiku. Tombak ini akan menghabisimu. Mereka bilang aku manusia setengah iblis, tapi aku bukan keduanya. Tombak ini akan menghabisimu. Ini mengingatkanku pada jalan sempit yang menuntut aku.
First blood!
Kamu sangat menyebalkan.
Enemy has been slain! An ally has been slain.
Tombak ini akan menghabisimu. Cah!
An ally has been slain. Enemy has been slain.
Menyala!
Ayo serang turtle.
Ketemu. Jangan menghalangiku. Terlambat kali ini.
Ult is ready.
Tidak ada yang luput dari pantauan. Tepat sekali. Ujung tombakku yang runcing adalah peringatan bagi semua musuhku.
Initiate retreat.
Tombak ini akan menghabisimu.
You have slain an enemy.
Satu musuh gugur. Siapa berikutnya? Aku tidak akan memberimu ampun. Tombak ini akan menghabisimu. Pengkhianatan. Aku
Enemy has been slain. Enemy has been slain. The enemy has slain the turtle.
dahulu kala ada tempat yang disebut rumah.
Enemy has been slain. Our turret has been destroyed. Initiate retreat.
Kita bisa melakukan apapun sesuka hati, iya kan? Kamu sangat menyebalkan. Tombak ini akan menghabisimu.
Slain an enemy.
Kamu terlalu lemah. Kamu memastikan tidak mencapai.
Double kill.
Ini mengingatkanku pada jalan sempit yang menuju kata pulang.
Initiate retreat.
Tombak ini akan menghabisimu.
Destroy the turret.
Jangan menghalangiku.
The enemy has slain the turret.
Mila, malam ini kita lagi.
Enemy initiate retreat.
Anyahlah! Ujung tombakku yang runcing adalah peringatan bagi semua musuh. Pertarungan kita berakhir di sini.
Your team destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
Aku harus kembali.
Our turret is under attack.
Terlambat
Your
dari ini.
team destroyed a turret.
Mereka bilang aku manusia setengah iblis, tapi aku bukan keduanya.
Request backup. Has been slain.
Aku tidak akan
Enemy has launched attack. Killing spree. Your team You have slain an enemy.
satu musuh hidup. Siapa
Our
berarti?
turret has been destroyed. Initiate retreat. Attack the Lord.
Kita bisa melakukan apapun sesuka hati. Ya. Jangan menghalangiku.
Mega kill. Sorry. Our turret is under attack. Request backup.
Aku akan terlambat kali ini.
Our turret has been destroyed. Attack the Lord. The enemy has slain Lord.
Hentikan perlawanan
Team
ini.
launched attack.
Sekarang juga. Tombak ini akan mengatakan pertarungan kita berakhir di sini. Tombak. Aku selalu membenci.
Initiate retreat. Turret under attack. Understood. Well played. Initiate retreat. Enemy is under attack. Defeat.
Halo, temanku. Aku akan memilih jalanku sendiri.
Tiga 3.000 dunia dan tidak ada satupun lawan yang pantas.
Bintang jatuh
adalah
membawa
untuk
kita ke sini.
menipu sang mau.
Kamu tahu betapa bernilainya aku? Seharusnya kamu tahu.
Ayo Dexter, waktunya pertunjukan kita.
Butuh jahitan biar aku bantu.
Aku datang ke neraka karena kicauan burung. Dan Raja Yama harus gemetar ketakutan.
Bangkit, apiku, bangkit.
Bertarung untuk memperoleh jawabannya.
Makan semangat. Seorang pria dengan sebilah tombak adalah sebuah benteng.
Ninja terkuat telah tiba.
Welcome to MobileLegends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
Aku punya kekuatan.
Request backup!
Para pejuang negeri es, jangan permalukan kejayaan nenek moyang kita. Bapakku berkata sebaliknya.
Blood!
semua yang kau berikan padaku.
Dalam perjalanan.
Aku tahu kau sedang menjagaku. Masa lalu adalah masa lalu. Aku butuh jawaban.
Request backup. Well played.
Understood.
Launch attack. Well played. Request backup. Well played.
Berjalan maju, satu-satunya cara bagiku untuk kabur dari masa lalu. Masa lalu adalah masa lalu.
You have slain an enemy.
Petarung sejati akan memberikan kehidupan pada hal yang ingin dilindungi.
Launch attack.
Mahilah dalam perjalanan misi yang kejam ala Yakuza. Yakuza kan?
Kekuatan seorang petarung datang dari semua masa lalu.
Mati.
You have slain an
Gilanya. Manis ya MF.
request backup. Attack the turtle. Request backup.
Aku akan membawa
Apa dah,
kepercayaanku hingga aku mati. Para
The
pejuang
enemy has slain the turtle. Request
Manis ya dia.
masa lalu adalah masa lalu.
killing spree. Request
Daman. Mama Ida.
Kekuatan seorang petarung.
an enemy has been slain.
Dia hack ni mati. Dirit pun hari.
Kemana kita sekarang?
Pantai lah. Punya tak bisa buat apa dengan Mama Ida. ASP kat sini.
Berjalan maju, satu-satunya cara bagiku untuk kabur dari masa lalu.
Keep an eye on team
Adalah masa lalu.
Mampu kedok.
Aku mati sebagai seorang petarung.
Tinggi Okay. Dia siap hilang. Gol. Tak weh.
Our turret has been destroyed. Our turret is under attack.
Wah, ai. Satu alam kuno crash book 5.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Okay.
Request backup.
Aku tahu kau sedang menjagaku.
Lebih ramai weh.
Initiate retreat.
Masya dah apa ni shit. Mampus betul.
Double kill. Our turret has been destroyed.
Leluhurku, aku butuh jawaban.
Our turret is under attack.
Aku akan membawa kepercayaanku hingga aku mati.
Dia nak keluar sikit. Mampus kau kena kepung.
Aku tidak akan menodai nama yang kau berikan padaku.
Killing spree. Double kill. Your team destroyed the turret. Initiate retreat.
Berjalan maju satu-satunya cara bagiku untuk kabur dari masa lalu. Aku akan membawa kepercayaanku hingga aku mati.
Request backup.
Masya Allah kena tarik member tu.
Request backup.
Tolong gua tu.
Aku mati sebagai seorang petarung.
Okay. Jangan tu langsung takut untuk bantu Amaida. Gas.
Leluhurku, aku butuh jawaban.
Mati siap tu.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Weh, sikit lagi. Mantap kau.
Aku tahu kau sedang menjagaku.
Your team destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
Mati kawan tu.
Request backup.
Mati dah shit.
Launch attack.
Mana tolong dia.
Slain an enemy.
Pokemon. Dapat lari kat tu. Dia rasa kiri gua 10 cak. Gigi.
Tidak akan menodai nama yang kau berikan padaku.
Ayo serang Lord.
Kawan tu. Mana ni? Bisa dah.
Our turret is under attack.
Benda lah cik ni.
You have slain an enemy. Launch attack.
Hey, not bad.
Kekuatan seorang petarung datang dari
Bisa dekat
semua
sini.
yang dia cintai.
Weh, kau mati. Kau. Di item attack speed kan. Speed lagi. Tak keras nanti kan.
Aku harus menjadi
Bahaya
kuat
shit.
untuk melindungi rakyatku.
Meh.
Request backup.
Kapakku berkata sebaliknya.
Benda dah siap. Sakit weh nak kambing.
Andaikan aku punya kekuatan.
Your team destroyed.
Terima kasih.
Request backup. Okay.
Salah jalan nak berarti.
Aku tidak akan menodai nama yang kau berikan padaku. Adalah masa lalu.
Mati dah kambing. Wow. Gigi.
Petarung sejati akan memberikan kehidupan pada hal yang ingin dilindungi.
Oke.
Rapat dong. Kau. Ini dari.
Para pejuang negeri,
Wah.
jangan permalukan kejayaan nenek moyang kita. Gather up the Lord.
Hey, not bad.
Gather up the Lord. Berjalan maju.
Set.
Bagiku untuk kabur dari masa lalu.
Weh, salah siut. Cute. My bad.
Datang dari semua yang dia cintai.
Gelap weh. Apa itu?
Aku harus menjadi kuat untuk melindungi rakyatku.
Halo bang, boleh mabar? Halo. Pandra. Mari. Tak rosak. Baiklah, miss dia. ID up. Nampak bang. Tu ID.
Aku harus menjadi kuat untuk melindungi rakyatku.
Hey, not bad.
Apa dapat cok?
Leluhurku, aku butuh jawaban.
Santai dia ni.
Adalah masa lalu.
Entah. Ini ada ya. Saya minion lah. Dia layan sini buat apa siut. Betul, sabdul. Okey lah siut. agrabangaming.
Berjalan maju, satu-satunya cara bagiku untuk kabur.
No. Mati semua. Tak fokus. Mati cok. Gila nya dah. Bahaya siut ni. Ini orang tu
akan memberikan kehidupan pada hal yang ingin dilindunginya.
Initiate retreat.
Ibu, aku tahu kau sedang menjagaku. Para pejuang negeri es, jangan permalukan kejayaan nenek moyang kita. Aku akan membawa kepercayaanku hingga aku mati.
rosak si hero baru ni. Dalji. Ampun baju. Hati budak kambing ni. Beras nasiut. Alert kah? Tidak. Ni saya nak menang dia ni. Gigi. Kita tak berdiri. Tolong cok. Gigi. Masuk grup kah? Halo. Roger. Bang gua budak Masuk grup. Ni kah? Tar. Follow up dulu.
I'm sorry that I stole your car. Ain't got those tattoos on my arms that don't mean shit to me. Maybe you should pull the alarm, so I don't take it way too far. Die before I'm 23. I'm sorry.
Guys.
Butuh jahitan biar aku bantu.
Lautan bukan sekadar rumah kita. Lautan adalah jati
Biarkan
diri
darah
kita.
musuhku mengalir dari tombakku.
Hidup adalah
Itu
untuk
Ben ya?
menipu sang mau.
Bentar.
Bintang jatuh membawa kita ke sini.
Baru terusak sih.
Aku akan memilih jalanku sendiri.
Sopan santun telah hilang, dan aku akan mengembalikannya.
3.000 dunia, dan tidak ada satupun lawan yang pantas.
Waktunya balas dendam.
Pas ya? Alamak.
Biarkan mereka kemari. Mereka hanya akan mempertajam pedangku.
Otot kawat, tulang besi.
Bertarung.
Bergaduh
Bertarung
SP.
untuk memperoleh jawabanmu. Sniper siap. Siapa targetku?
Aku adalah Yin dan tidak akan pernah berubah apapun yang terjadi.
Basah.
Aku tidak menyembuhkan rasa sakit, tapi memanfaatkannya.
Power of Pegasus!
mobilelegends. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
Ada yang belakang. Oke, cok.
Waktu tidak bisa mengalahkan.
Initiate retreat.
Kesuksesan menimbulkan iri hati dan rasa iri melahirkan pengkhianatan. Aku mengalahkan mereka dengan menggunakan cara mereka sendiri.
First blood.
Melangkah menuju cahaya sekali lagi. Belas kasih hanyalah untuk mereka yang menurut.
Initiate retreat.
Tidak ada kebaikan dan kejahatan.
Mati kawan tu.
The enemy has been slain. Attack the turtle. Initiate retreat.
Pihak mana yang
Gerak.
Siapa yang berani melawanku?
Aku dah siap.
Aku masih bisa merasakan
Slain the turtle.
kehanggatannya, detak jantungnya, segalanya. Bagaimanapun juga, kita semua
Tidak kambing. Mahal ini. Tak mati.
irilah kekasihku. Aku tidak keberatan memimpin factory dari kejayaan menuju kehancuran.
Buat lah ni.
Aku akan melakukan apapun.
Jaga 5 yang masih. Weh, mana hati gua taruh? Shit. Bye. Dia lawan dia.
Kesuksesan menimbulkan ciri khas dan melahirkan pengkhianatan. Aku mengalahkan mereka dengan menggunakan cara mereka sendiri.
Mati nih. Itulah boy. Mati meramai.
Pihak mana yang menderita? Yang dikhianati atau yang dikhianati?
Hai, Bek.
Beranilah mereka. Jika aku turun tangan. Aku tidak keberatan menuntun versi dari kejayaan menuju kehancuran. Inilah kekasihku. Bagaimanapun juga, semua terkutuk.
Kambing.
Dia akan aku tahu itu.
Begini.
Melangkah menuju cahaya sekali lagi.
Hati deh. Harus ya. Ada otak.
Kehangatannya detak jantung. Segalanya. Tidak ada kebaikan dan kejahatan.
Our turret is under attack. Our turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Shut down. Request backup. Our turret is under attack.
Waktu tidak bisa mengalahkan.
Mungkin sakit sih. Ya.
Siapa yang
Pasrah.
Aku tidak keberatan menuntun Paxley dari kejayaan.
Tidak kata. Amok ke kata.
Belas kasih hanyalah untuk mereka yang menurut.
Kok sakit sih?
Beraninya mereka. Bisa merasakan diri, detak jantungnya, segalanya.
Lagi sih.
Bagaimanapun juga,
oh bro.
pihak mana yang menderita, yang dihianati, atau yang
Sakit kambing.
Inilah kekasih.
Tak je, tak je.
Menuju cahaya sekali lagi.
Tak mampu saja. Boleh dia masuk macam tu.
Aku akan lakukan apapun.
Dapat kalau ni.
The enemy has slain
Kisah batang. Mampus badut. Mati dah dia. Lag kok.
Inilah kekasihku.
Okay.
Defeat.
Rosak.
Tes Alpha telah diaktifkan.
Mana itu budak? On kah? Dekat eh. Game eh. GG. Guys. Kita dah kalah 3 siap. GG.
Ribu dunia dan tidak ada satupun lawan yang pantas.
Aku akan memilih temanku sendiri.
Yaru itu mana?
Butuh jahitan biar aku bantu.
Rasa benar. Nadigi mana pernah? Nadigi mana pernah?
Hut, aku seorang ahli waktu. Namaku Digi.
Ilya, முடியாத.
Semua ketidakadilan di dunia ini.
Atlas அவனுங்க எடுத்துட்டானுங்க கதையே இல்ல.
Bintang jatuh membawa kita ke sini.
Purify, ಈ ಪಾಯಿಸುತ್ತೆ, ನಾ ಪಾಯ್ಕಿನುತ್ತೆ, ಯೋಚಿಸು ಬೇರೆ.
Lautan bukan sekadar rumah kita. Lautan adalah jati diri kita.
Yang terkuatlah yang bertahan.
Udah பார்த்துக்கோ. Bang.
Uranus telah bangkit.
Nak bingung orang.
Aku tidak terikat oleh
kenapa gue sini இப்படி இருக்கான்?
Ataupun takdir.
gue sini பாத்தியா? அவனுக்கு என்ன காட்சி gue sini? சீன் காட்டுருந்துச்சு உனக்கு. ஓ, எனக்கு வந்து அவன் முடி நிறைய இருக்கிற மாதிரி காட்டுச்சு. அப்படியே தான் காட்டுச்சு அவன் போற வரைக்கும். முடி ஓட்டுறலாம் கூட வச்சிருக்கோம்.
Langit malam telah mengatur segalanya.
Pilihan ada di
விடுப்பு தூப்பு தான் நான் MM போட்டா Bang. நான் உனக்கு அது வேணா அந்த இனிமே கிளிப் உனக்கு அனுப்பி வைக்கிறேன். அது பாரு உனக்கு கரெக்டா இருக்காதுன்னு பாரு. அது பாத்துருக்கேன் அந்த இனிமே கிளிப். அது ஒரு குழந்தை சொல்லும் பாங்கன்னு.
Halo. Ini mati ini.
Kematian tidak sebanding dengan kepercayaan.
Play line வெட்டுது.
Sakit siap ni.
Bang. Kenapa bang படல?
Bang.
ஐயோ அவன் பாம்பு படுது.
Apa itu dulu?
நீ மேல போய் பாத்துட்டு வா, நான் கீழே போய் பாத்துட்டு வரேன். கீழே போய் திருப்பி காணாம போயிட்டான். கேம் தோ போ. Bang பட மாட்டேங்குதா?
Bang parah kada.
என்ன இப்ப இவ்வளவு கிட்ட ரெண்டு காட்டுறான் உனக்கு அவன் எங்க இருக்கானே? இங்க இருந்து சுடு ஒரு பாங்க. சரி அதை நோக்கி சுடு. பட்டுச்சா?
Sakit siap di long. Oh, kau di long.
Oh, பாத்துட்டு வருவாங்க.
Thank you bang. My bad.
அல்டி எல்லாம் பாய்க்கிறா அப்படி. தெரியல நான் எடுத்துட்டோம்.
Weh, kambing sini.
அது நான் திருடுலாம் நினைச்சேன்யா.
Oh, jalan. My bad.
இது வர்றான். கிட்ட வந்துட்டு இது பண்ணிட்டு போறான். ஆடையோ, லேட். யோ நான் இது பார்த்தேன் கிடைக்கல.
Yele.
அரே கட்டிதான் வேஸ்ட். அதான் உண்மைதான்.
India mari.
கை வந்து இது கவுன்சில்ல தட்டுது. ஒண்ணு அவனா ஏன் பக்கத்துல வச்சுக்கிற?
Lari dah shit.
நல்லாதான்டா இருக்கு. mytic கூட வந்திருக்கேன்டா. வேணாடா லைலா டேங்க்டா அதுக்கு லைலா டேங்க் இது அது 10 மேட்ச்ல வந்துச்சுடா என் பக்கம்
lucu Ben. Nak boleh nabah ke?
இல்ல அதை விட வேற ஏதோ ஒரு கதை மொத்த மேட்ச 10 மேட்ச் காட்டுச்சு நான் அதுல பயந்துட்டேன்
Okay, siap nabah.
ஓகோ பண்ணிட்டோம் இது பாடுறா ஏன் போய் படல கிட்ட வந்துச்சு பே ஸ்கில் போச்சு பே ஸ்கில் போச்சு பே நீ எங்க போய் போற இல்லனோ
Dapat lari dah macam.
அப்புறம் காப்பாத்தலன்னு கதறுவேன் இது எப்படி காப்பாத்துறது ஓகே அங்கர மிசி வராம சரி
Dapat siap.
இவன் இருக்கான் ஒரு மாதிரி வர்றான் வரேன் வந்த இது தூக்குறேன் புடி
Nangkap. Yang mah.
உங்கட போறீங்க என்ன பே அங்கர மிசி ஓட்டா அங்கர மிசி அப்பே அங்கர ஆனா ஓடுறது அப்படிதான்டா இருக்கும் அங்கர மிசி போடுவான் இது வச்சு முடிச்சு
Dia cakap apa Raju?
Kan suruh Mario kata macam tu. நான் தான் முதல் அட்லாஸ் எடுக்கலாம்னு சொன்னேன் நீ தான் கடைசி இது காட்டுன வரமாட்டப்ப போட்டாயா அவனை நீ வரல பாங் வை பட்டுன்னு ஒரு பாங் வை கரெக்டா இருக்கும் பாங் இல்ல அவன் உயிர் ஊரனஸ்கே இது ஒரு ட்ரிகர் கடுப்பா இருக்கும் சும்மாவே உயிர் வரும் வந்துட்டேன் அப்புறம் இன்னொன்னு கவனிச்சேன் அட்லாஸ் இப்ப புது அது அவனுக்கு எப்படி சொல்றது அது அவனுக்கு பிளஸ் மாரி தேரட்ல போயிட்டு நான் அடி வாங்கிட்டே இருக்கேன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க நான் அந்த ஒண்ணு செஞ்சுட்டேன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க உடம்போட உடம்பு ஒண்ணு செஞ்சிருச்சுன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க மறுபடியும் அவனுக்கு அந்த தேரட் காட்ட மாட்டேங்குது அவன் உள்ள இருந்தாலும் நான் அடிச்சுட்டு இருக்கேன் எனிமே அடிச்சுட்டு இருந்தா நான் அவன் தேரட் உள்ள அடிச்சுட்டு இருந்தா தேரட் என்ன அடிக்கும் உடம்பு உள்ள சேர்ந்துருச்சுன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க அது மறந்துடுது மீனிங்ஸ் அடிக்குது வரணுமா அங்க இருக்கான் வருவான் உனக்கு தெரியுமோ இது நல்லா இருக்கு நல்லா இருக்கு போட்டாங்களா மேட்ச் போட்டாங்க இது உரேனிஸ் வந்து அவன் சாக மாட்டேன்ற தைரியத்திலே அவன் வந்துட்டு இருக்கான் முடிச்சு சேவர் ஃபீட்டு பே ஆடி வலிக்குது இது ஆடி
Mati cok.
இவன் வரலன்னா நானே போட்டுருப்பேன் அவனை.
Putu piring. Ni kalah. Kayak main ni.
கூத்து போய்வன். இன்னொரு ஒரு பாங் வை. எனக்கும் தெரியலதான் ஐடியா இல்ல. அவனை வைக்கி அங்க ஒருத்தர் இருக்கான், அவனுக்கு ஒரு பாங் வைக்கி வந்துடுறேன். ஐயோ அங்கரா மெஸ்ஸி வச்சியோ.
Abang Messi.
போய் மிட்டு போய் தெரிஞ்சு அவனுக்கு மிட்ல உன் பக்கம் தான் வருவானு சார். நான் இங்க இருக்கேன். அவனை வந்துட்டா நீங்க குடிக்கலாமோ?
ஏய் மாப்ளா
யூ ஆஹா இப்ப எந்த பக்கம் போறது? வெளியே வருவோமா?
dapat lari dah siot. Wih, tak kena.
யோ இவனை பாரியா, லான்ஸை பாரியா செட்டப் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கான். சீலாப்பா எடுத்துட்டான் உங்களுக்கு. அவன் இருந்தாலும் ஏதாவது பண்ணுவான்னு விளையாண்டுட்டு இருக்கானோ என்னமோ.
Pundak.
இந்த கேம் எனக்கு தெரியல. இந்த கேம் எனக்கு வந்து எஸ்சிசி இல்ல, கோம்போ இல்ல. கோம்போ
boleh.
அடுத்த நீங்க எனக்கு கோம்போ எடுப்பு. கோம்போ இல்லைன்னா என்ன ஒன்றும் பண்ண முடியல. அடுத்து கோம்போ கோம்போவா இருக்கு. நான் டேங்க் எடுக்கிறேன், நீ கோம்போ எதிர்ப்பாரு. இந்த மாதிரி கோம்போவா இருக்கணும். ஆனா உனக்கு இந்த ஸ்கில் மட்டும் எனக்கு கோம்போவா தெரியுது.
டேய் கோம்போ
ஒரு வட்டத்தை போட்டிய அது வேணா எனக்கு கோம்போவா காட்டலாம். ஆனா அப்ப கூட நான் புடிச்சு பத்தே 2 கோத்தா உயிர் தான் இருக்கணும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி வச்சிருந்தா நீ போடுற. ஷாட் அடிக்கிறானுங்க, நான் பேக்கப் மேல பக்கம். இந்த புழுக்குள்ள இருப்பாங்க கிளவுட். அடிக்கிறேன்.
Laju cakap combo.
என்ன போய் எவ்வளோ நேரம் ஆகுது? சும்மா தானே உங்க சின்ன பாம் போட்டுருங்க அவனை. புடி அங்கர மெஸ்ஸி. இது பாவம்டா.
Ankara Messi. Apa benda Ankara Messi?
கஞ்சி இவனை போட்டு செத்தாங்க வரான்ட்டானோ. மேல நம்ம கூத்து நடக்கிற மாதிரி பாக்குறேன்.
Ankara Messi.
சரி வெளியே அவங்கடா. ரூசோ பண்ணாதீங்கடா, போதும்டா. வெளியே அவங்கடா.
ரூசோ
நான் சொல்றது ஒண்ணுல. நான் எதுக்கு டிஸ்கில் கொடுத்தேன்? மோட்டலிட்டி இருக்கு, அதான் தைரியமா செய்யலாம்.
Tangkap dia ni. Tangkap
siap. Nah, saya tu damping oh. யார் இவனோட பேங்கா?
Buat lagi GG.
எனக்கு ஒரு 100 காசு அனுப்பு.
Oh, agrabangaming.
வந்துரு.
Kamu tidak ingin menari.
போட்டா வேணா தூக்கு. அவன் ஒருத்தரெல்லாம் தூக்க மாட்டேங்க. பட்டுச்சோ அவன் உனக்கு பட்டிருக்கு. க்ளோடு என்ன போட்டுருவான் அவன் டீமன் வந்துருக்கேன்.
Ayo ikuti aku kalau bisa.
நான் வரணுமே நம்ம ஆளுங்க. Betul Bintang.
Rasid ini.
Tidak. சரி பீட. எங்க நான் அவங்க பீட்டனே. கரெக்டா வரானுங்க. ஒன்றும் பண்ண முடியல. அதோ பேரு செய்யலாம். இவனே முடிச்சிருப்பி. இவன் கொஞ்சம் கசாரா பண்ணிருக்கான்.
கசாரா
தூரத்துல இருந்து நீ ஸ்ப்ரே பண்ணுமா? யாரு பே? ஆனா நம்ம பேஸ் எல்லாத்தையும் முட்டை அடிச்சிட்டோம். இப்ப நம்ம பின்னாடி பின் வாங்கிட்டு இருக்கோம்.
Kematian tidak sebanding dengan kepercayaan.
Enggak ya.
Ini clear பண்ணிட்டு வரியா?
Lambat apa dia?
எப்ப அவனும் கூப்பிட்டானோ உடனே இது இருக்குங்களா? இது திறந்து விடுவோமா? ஒண்ணு இருக்கு. அவன் மெசேஜ் போட்டுருவானுங்க. பூஷன் சாட்ட பண்ணிட்டான்.
Pundak dapat lari.
Pe, நம்ம டீம்ல டேமேஜ் கொடுக்கே ஆள் இருக்கு. நம்ம என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? கீழ வரையுமா வரான். என்ன படி அடிச்ச? இப்படி வாங்கி இருக்கான்.
Mana dia lari?
Ayo ikuti aku kalau bisa.
Wait, ஒரு லாங் ஷாட் வை.
Tidak ada rahasia.
Pe, zero kejar பண்ணிர போறான். Pe, பயமா இருக்கு. ஓகே, சுத்தற கடக்குறான்.
Andai saja aku bisa melupakan masa lalu.
நீ ஸ்ட்ரெஸ் தள்ளி விட்டா கேம் முடிஞ்சிரும்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
Dapat lari ya.
நம்மள அடிக்கிறான். Pe, எனக்கு தெரியல pe. யார்? Pe, நான் இவனை காப்பாத்துறது தான் போறேன்.
Karpal sing.
Game double pe.
Apa malang dari ni? Tak ada cok. Degil. Mantap. Sangat GG. Putar. Tank tu tadi. Betul kan? Patut invite dia tadi.
Ayo Dexter, waktunya pertunjukan kita.
Dan tidak.
Halo temanku.
Bintang jatuh membawa kita ke sini. Butuh jahitan, biar aku bantu.
Ada yang lepas Ada lepas.
Sihirku mengalir bebas seperti angin.
Dalam keputusasaan, aku melihat harapan yang paling terang.
Lebih baik ditakuti daripada dicintai jika kamu tidak bisa melakukan keduanya.
Aku datang ke neraka karena kicauan burung. Dan Raja Yama harus gemetar.
Patut kamu berteman dengannya, lucu lah. Tak nonton ada hiburan.
Sang naga telah kembali.
Telah ajak ke Nova nama ID-nya Ban. Ubah kita jadi.
Aku berharap mereka lebih kuat dari aku.
Mana aman lah, shit.
Adalah wujud balas dendam.
Hanya cinta dan malam, pilihan tidak akan pernah habis.
Amon sekarang kuat hati langsung hilang lawannya. Amon hyper. Amon hyper kan?
Welcome to Mobile Legends. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
Tak ah. Ganggu lagi bos. Terima kasih lah. Yang jadi SP siut. Kalau garis atas perspektif buat tanda sakit air. Tiga. Kita tengok Amon lawan Karina kan. Ke atas tak nak buff dia Sorry. Mantap. Amon ni tak nak buff kan. Semangat. GG. Saya 4 dah siap. Botnya record check ke. Kira siap. Santai dia ni. Jangan balik lah. Kami. Kemon berlari pada. Mana siut dia lari? Dah hilang pula Amon. Apa cok? Di mana? Ikimasu. Anak monyet ni.
Monster kill. An enemy has been slain. Launch attack. Mega kill.
Mana si Amon dia? Mati dah. Siut anak monyet ni. Hilang bos.
制御できるけど、それに頼るつもりはない。行きます。
Gilanya dah.
Killing spree. Ayo serang Tarno.
Ikimasu.
Mana si Amon ni? Sorry dah bro. Gua nak mana ni ah? Ada servis kah?
Victory!
GG lah shit. Mantap. Tambah satu kan. Ini kita menang. Okay.
Kamu tahu betapa bernilainya aku? Seharusnya kamu tahu.
Aku akan memilih jalanku sendiri.
Bintang jatuh membawa kita ke sini.
Biarkan darah musuhku mengalir dari tombakku. Bunuh semuanya.
Waduh, iklan aku isi datang oh.
Halo temanku.
Iklan slot ya kek. Danger.
Tiga.
Pembunuhan adalah cara untuk mengobati rinduku, saudaraku.
Ayo bermain bersama.
Sopan santun telah hilang, dan aku akan mengembalikannya.
Hapuskan semua ketidakadilan di dunia ini.
Jangan mati sulit dilepas oh.
Langit malam telah mengatakan segalanya.
Waktunya pergi ke MLBB untuk bersenang-senang.
Aduh, main alpha batu yang tadi.
Tinjuku tidak mungkin meleset. Selamat datang tamuku.
Baby, this is do or die. Feel it in my veins tonight. Emotional suicide. You know it's an eye for eye. I didn't wanna walk the plank. But the Mariona, it came like the thunder. I was on my way to going under. Swimming in the banya, I was covered in a tidal wave, But I'm a fighter, trying to take me down, I'm going higher. Baby, you've been playing with some fire. You've been playing with fire. One day you will see.
Welcome to Mobile Legends. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them.
Well,
All troops deploy.
Baldos kah?
Kematian tidak sebanding dengan kepercayaan.
Show.
Andai saja aku bisa melupakan masa lalu.
Shit dong.
Bintang-bintang adalah penunjuk jalanku.
Mantap kalau deh.
Ayo ikuti aku, kalau bisa.
Mampus hidup. Duduk.
Tidak ada rahasia yang aman dari.
Mampus itu orang cok.
Kematian tidak sebanding dengan kepercayaan.
Pas asyik cok.
Ayo ikuti aku, kalau bisa. Andai saja aku bisa melupakan masa lalu.
Benda dah. Orang buat apa sih?
Tidak ada rahasia yang aman dariku. Bintang-bintang adalah penunjuk jalanku.
Anjing. Set lagi gua.
Ayo ikuti aku, kalau bisa.
Mati dia. Ya, gila. Dia tak ada mana ni.
Kematian tidak sebanding dengan kepercayaanku.
Oh, jalan.
Kamu tidak ingin menari? Tidak ada rahasia yang aman.
Hati bang.
Bintang-bintang adalah penunjuk jalanku. Kamu tidak ingin menari?
Oke, mau kencing gua.
Hey, not bad.
Tipis sekali.
Tidak ada rahasia yang aman dariku.
Initiate retreat. Ult is not ready.
Ayo ikuti aku. Kalau bisa.
Our turret has been
Wait.
destroyed.
Kena kencing.
Good game. Shut down.
Tak jauh pula kena. Satu lagi ni.
Enemy. Double kill.
Kematian tidak sebanding dengan kepercayaan. Aku telah meramal takdirmu.
Ayo serang sana.
Mega kill. Double kill.
Andai saja aku bisa melupakan masa lalu.
Okay, buat dia reset LT gua.
Kamu tidak ingin menari? Kematian tidak sebanding dengan kepercayaan.
Sakit tu kan. Manis kat dos.
Andai saja aku bisa melupakan masa lalu.
Masya Allah. Kencing gua.
Ayo ikuti aku kalau bisa. Ya.
Your team destroyed the turret.
Aku telah meramal takdirmu.
Beres bos. Jaga.
Tidak ada rahasia yang aman.
Mana boleh mati tu. Sini. Oh, tak dah buset.
Tidak ada rahasia yang aman dari.
Mana ni?
Kamu tidak ingin menari?
Aku sudah sangat ini.
Kematian tidak sebanding dengan kepercayaan.
Aku pun kesut takut kan. Cok. Bosak gila apa.
Ayo ikuti aku. Kematian tidak sebanding dengan kepercayaan. Bintang-bintang adalah penunjuk jalanku. Tidak ada rahasia yang aman dariku.
Alert.
Ikuti aku kalau bisa.
Sampailah shit. Matilah kau.
Kamu tidak ingin menang?
Cow.
Tidak
dia nak kejar dia tu.
Understood.
Aku telah meramal takdirmu.
Initiate retreat. Initiate retreat. Ult is not ready. Ult is not ready.
Bintang bintang adalah penunjuk jalanku.
Mati lah hyper dia ni.
Initiate retreat.
Okay, dah siap. Okay.
Defeat.
Sangat marah. Yep.
Is already putting him down, which is problem because now you don't have sustain and also you don't have the valid split push. Very uncharacteristic.
Trying to zone off that backline, and you're not as tanky as Glue, so therefore put all your points in attack just to threaten the life of the Beatrix.
But that's only if you're thinking about the Glue. Look at the rest of Burn X Flash. You have a Bane, you have a Beatrix, you have a Novaria.
Yeah.
That kind of greed isn't going to work, especially when Seacat, as soon as he sees Astral Echoes off cooldown, let me see where the Benedetta is.
Yeah. and conversely, Chimad had a great, how to say this, adjustment, I'd say. Because there was a time where he was easily bursting down during the turtle fights. So after focusing on damage, which typically you can expect that from a Bane jungle, he reverted back to defense, going for the brute force breastplate so that he can last in the middle of the fight. Especially because you have a skill for the Bane so that you can kind of bring back your HP. All you have to do is to survive the first combo and then just heal up, and then you're back in action. That's exactly what the adjustment was from Chima. Got 0-2 in the start, but recovered so well because of the items.
Yeah, and especially with the brute force breastplate, similar to Alpha, you can just spam your abilities and your clear speed is rather insane, going from camp to camp to camp to camp to camp.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I really like how Burn X Flash really just approaches it. And Gideon was very much on point when he said I saw in my pants, because that was beautiful. And if this is how Burn X Flash is eyeing to defend their hometown, man, I'm up for the BXF train for sure. I mean, I have been kind of biased towards RSG SG just because of how impressed I was because of how they played the group stages. But after seeing Burnex Flash like this, man, I think I'm riding the train, the Cambodian train.
Is this the way we can expect Burnex Flash to start drafting going into the next few games? They took out the Badang, they took out the Khalid. Now the Benedetta, they know that, hey, we can deal with the Benedetta. We know that Diablo isn't as comfortable, especially when we force him to build a certain way. Because unless RSG SG brings out something new, then this might be it.
I don't know about that one, because whether it's Benedetta or even if it's going to be Joy, the margin of error still comes onto the player. There's a lot of faith that Diablo is going to be able to escape and out-mechanic his opponents, maybe even outplay them in these types of situations. But I don't know about you guys. I think we need a bit of a breather here after the momentum, especially with the Cambodian crowd. I felt that even the Singaporeans definitely felt that type of pressure. With that being said, I'm extremely curious to what exactly Mara and as well as Rabi are up to back up on the main stage.
Thank you, casters. We're here with the fans of Burnex Flash. We have Kylie and we have YB. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Pretty good. How about you?
Pretty good also. I love their energy. It's very good.
Now, Burnex Flash did very well for match number 1. What did you like about the first game?
Okay, ឥឡូវហ្នឹង Burnex Flash បានទទួលបានជ័យជំនះហើយនៅក្នុង match 1 ហ្នឹងថាតើយើងមានអារម្មណ៍យ៉ាងម៉េចដែរសម្រាប់ការឈ្នះមួយនេះ
Yeah, I'm very excited about game 1. Yeah. I និយាយខ្មែរនិយាយខ្មែរអូខេខ្ញុំចាប់អារម្មណ៍ទៅលើដៃថេងគាត់គឺហុកច្បាស់មែនទែននិយាយទៅ10ដងគាត់ហុកត្រូវ5ដងឯង
Wow, he is very excited with the player that they are very good at playing that until they defeat the enemy.
Until they defeat the enemy?
Sure.
You said you're very excited. Okay, I want to see. How do you show excitement? Show it. Show it.
Let me show it.
Okay, how?
My turn.
Show it again. Yeah.
This is what we wanted.
Okay, we're not gonna show that on camera, but basically that's what it is. Earlier you were doing this. What is that? Is that like a fusion? That's a heart.
Yes.
Okay.
That's a heart.
Now, Kylie, what do you want to see for game number 2 for Burnex Flash?
Okay, ឥឡូវសម្រាប់វគ្គទី2តើយើងនឹងចង់ឃើញអ្វីពី Burnex Flash និយាយខ្មែរធម្មតាយើងលេងធម្មតាទៅព្រោះយើងដាក់ឈ្នះទៀតហើយ Simple but not simple. This is Wanda quote.
Okay, who do you think is the biggest threat to RSG? And what do you want done to him? Who's the biggest threat for RSG?
តើសម្រាប់ RSG អ្នកណាគេគឺជាអ្នកដែលមើលទៅគួរឲ្យខ្លាចបំផុតដែលមានភាពគំរាមកំហែងមកលើ Burnex Flash របស់យើង
I think no one.
Oh!
Wow!
No one? Okay, that's a pretty big thing to say. Now, how about you, Kylie? Who do you think is going to dominate for Burnex Flash for game number 2? Pick one player.
តោះអ្នកណាគេដែលមើលទៅគឺជាអ្នកលេងខ្លាំងនៅក្នុង Burnex Flash ដែលយើងគិតថានៅវគ្គទី2ហ្នឹងមិនមែនមួយហើយក៏មិនមែនពីរប៉ុន្តែគឺទាំងអស់គ្នាតែដែលល្អជាងគេគឺ D7 Wow he said that not only one not only two but all the player but the most one is D7
Oh, D7 what is it about D7?
តើ D7 ហ្នឹងគាត់មានអីដែលមើលទៅអស្ចារ្យឬមួយក៏សំខាន់ដែលយើងគិតថា D7 គឺជាអ្នកដែលលេចធ្លោជាងគេមកពីពេលដែលគាត់លេងទៅគាត់លេងដោយវាយរែងដល់ពេលអញ្ចឹងទៅគឺគាត់មើលទៅខ្លាំងយកមកអូខេបកប្រែខ្លួនឯងតោះនិយាយ Because he playing rain right now he doesn't nervous
Okay, you're tricking me the entire time. I thought you couldn't speak English. All right, but wait. We know you were pointing out earlier that somebody special is here for D7, right?
Yeah.
Who is that?
It's D7 girlfriend!
Oh, D7's girlfriend!
We have D7 girlfriend here!
Come on over here, D7's girlfriend. Come on over. By the way, we see Mirko right over here. Mirko, just a quick thing. How is your IG, your Instagram right now?
It's gone. It's completely gone.
Okay. Guys, what happened there?
I don't know. I just drew some teams.
Guys, don't be mad at Mirko for the team draw. Let's put back his IG. Now, everyone's saying that you are the buff for D7, that D7 is stronger because you're here. How true is that?
អូខេគេលើសូថាយើងគឺជា girlfriend របស់ D7 ហើយគេថា D7 គឺជាអ្នកដែលមួយលេងមួយដែលខ្លាំងមែនតើតើវាពិតអត់
Yeah. But
Yes.
Yes.
You say yes. D7 is the greatest one.
You are so beautiful. Now, before we go back to Burn X Flash, can we get the crowd? Help us. Get the crowd to cheer. We want to see your energy.
Okay,
for
cheer
them
for
to
Burn
have
X Flash
energy.
about you,
Go ahead. You lead. You lead.
2, 3,
All right.
I
You heard
love
it from
it.
them. It seems like Burn X Flash will dominate from that energy. So how about let's go to our casters. Let's take it back to see the world.
Thank you, Mara, and also thank you, Ravi. It's good to see the career caster that looks almost identical to Kyrie.
No, it was Kyrie.
I mean, it was Kyrie.
It's Kyrie KH.
It is Kyrie.
Kyrie KH. Literally can't tell the difference between the two. Great to see that they are still in high hopes for Burn X Flash to wash out RSG, but we have to come down to the adaptations here. Now, let's talk about this a little bit, because I felt like in terms of the draft, there were a lot of potential pain points, but it all comes down to margin of error rather than the draft itself.
I definitely agree with you. I think it's not just about the draft for sure. I mean, we can argue all day about the draft, but what I noticed that they did is that, at least for Burn X Flash, that they had the better macro. And for RSG, State SG, what I noticed in the group stages, they also have good understanding of the game. It's not just about them just, trying to win a team fight. They tried to split the map utilizing Diablo in these kind of heroes. This time, that didn't happen. They tried to engage all the time, and they were punished for it. Yeah.
And it seemed like they were going too fast. I think I presented.
That's also true.
I presented this question earlier, right? Like, Abstract, you've seen them season after season after season, and even I said, "Hey, look, this is too fast. They're not trading towards anything."
Yeah, they're just. I'm not too sure whether they are just eager or perhaps nervous. I mean, it's the first game for today.
Yeah.
Burn X Flash, they're just playing the heck out of that. Yeah. And I think that they will be able to keep up to that momentum and just ride on to the wave. What is RSG's answer to that?
Personally, for me, I think Coach Kuja has been in this position many, many times when he sees his player really just, not only just feeling nervous, but trying to deal with the raw momentum coming out from Burn X Flash. You gotta calm down. You have to be more situationally aware, because a lot of those pincer maneuvers that we see from Burn X Flash were, honestly, they could have just pulled away from it.
Yeah, there were so many times that they could have gotten away. Just, just split a lane, maybe get some defensive items so that you'll last longer. Try to focus on minions when you're not winning. So yeah, definitely, it's just that the decision maker from RC is not at par with their decision making during the stages.
Something else to note, coming in from game one with Burn X Flash from the red side winning, we're getting closer to a true 50-50. Prior to the knockout stage, we were sitting at 51 and 49%, with blue still getting the advantage. Now, again, with red being all the more a better drafting position, as was mentioned by Coach Zico earlier, I think we can finally see, I was gonna say, maybe some change in the sides, but what's going on?
Well, they decided to go like that. I think that RSG is quite confident with the way that they're drafting. Maybe the Frederick will not be the first pick now for RSG. Maybe something along the lines of a Joy, perhaps, or maybe a Valentina, which I think was kind of... It was not.
It was left open.
It was left open. Wow. Okay. Rare times. Also, Novaria. We have to talk about that hero, because clearly Burn X Flash made a good use of that hero because of the way that they drafted the Beatrix plus the Franco, the greater hitbox, and of course the vision that they get out of it.
With having just the Novaria and Beatrix itself, we saw in the middle lane, right after the Bloody Hunt, they made full use of that. They have the damage to fully capitalize that catch potential from K7.
Slight adjustment coming in from RSG's side. They are banning out Glue within that very first phase instead. Does that mean that we're going to see a different opening from RSG?
100%. I think there you go, the Novaria. So I really like this adjustment coming up from RSG. ATM, although he wasn't really like making the biggest plays whatsoever, on a theory, the lineup of Burn X Flash worked because there was a way to zone out the damage dealers coming up from RSG. Carry had a bad time just because of this glue.
All right, if that is the case, will we be seeing it once again, right? Going, instead of playing the traditional front to front, we're looking to front to back, and maybe looking for those side angles. Arguably, even the Beatrix early steal away from the side of BXF.
100%. I think the Beatrix will be picked up here to go with perhaps a jungler, an early jungler, maybe along the lines of maybe they snatch a Fredrin or Valentina plus the Beatrix.
Oh yeah, I do like that. The Valentina. Oh no, you were right about. We were right about the roles, not right about the heroes. It's 1-1 and Fredrin.
We didn't notice.
Yeah, we didn't notice because it was banned out by RSG. So how do you answer this? You don't have a Farsa to kind of deal with it. Maybe somewhere along the lines of Lolita late into the draft. But for now, it's going to be the Martis for RSG.
Wait. Eugene. Does Diablo have a Phobius?
Yes.
Oh, okay. You gotta ban that out if you are Burning Slash.
I like the sound of that. I like the sound of that a lot, in a matter of fact. But the fact, at the end of the day, at least we know that Burning Slash, they want to play a traditional front to front, right? You know, hit that front line, and then slowly, once you get rid of it, go in towards that back. Fredrin is really good at it. More importantly, he's also considered a flex pick in these situations. He could go into the EXP. So it's really up to RSG to kind of pose the question rather than coming up with the answers.
Oh, it's the Valentina. And talked about that earlier on. So far, I believe it was the Martis that RSG's they picked up as their third pick. The thing with Valentina is that it's the matchup between Novaria and Valentina is not as similar as a Valentina v Eve or a Valentina v Farsa, because the ultimate of the Varia is not the main damage dealing ultimate that you get from. Surely you want the other, like vision whatsoever, but the real damage comes from the Astros, so you cannot copy that for your Valentina.
Or better yet, fact is, maybe Valentina can even turn the tides if she, I don't know, steals an early decimate from Bray and then looking to take out multiple targets we've seen aggressive teams potentially do towards at least the 3rd or 4th minute.
I think right now having the Valentina itself is already a big pressure onto RSG, right? Telling them, you know what, if you want to go for a roam pick, what kind of roam you want to go for? More on pressure in the early game, or do you want to actually give us big ultimates? As right now, Burnex Flash, they already shown their cards. They would want to play front to back. You want to find a way to unlock the 1-1 to make sure that every single one of those weakness points are popped early.
Look at this. We talked about Lolita, right? It was banned out, understandably so. But now we're talking about Phobius. And this is a very Filipino way of drafting for Burnex Flash, where maybe the 4th pick for Burnex Flash is going to be perhaps a roamer. Then they reserve their last pick for a potential like Esmeralda, so that when they do give up the Phobius, they have another layer to counter it. So that might be the answer here. I feel that Burnex Flash will last pick their ATM hero, get the maybe something like a Franco perhaps actually, if it's open. Yeah, I think you go Franco here for Burnex Flash.
Yeah, no, and this is also an attribute to the fact that they have that flex pick right at the very beginning. So this is why when we see Fredrin right at the start, you have that possibility of the Esmeralda later on. But we come back towards RSG side, right? How do they deal with this? Because at the end of the day, even if they don't get, let's say they don't go for the Phobius, there's pretty much nobody else that really can deal with this Wanwan.
Yeah, 100%. I think that maybe a Yuzhong, but that won't be the best. They picked up the Novaria. Great damage on the 1-1 for sure, but they have to have a way to kind of lock down the 1-1. So I'm thinking Minotaur might not be a bad decision, but you know.
Yeah, for Roamer. But then again, if anything, the Roamer and the XP between those two, it's the XP that has to be the X factor. It has to be the unique pick.
The Arlet is not available. It's not picked out just yet. It's been leaked out throughout all of their ban picks. Diablo is able to play an Arlet, and there could be a possibility that RSG, from the previous game, they played the teamfight comp. This is probably the time that they want Diablo to initiate and funnel more onto Oki, onto the Beatrix.
So it's the Bane instead. So that's a confirmed XP lane Fredrin. Now for RSG, I think they need to secure Franco. I was about to say Franco because it has great synergy with the Beatrix and the Novaria, as you saw in the previous game. So it's definitely just a mirror move from RSG, like they steal the heroes. Wow! Whoa!
That's right. That's the Jawhead making its debut pick, and I have heard down the grapevine that Diablo's packing heat. This
I love
was
it.
possibly one of those. Wait, are we sure that this is an XP lane? Yeah, that's
Yeah,
gotta be
it's
an XP lane, Jawhead, right?
I don't know.
I
It
don't
could
know.
technically go into the jungle so you can get early, like,
That's also
again,
true.
get
That's
an
also true.
EXP lead, like a massive EXP lead to keep this 1-1 in place. And then the Atlas to follow up with Burnex Flash. They got the counter engage for team fights.
I last saw a Jawhead XP that really hurt in ranked games. This is gonna be this is gonna be an acquired taste.
Woo! Okay, so I think that it will be the Martis in the jungle, and then you have the XP lane. You have the XP lane Jawhead. I don't know if it's great versus the Fredrin, because Fredrin still has got a knock-up. So it means that your smart missiles might be easily countered by that fact. And also there's a dash from the Fredrin which you get easily. There's so many ways for you to dodge the one-shot combo in the early stages of the Jawhead. So I'm not entirely sure if that will work, but hey, this is Diablo, right?
It's
Who am I?
Diablo.
Who am I to say?
Right? I thought the same thing every single time I see Khalid and Badang.
Yeah,
He's a
exactly.
handsome devil.
He's a handsome devil. He
So,
knows what he's doing.
Here's the question as well. Now for Burnex Flash, battle spells.
Ooh, you're right about that. The battle spells is going to matter, but Leo, take us into the land of Dawn.
That I will. Here we go. If Burnex Flash is able to ride that momentum, they'll be sitting at match point, putting RSGSG way more deeper into that back foot. Let's go and see, finally confirmed. Yeah, no, it's a basic 1-1. It's the inspired 1-1. So yeah, if Diablo plays his cards right, he can burst down this marksman.
So I haven't seen a lot of Jawhead fights going on. I haven't really seen a Jawhead versus a Fredrin. So what kind of matchup should we be expecting here?
Yeah, like I said, right? It's also unfamiliar to me. I feel that you have a massive wave clear on the Jawhead compared to a Fredrin, just because of the fact that you have the smart missiles. But like I said, you can dodge the one-shot combo of the Jawhead. So what he does now is to actually put some influence in the mid lane instead.
That's a rotation coming in from RSGSG, and the answer from Burnex Flash. It's a man-to-man defense, 2-on-2 up top.
Both of them gold laners from RSG and Burnex Flash, they don't really have a lot of health to work.
they're also aggressive when it comes to like spreading their influence in the map.
Great toss onto D7, but unfortunately that did not yield much dividends. D7 is still capable to join into this upcoming teamfight for the very first turtle. But for RSG, they're coming in from all sides. ATM doesn't really have a lot of help to work with, but he's not going to be the jungler at all for now. But Martis, first one down. That means the retribution is not around. 1 for 2, 2 for 1 right now. This is big.
Oh, big money going over to burn X Flash. An amazing trade, 2 for 1 plus a turtle on the way out. And this gold lane being a deadlock is good for Burn X Flash despite all the action down bottom.
Yeah, just because it's a 1-1 and now you can see Donut's special. He went for that play, the aggressive play, because D7 already scouted that long bush on the right side. So he knew that it was a safe way to kind of be aggressive and force out Oki to use the flicker.
Now there's a hook!
And of course, immediately with a bloody hunt down on the D7, Oki expanded out the neighborhood's passion and brings him down.
About a minute and a quarter until this next turtle. So far, ATM and Diablo not moving. Here's that question, right? Earlier we asked, what's this matchup like? I didn't expect it to be such a dead lane.
Yeah, it was pretty much. Because what this is probably because of Diablo. What he does is just to clear out the waves, then get into the mid lane, right? You want to roam around the right side of the river, and he's not really trying to fight the Fredrin. And I think that's understandable. Remember when we first studied the draft, Fredrin v Jawhead, you thought that Fredrin will have so many ways to kind of outplay the Jawhead. So Diablo says, okay, I'm not going to be able to kill you. I'm just going to get to the river.
Yep. What's the advantage if you don't exercise on it, right? It's just like, okay, you're winning. I'm just going to go. I'm just going to leave.
Yeah. In the meantime, up in the bottom lane, it does seem as though Diablo spread a little bit too far as they were looking for an assassination attempt. But it does seem as though they were the one assassinated instead.
Wow, this is so poetic. They countered. The Diablo wanted to go for the proxy too early, far too early. Seagat was ready for that, and he copied the decimate, just like Gideon theorized in the drafting space.
Yep, and here's one weakness that a Jawhead has. He has no way to easily get out.
Yeah.
A lot of sustainable XP laners, well, sustainable is already an accepted part, an expected part of being an XP lane, has that in their kit, but no, D7 survives!
He goes for the flicker out of the hands of Lucian Cutie. The fight is going to be split into two, but the main thing is Bray went for ATM. ATM ran away with just a sliver of health, while Bray finds himself down on the ground, finally in the coffin.
Well done, Chima. You were probably... You thought that ATM would die, but because of the fact that the deadly catch was there, the knockup was more than enough to kind of slow down the pace of both the Martis and the Jawhead. Two heroes that can immediately eliminate one hero, but because of the deadly catch to counter, they slow down the pace. They were able to get the turtle out retreating this Bray Martis and then win the battle afterwards.
But it does seem as though D7 went for a single man pickup onto Lucian Cutie with the fatal links, and Donut finds himself with the weakness proc onto Roy. Roy doesn't really have a lot of help to work with, but Bray moves onto the backline with the decimate down onto Donut and connects from Roy onto Seacat.
And that's an engagement that Burn X Flash thought initially they won, but so far, it looks like there was more space for them to move around closer to mid. And of course, the capitalization from RSG. The past 2 to 3 minutes, I'm guessing RSG is at home here. Despite the early kills on Diablo, and of course, Bray having a tough time being one of the main frontliners. This off by Lucian Cutie!
Right underneath the turret, and Roy comes in from behind. Gets the Astro Spear sniped onto Chima, but it's not quite enough to bring him down, unfortunately.
All right, so this confirms some of our suspicions that early on in this game, that Bane in Chima's hand will still play very, very sustained. Now ATM very low!
Oh, unstoppable force onto ATM. This is probably the third time that ATM!
Oh!
Speak of the devil, I thought it would be the third time that he runs away, barely breathing. But D7 continues to move on forward with the fatal links that connected on to Roy.
Run, Roy,
Diablo.
run!
Roy, do you even have the time? Will you be able to run away? But no, wasn't able to do so. Seacat joins himself in and brings him down. Oki came in a tad bit too late and wasn't able to capitalize that 3-man group up.
Buying time for this next turtle take. It looks like RSG understands that they're also playing on a timer.
100%. I really like that play from Oki. It's it's really underrated because what he did was to clear the wave. In fact, focus on the lanes so that they can defend their bottom lane turret.
Oh, the bloody hunt down on the Sea Cat. Diablo as well. Losing Cutie is just going to be appearing right behind on the main line of Burnex Flash. But Atlas comes in. He will be able to get a kill down onto the Jawhead. ATM finishes off Diablo, finishes off onto Bray. As such, no retribution. This is the second time that Bray did not manage to get much from the turtle.
Oh, here is me thinking that ATM will not have a good time in this game as the X-Blade favorite, but my oh my, he survived once again, was able to pop the ultimate after the fact that they already received so much damage coming out from RSG. Then they win the turtle fight once again. It was ATM just landing the perfect usage of the taunt so that they will catch 2 people, and then of course Chima will be the one to deal up damage.
Losing Cutie face checks into the brush where Shamar is, but at least it's gonna be A-okay. He's not dead just yet.
All right, it looks like RSGSG's comfort earlier in the aggression in the trading was going for them, but wait, D7!
It doesn't seem like the Fiddling did much onto Diablo, but the entire team of Burnex Flash pushed themselves on forward in order to secure the second tier.
Was that an unstoppable force dodge?
Yes, yes,
that
it was
great.
It was a pushback.
So perfect.
So yeah, this shows that Diablo has been using this. This shows that Diablo knows the extent of the kit that one Jawhead has. And as I was saying, right, this false sense of comfort that RSG was allowed to have given by Burnex Flash is now going to hurt more as we go into the mid-game spike. Because, yes, you are getting hooks. Yes, you are missing out on these massive Fatal Lynxes, but re-engage potential is huge on Burnex Flash right now.
100%. Really liking how both teams are playing. In fact, it's like a RSG-SG almost losing the entirety of the early game but recovers. But now the recovery was back in the hands of Burnex Flash now being aggressive. This is the Cambodian aggression we were talking about. It was also 9 minutes in the previous game, so maybe now this is the timer for Burnex Flash.
Something I'm wondering is Bray slowly getting overloaded because, again, it's odd to say that as a Martis, you're one of the first to face check, you're one of the first to actually front line. Don't you want to be a finisher too? Because, again, Diablo's having a hard time as well.
Well, unfortunately, that is the draft decision coming out from RSG. They went in for a killer type of XP laner, which kind of means that all of the vision that you need, all of the presence or the front line will now come from the jungle. Surely they have the Navaria for extra vision, but nobody can check the bush all the time except the Martis.
And now with this power spike, again, that 9-minute timer shows that Burnex Flash are making moves on the map, and RSG Slate SG forced to respond.
Bray has been spotted out, but a mortal call gets himself running away. Burnex Flash now have got a priority over the Lord, and I'm pretty sure that RSG will not challenge this.
Akun Bong says Burnex Flash is as free as it gets. Lord scored by them. Again, it's shades of game 1.
With the fatal link down and connect on the Losing Cutie. Losing Cutie expends the flicker and gets himself out of the hands of Burnex Flash.
That was interesting. I could have sworn Lucian was gonna die.
Yeah. But then again, this is still a massive win. Oh, that's massive. They know where Diablo is. They can smell him.
They know! As Diablo immediately tossed ATM backwards. 4-man poker game. Down to the bottom, all in.
Oh, and D7 survive also. Does have the immortality, and now it's going to be safe. And again, another good macro play coming out from Burnex Flash at 9 minutes. Once again, just like in the previous game, they were able to get the first Lord by utilizing D7's presence. Just a perfect match, and the second skill is enough. The first skill, I mean, is enough to fend off Bray, especially because the rest of the gang will not be prepared for the defense of the Lord.
Oh, yikes. One good thing is at least RSGSG are getting their resources. There's waves coming in, there's XP, there's gold. But at what point can we see this actually swinging closer to equal, right? Or this gold lead shrinking. It's at 6K right now, and they're gonna go for the top lane push.
Good hook coming in from Losing Cutie in order to bring Burnex Flash into and within their walls. But it doesn't seem like he will be able to do quite much right now. As Losing Cutie just gonna be taken up at the front line. Bray as well as the whole lineup of RSG moves on forward. Burnex Flash with 2 casualties.
Oh, there's the answer. The simplest way to go from point A to B is a straight line. Defend inside your base, have the strength of your artillery, meaning your inhibitor turrets, and punish.
Yeah, it's really just telegraphed coming out from RSG, and you can see that Burnex was definitely overstaying their welcome on the base. Look at the defense. Look at how good the Bloody Hunt is. Certainly catch it, sorry.
The whip clear is so fast coming in from Burnex Flash. That's a 4-man rush down in the mid, and Shamar just needs to throw out the baby shots.
Yep, and they understand that they flubbed that push. They understand that that siege could have gone so much better. So now, this is again recovery mode. The first time in a while that RSGSG are on the offensive. They've left their base, and they're making plays on the upper quarter.
Okay, so now it is RSG's late. Definitely survived the first part of the rotation.
Not sure about this. Oh, never mind. Amount of damage is actually amazing from RSG. But ATM, they even have to use the conceal in order to get that movement speed. Oki is now in safe territory. He's around losing cutie. He's around Bray as well. Unfortunately, Diablo, I cannot say the same for him.
One-man Fatal Links. That is just vengeance. That is just punitive justice.
Yeah. 100%. And the fact that they traded for Explain, honestly, Burnex Flash are really very happy with that trade. Even when they lose, when they have lost their turret up top, the fact that they are not getting punished is going to be good for their lineup that snowballs now. But my, oh my, Donut. You gotta be careful with your positioning.
Yeah, no, Roy is slowly coming online at about 13 minutes in with this Luminous Lord spawning. That gold lead shrunk by about a third, now sitting about 3.5k, closer to 4k. This is as close to 50-50 as it gets for a Lord this game too.
Hey, I'm not too sure about this lost dance, but it seems as though losing cutie is just gonna be starting things off with a hook down onto ATM. Burnex Flash threw everything out, or rather, they got themselves out of hiding. RG knew that that will happen.
Shama with the pull, but the majority of Burnex Flash members are very low, and there's no cutie with a fight.
And it doesn't seem like take that back! Every single one of the members from RG and Burnex Flash, they are going all in! Wobble combo, Unga Bunga, Donut is not even good! And Donut is just gonna be struck down. 4-man from the side of Burnex Flash, taken down while Oki, the only fatality.
Donut Airlines failed to take off, and RSGSG capitalized. That's a Lord over to the Singaporeans, and Burnex Flash suffers 4 deaths.
Lucian Beauty with a wonderful snag, and even after the knockup coming up from the Lord, it was a great setup for the Fatal Links, but they didn't have damage because you can see that Oki was intact with the Fatal Links, so he was able to still output the damage. Burnex Flash suffered to the Nimir's passion, and afterwards they wanted to die onto Donut, but Roy was there to stop Donut from flying, and we are going to see it in the instant replay once again.
And it started with the bite. It started with the bite, and they tried to go for the clap back, right? Oki was just so well placed. Donut was late 2 seconds.
Yep.
That's why he couldn't take to the skies.
Exactly, and Roy on point with that Astral Spear. And now, maybe Donut will eventually think about maybe getting something like a Rose Gold Meteor, in fact, so that at least he will survive the first burst coming up from RSG.
Yeah, got a pair of pants.
Get a pair of pants.
That's not, the Legion Sword is not
yet
a Rose Gold Meteor item element.
So that might be one of the considerations now for Burnex Flash. And big props to Oki on actually the fight. Had it not been for Donut having the Wind of Nature, it would have been perfect for RSG. He still managed to win the fight for the team though.
As now D7 goes over to the back line, they managed to catch Oki! And that is win condition from RSG taken away. RSG knew that they can't exactly take this fight, but Diablo is still sticking around somewhere. D7 has scouted out on the Diablo. They're making a full-on retreat. Where's the damage from RSG? Can they even stay on for this fight?
Oh, but look at this, the angle from Lucian Cutie. Coming in with the fight!
Flicker! As well, the bloody hunt! Roy takes a kill down on the Zona with a Decimate, but Roy coming in from the side, he immediately wants to throw off with the Astral Spear. He connects on the C-Cat, not the ATM, not the right person that he wants, but at least both sides, they have tallied out the fight. Oki's coming back, but Donut not quite yet. The Flicker, or rather Diablo, is just immediately jumping right in, and they manage to catch one. C-Cat continues to stay in the team fight. Shaman is just pushing everyone else out. C-Cat with only a sliver. He does have the immortality, but I don't think that they got any much weight to actually catch up to him.
So sweaty. Oh my goodness.
I'm pretty sure ATM's life just flashed back before his very eyes. Same for C-Cat, but luckily he had an immortality. This all started with a conceal into a bloody hunt play from Lucian Cutie. He bit down on Donut, the perfect target. That's visual right there.
Oh, that was a massive win, I would say, for RSG. Even after the fight that you saw that they lost the Diablo afterwards, but they actually popped important immortalities. For example, popping out on Seagat. ATM doesn't have his own immortality as well.
Seagat inside his base!
Exactly. And this means that, theoretically speaking, RSG, SG, they will have more resources heading into the next Lord.
I think that's safe to say. Here in Cambodia, they drive on the right side of the street. This time around, how about you flip that around, because it's the Singaporeans now who are in the driver's seat. They're about 1,000 gold ahead. They have vision, and they're first to the scene, and now ATM!
They can actually melt him down!
They popped him!
Oki's damage though!
And literally, you can see Lucian just literally checking the bushes with the iron hook, and he found the fruit. And that fruit was ATM.
That's just the cute one, just doing his job.
Oh, for
so
sure.
far. Thank you for your service. He's sitting at 0-2 in 12. If in game 1 we won off the back of these 7s, Franco, maybe RSG can get this!
And Fatal Links is just gonna be connected down, but unfortunately they will lose the opportunity to challenge the Lord. But right now, Lucian Cutie, he drives every single one of the members from the start, but next flies away as Diablo throws him away! And Oki takes a kill down onto Donut. Bray leading the charge with Oki onto the artillery. Roy is behind as well. They are shoving the entirety of Burnex Flash away.
The cute and handsome connection.
Handsome connection.
Did you see that?
Diablo with the injector to defend his teammate, and that actually put Donut in a very bad spot. He was, not only did he save his teammate, he got a kill for the team. My God, the handsome devil.
The kind of utility there you can find from a Jawhead, but perhaps we'll be able to see a little bit more. As Lucian Cutie drops off with the bloody hunt on the D7. D7 falls behind. The 3-man Fatal Links. The immortality coming from the side of Bray and Lucian Cutie. C-Can continues on through with a double decimate. He puts himself down with the Winter Truncheon. It's gonna be his A-OK. But Burnex Flash, they lost 3 inhibitor turrets, but at least they survived this game.
Bye! That's 3 in Kamai! He got triple kill, and now there's another fight!
They want to continue on to this fight. Diablo joins into the fray, tossed ATM away, but D7 wasn't able to continue from this fray.
Alright, it's interesting how RSG is here so pick and fight, despite just there being 2 left. Oh, this is a 5-man push! This could be it!
A 5-man push right down. D7 wants to cross the in-between, and will want to stop Roy as well as Double from doing anything at all. The deadly cap pushes right on, and Donut hammered down on the crystal!
And in a flash, Burn X Flash take us to match point.
Momentum is not on their side for sure. They've just lost the Donut, their main win condition. But the local player, D7, says, I won't rely on an import to win this match for myself. I'm gonna take it. 3-man Fatal Links, the most important one, taking out OP first. And they won it.
And it's an absolutely spectacular game.
It's spectacular.
I still can't believe what I saw. That C-Cat jumping on the 3. Decimate.
That's big. And the amount of time for RSG to even recover from that, there just wasn't any.
Okay, maybe it's a fact that RSG didn't need to recover, made them think they can win more, and overstayed in mid.
They have the advantage. The main win condition, the 1-1 wasn't there.
That's right, and it should have been the green light.
That was definitely green light, but they definitely doubted the fact that the Valentina with the Decimate is actually pretty deadly. Typically, you want to go for a steal on a big ultimates, right?
Bloody Hunt
whatsoever,
yes.
But Decimate, who would have thought that it is enough? By the way, you convert to magical damage anyways, so you are definitely deadly.
Gideon, what do you think?
I think this is one of the big trivia questions everybody's been asking, with a single question being posed by RSG. The answer back from Burn X Flash, and every single time you see a cool play from one of these roles, the opposing team will do exactly the same. You thought Roy was a problem, C-Cat's the problem. When you think, okay, he's gonna make it out of there, then you see 1-1 push back. It's a beautiful day for Mobile Legends, but at the end of it, Burn X Flash at match point, you can see the look on the cute one's face. They played out of their minds, but it's a very, very small margin of error here. So small.
And you know, you can argue about like all of the theories that we have when it comes to the macro, when it comes to the gameplay, but in the end, it was just one Fatal Links connecting and the chain of Decimate that happened. So there was a lot of like good stuff that both teams did. That's very smart plays, especially with one of their conceals. But in the end, it was, you know, just having overload of the Fatal Links, it will be enough.
Let's look at our MVP here. It's going to be CCAT. What a game, a saving play right at the end. When you think that it all was about to crumble, CCAT is able to bring them back from the brink, and finally he's able to get something going for him. I've been waiting for CCAT to make a play like this for so long, but notice even his items, making sure that he has that Guardian's helmet. He does not want to get one shot.
Yeah, no, not just. He also wants to keep up the engagement. He will steal an ult, get in there, take 2 or 3 seconds off, and then fight again. That's what we saw from CCAT.
It's like an endless rotation that you want to see from CCAT. Go in, come out, wait for a while, go back in with the same rotation.
Well, I hate to use a word that I already used in the previous game. It was fluid. So macro-wise, they were fluid in game number 1, but this time you saw CCAT, the rhythm was just so good. And this is also one of the great plays. He gets a double kill afterwards, right? Waited for the right moment, and then there will be another play that he will again copy the Decimate, which was perfect. This was that play. They got him again, continuously just being unstoppable in this game. You would think that the damage output will come from the 1-1. Well, guess what? It is coming from the Valentina. And I like the fact that we saw this in-game because it's perfect. Gideon actually mentioned this before the draft, right? And now we see it. Now you know why Valentina can actually copy the Marty's ultimate.
It's so good. It's so very good. But she's good in all situations. Even in that previous highlight, we saw her take the unstoppable force, something that Diablo has honestly shown real great prowess on. But look at these beautiful plays. Like D7 is coming in so huge in a lot of these moments. And the one that made it all happen in the finisher CCAT to eventually put him down to match point. Look at that. Oh, and they follow it up. Beautiful plays all across the board from both teams.
I can even see that D7 tried to isolate the Diablo, but it wasn't needed in the end anyways. No wave clear. That's maybe that's what we can say is the problem for the Novaria. The wave clear isn't as good as something like a Farsa or maybe an Eve. But I would say Roy played so well this game. You could have sworn that he might be even the MVP if RSG won this game.
Honestly, there were a lot of flash of brilliances.
I agree.
Coming in from Burnx Flash and RSG. They all split together, split up really done well. We've got, I mean, there's just so many highlights that this game itself is something that we should steer people into watching.
If you showed me a screenshot from about 17, 18 minutes, I would have said this was all RSG. We're going to 1-1, especially with the way the cute one has been performing. He was coming in, conceal, flicker, bite down on Donut. It's the perfect target, right? But I'm wondering where it all broke down. I'm wondering where it came up short and that allowed our Burnx Flash to catch RSG off guard. Was it all in just that one moment in mid? Was it all in just CCAT seeing all of these low HPs and like, I'm gonna hold on to Decimate until the time is right? Was that all?
Honestly speaking, I would truly believe that was the case because every single time we saw tempo being taken away from a team, an instant response was coming on the opposite side. It's not like RSG wasn't put in the exact situation. Oki fell first, but yet they decided, you know what? We're gonna bite down on this Beatrix and turn it around. And that was the big setup for that final moment.
And it's also because of the fact that everybody's just trying to outplay each other. Like, it was I would say it was a tug of war, right? It was perfect. Like, everybody's just trying to pull away. And then, unfortunately, RSG, they let go of the rope in the last moment just because Burnx Flash found the right timing to pull and tug that rope.
It kind of seems as though Burnx Flash is exhibiting RSG's a false sense of comfort. Atlas was just not that comfortable running backwards, and the sudden flicker plus the fatal
that macro.
Details that we saw for like Jawhead able to, throw the perfect match away just so that your entire team doesn't get hit. The unstoppable force to stop the Fatal Links at the very least. That was so cool to see.
Or even the unstoppable force fake out, right?
Yeah.
Disengage.
Yeah. It's great. It's great to see all of these plays coming together all in one place. But at the end of the day, this is going to be match point. It's 0-2.
It's brutal.
We're into match point now.
I hate to be abstract in this table. Sorry to bring it up, but man, being in the point where you are kind of projected to win this.
Yes.
RSG made a lot of fans. Burning Splash, 100% sure this is not the Burning Splash we saw in the group stages. Maybe some hits, for sure. But the aggression coming up from the Cambodians this time is more fluid and more calculated. And I think that they will reach greater heights because of the way that they are playing this. If they do advance to the next stage and play like this, man, they have a straight up chance.
All right, Abstract, I hate to put you on the spot here, but even in MPL SG Season 5 playoffs, right? RSG have never been pushed this hard.
No, not
What's
at all.
going on? What could be churning? What would Coach Kuja be saying right now?
To be honest, right now, what they had before, Cindy Lucas worked a lot onto the kind of like the drafts. They focus a lot onto those fundamentals that Cindy Lucas put on. But Kuja comes in with a completely different tactic. He works more on the macro game. So RSG may be pretty much having a lot of problems in the battlefield within the Land of Dawn. I think Kuja may be able to find some answers to what Burn X Flash has been doing after losing twice in a row and just nail it in the coffin.
Here's the thing, there's a very fine line with macro play overall, and more importantly, how to kind of turn that into raw aggression. There were a couple of moments that we could have probably seen RSG turn the tides and look for that momentum, because again, a lot of these off-tempo plays coming in from Burn X Flash really came down to who was the pick, what resources are available, and even when RSG, they're looking for that big green flag, they need to start bobbing and weaving, finding that fine balance between how do I cut you right at the tendons and not just simply throwing my knives.
It's gonna be, that's difficult equally, but if you think about it this way, maybe this could be the approach from RSG. We almost won that game. We just have to fix our positioning and maybe just, fix what, just don't get hit by the Atlas, which is not that easy. But I think you understand here for RSG. What if, instead of taking that as a loss, maybe just look at it this way that they just made a mistake and fix that, they can win the next three games.
So would you suggest that they stick to the same kind of game plan / the same kind of composition? I mean, I personally love the Jawhead, but I would love to see more the build picks coming in from Diablo.
Okay, I'd like to just reel that back in and say, solve the macro.
Solve the macro.
Solve the macro, because again, that's what Burn X Flash is presenting. You can't just, you can't beat fire with fire, you can't beat fire with fire with this case, especially when the fire is as harsh and as powerful as Burn X Flash is right now, especially in Cambodia. So I'd say solve that first on a fundamental level. And then we go ham, right? Just to build on, bobbing and weaving, moves and grooves, a good friend of ours would say.
Oh, I missed that guy.
I missed that guy too. But with that being said, here currently match point for Burn X Flash. It's looking great for the Cambodian Warriors as RSG is going to be back to their analyzing. So in the meantime, let's throw it over to both Rebby as well as Mara back on the big screen. What are they doing? What you up to?
Ravi and I are here with Ripple and Virgo. So just in case you guys don't know, he was part of RSG Malaysia and silver medalist for the recently concluded SEA Games 2023. How are you doing?
I'm doing good right now. I am very excited because I got to go here and watch this match against RSG versus Burn X Flash. Yeah.
Are you close with the players?
Yeah, some of the Diablo, only Diablo and Lucian.
I thought you almost forgot their name.
How close it is? How close it is? Not that close, but a little bit like knowing each other lah.
Okay, I see. So that's why I wonder why you are here.
Yeah, were you there earlier with them? Did you get to spend a little bit of time with them?
No, just meet up with Diablo. Like I hoping he using his badang, but already
it got banned, bro.
Yeah,
Two games.
2 games. Woo.
អូខេឥឡូវនេះយើងឃើញថា Repo បានមកនៅកន្លែងនេះឈរនៅកន្លែងនេះគឺមិនមែន support team Cambodia ទេប៉ុន្តែ support team Singapore ហើយគាត់ពិតជាមាន relation close ជាមួយមិន close ណាទេប៉ុន្តែ close ជាមួយនៅខាង Singapore អញ្ចឹងគាត់នឹងក្លាយទៅជា fan របស់ Singapore ទោះបីជាដឹងថាតើឥឡូវនេះ result ទៅជាបែបណាក៏ដោយ
Okay, now we know why Repo is here because he's part of RSG. Mirko actually stood up and wanted to support him. Okay, I thought you're a different team.
Yeah, up? But you know, I support a certain team in Indonesia. It's called Bigatron, and this man right here, he comes from Bigatron. So anywhere they go, I follow.
Yes.
Thank you.
Like a brotherhood.
Okay, you know what? Looking at that game number 2, I really thought that RSGSG had it. What happened? What's going on? What do you think happened?
I don't know, maybe because like they less of the discipline, so that's why their MM got caught with the Atlas. So for me, the first one is like very cold, and then the second game they got heated, and then third game maybe I think they will got very heat, engine started to beat the burn.
Okay, យើងឃើញថាឥឡូវនេះ match ទី1 និង match ទី2 គឺកម្ពុជារបស់យើងបានឈ្នះទៅលើសិង្ហបុរីហើយឥឡូវនេះអ្វីដែល Repo គាត់បានលើកឡើងគាត់ថាប្រហែលជាមកពីមិនទាន់ចោះសម្រងជាមួយនឹងការលេងឬមួយក៏នៅខ្វះចំណុចណាមួយដែលធ្វើឲ្យពួកគាត់មិនអាចយកឈ្នះកម្ពុជារបស់យើងបានអញ្ចឹងនៅចុងទី3 match ក្រោយនេះថាតើនឹងទៅជាយ៉ាងណាគឺសង្ឃឹមទៅលើសិង្ហបុរីធ្វើឲ្យបានល្អបំផុត
All right. Now is your chance. The players right now can't talk to Burnex Flash. They don't have a mic, but you have a mic. What do you want to say to Burnex Flash?
For Burn.
Yeah, what do you want to say?
Maybe you can at least be a gentleman to release Badang and Khalid if you dare.
Wow.
Really?
What he means is, don't be a nerd. Let Badang and Khalid go, yeah?
Yeah.
Let Diablo be a man. Okay.
Oh, okay. How about you, Mirko? Do you have a message?
Yo, Burn, I love you guys, man. But, you know, make it interesting. I don't want a 3-0. Maybe 3-2, 3-1. Come on, just, you know.
Okay, now playing for the recently concluded SEA Games, we know how much pressure that is. Now, as a... okay.
Oh,
whoa.
we have
a Burnex Flash fan. What's going on?
Wow.
What's going on?
Repo, where's that blow? Where is that blow? Where's that blow?
Where?
Is
Where?
that blow right here? I don't see him. I don't see him.
Oh, you don't see... Oh, what
Are
happened?
you going to take that, Repo? Are you going to take that?
What did he say?
He said, where's Diablo?
Where's Diablo?
It's okay. Wait. You say where's Diablo?
Yeah.
Wait, I didn't bring my silver medalist.
Just sometimes check your pocket. See?
They didn't
Can you
bring
see
a
here?
silver medal. Okay.
Where's that blow?
Where?
He's over there right now. He's getting ready.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. But I have something for you. Wait, look.
It's hard.
Now, how much pressure do you think the players are feeling right now? Because they cannot lose one more.
For me, they already feeling much more better lah at the stage because they are maybe the first and the second game they like very afraid. Maybe
Very
I don't know. So like maybe this third game will be more. For example, like what?
Better. That's what he's going to
Complete
say.
the sentence, Mirko.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
I'll complete it. I'll be LaFell, okay? RSG are going to reverse sweep Burnex Flash. That's what he said. And this is exactly what will happen, according to Repo. Not me, Repo.
Oh, all right. So what they're saying right now is they're going to do a reverse sweep. We're going to see how true that is. So we're going to go back to our casters to see the world.
What a personality, what a guy, both Minglian as well as Repo Mirko, just there to enjoy the air that both of them breathe, apparently. What a clapback response.
Mengli did not know what he was walking into, man. He was looking for Diablo. Repo was looking for silver medal. Apparently got lost somewhere on the way here. So,
wow.
That was spicy.
That was spicy. Repo has been one of the what do you call pop-offs or celebrations? Yeah,
Yes.
it's one of the best. I remember the cat. It was one of the top-tier celebrations in the world of Mobile Legends, and I didn't think that he can actually also talk like that and really just rip everybody apart.
Look, they call him the king of taunts in Malaysia. The fact is, he's just a really good personality through and through. But with that being said, let's talk about this upcoming game, because again, very bold words from Ripple, expecting a reverse sweep from the side of RSG against Burnix Flash. And I would say bold, especially with the sea of Cambodians watching this.
He said that. He said that.
He said that.
He said that, not me. He said that.
And then I'm so happy to see the king of taunts here, Raja Taunt, right? Growing his repertoire. Right?
Yeah.
He's no longer just doing body language because of the camera, but also he's using his words. He said, be a gentleman, and release Khalid and Badar.
Will they, though? Let's be serious here. I mean, it has worked out so well for Burnix Flash. With the absence of Badang as well as Khalid, this is going to be a tough fight for RSG. They're going to have to pull the aces within their sleeves, and if they don't bring out Uranus, I don't know what else they would.
Personally, for me, I don't. If I was in Burnix Flash's position, heck no, I'm not gonna let it through.
100%,
Gentlemen's
100%.
agreement. What's that? This is competition at the end of the day. I think that the main issue right now is that mid lane control. I feel that like Novaria kind of bandages the situation, but it doesn't solve the problem. Priority is going to be key. Whoever leaves that lane first usually walks away with a kill in the side lanes.
Yeah, I just don't wish that the Diablo will just go for a sustain kind of hero. Like surely you will. I'm one of the Uranus spammers out here, and I do agree with you. Uranus could be picked up, but then again, you want to look for impact plays from Diablo himself, because you just see how well RSG can perform if there's someone that can do and make those outplays. And that might not come from a hero like a Uranus, for example, right?
But what about Yu Zhong, though? What about El Diablo Dragon?
I haven't seen him play the Yu Zhong for a long time.
He has to pick it up,
right? Yeah, I
you
believe
can't just
so.
ask Lucian Curie to find Donut all the time.
I mean, it pretty much fits within the MO of what Diablo has been playing, right? All the heroes that he has played so far more or less have got great wave clear, getting himself the lane priority time and time again. So honestly, I wouldn't doubt the fact that he could go on to the Yu Zhong, and that way, they actually managed to solve quite a bit of a problem, which is to reach the back line safely.
And I think you want to minimize that margin of error as much as you can, especially when Burnix Flash is at that match point. I was thinking like, wait, maybe we might be able to see one of his, signature Paquito picks, but Burnix Flash, they know it for a fact. The fact that they went for that first pick in that Fredrin just to deny him as that flex pick, because Paquito into Fredrin in the EXP lane is, honestly, to me, feels like a waste of time. You get nowhere in that lane.
I agree. I think there's a lot of focus on the Fredrin for sure, because of the value that you get out of it when you first pick it, for example, because it's a flex pick, and that's definitely what we saw from the previous game. And I thought that ATM would not have a good time with that hero, but by my exceeded my expectations, was able to sustain for the team in front line even as the XP laner.
Yeah. More importantly, he didn't die. He escaped death for
so many
5 minutes straight. It was nuts. So let's see whether that's going to be the same situation as we get into the draft. This is match point for Burnix Flash. Let's see how RSG is going to respond.
I wonder if there will be changes when it comes to the picks. Oh, there's the Fredrin, there's the Faramis. Personally, I love this combo. But then again, you have 1-1 end as well as these Novaria. RSG are getting the top-tier heroes.
I mean, this is a top-tier hero, but how exactly are they going to maneuver, right? They've got the Wan. They've already got Roy's signature. He's been doing such a phenomenal job on this Novaria, and I love the response from Burnix Flash, right? Have the claw to jump into that backline, really start chunking down the Novaria, and more importantly, the farm is, even if the call altar isn't going to be the most effective in the world, at least you could save a couple of members.
Yeah. Oh, okay. The Fredrin Faramis, one of my favorites. Very much when it comes to it's a totally like a OB-esque kind of strategy wherein you just literally try to engage all the time. And typically the answer to that is the Benedetta.
Interesting.
Wow.
We're reverting.
Wow.
To game number 1.
Yeah, we're going back to what RSG is comfortable with. And I get it, I understand the sentiments here. Coach Kuja doesn't want to force anything that they're not ready to bring out yet. And now you can see here, what is the cute one willing to play here? How do they go through? Would a Lolita look good here?
Lolita is going to be the I would say the only answer that will be left for RSG, but it might be banned out. You see Franco, you heard that was a Franco ban,
yes,
which means that they're now eyeing for roam bans coming up from Burning Slash, and Lolita will definitely be next because it's the only thing that will stop this cloud from being a menace.
I mean, we say that, but then there's also Minotaur as well as Grok as well, and I mean, it really depends on what flavor that they want and what interactions they want to achieve.
Okay, so far, just looking back at the group stage, Minotaur into Fire Mist is actually pretty decent.
Yeah.
Extremely decent in a matter of fact. And let's not forget that this Frederick may not necessarily go into the jungle, right? For all we know, we could get potentially even a Grok to go in towards that side lane and maybe show up to try and punish. Ooh, Kufra.
Well, it's Solution Special.
Yes.
It's Solution Special. So
the Qf one.
Okay.
I haven't seen Cho onto Lucian Cutie for a long time. I do want to see a little bit more of that pick off, especially since they would want to open up the maps a little bit more and try to take dominance of the river line.
Oh, so that's the Minotaur. You don't want it to be picked up by Burning Splash as well, so that's why they pick it up as for now.
A good call.
A very good call.
But maybe that's why they banned out the Kufra, because they want Lolita for themselves. It was either or Minotaur or the Lolita. So I don't know. Maybe Burning Splash might go for it. It's a little tough to say because it is one.
Oh, Natalia!
It's a D7 special as well.
It is.
And it's a debut pick here in MSC 2023. And the answer.
Okay, it's going to be Alpha.
All right, so the Alpha jungle is there to answer the Arlott and the Fredrin.
Yep.
But is the CC enough to kind of stop and dilute the extra life that Cult Ultra gives?
And let's not forget that Natalia can punish the Alpha in the jungle itself, because generally he has to try and sustain the damage, but if he silences it, he gets one shot, how does he really get ahead?
This is going to be difficult. So that kind of means that this Minotaur will have to carry most of the problem solving, I mean, in the early stages. Solve the Natalia, solve some of the tankiness, and he cannot do everything.
This seems like there's a lot of job for Lucian Cutie in this game.
It is a tough and difficult job for him. Maybe there's a way, a certain interaction, or more importantly, the way that they maintain these lanes that's going to make a difference. But I think it's time we start getting into the land of law. Dawn, Leo, take it away.
It's all or nothing for RSG Slate SG from here on end. To even see a Game 4, they have to do everything right. Let's get to it. Burnex Flash threatening the sweep. All or nothing.
Both sides of the team are starting off at the orange buff. A little bit different from what I would expect, thinking that Alpha will start at the orange or at the purple buff in order to choose for them to actually apply a little bit more pressure at the end of bring down the orange and the purple so that they can help to go late. That's what I thought.
But wait, it looks like there's the answer here. A pull onto Diablo. Interesting. I wonder if they got what they wanted out of that rotation.
Yeah, it's weird. But then again, it's always the question of where will you first rotate if you're the Natalia? Typical answer is to the jungle. But this time, Burnex Flash decided to put that Natalia into the XP lane. RSG, interestingly, had 2 of their heroes in the XP lane.
Also interesting to note, we are going back to what Diablo's used to. Execute on the Benedetta. Bray, though.
He's just going to be jumping in right onto Shamar as well as ATM. He jumps himself away with his ultimate, but unfortunately, this is a collapse from the side of Burnex Flash. They bring Bray down, and fortunately wasn't able to do quite much. Diablo, eye for an eye connects, and that is going to be a stun. And Roy comes in from behind to snipe D7 away as well. A valuable trade.
Oh my, Diablo rocking the execute.
That's right.
It did not work in the first time. I mean, the Petrify didn't work, but this time against a sustained kind of composition where you want to heal up, you execute them first before they are able to put themselves back to 100.
And again, this brings us back to our theory. Going into the draft, going into Game 3, Coach Kuja allowing RSGSG to play what they know, to play within that space, to try and claw themselves back into a possible reverse sweep. First turtle spawned here. RSGSG a small lead, about 400 gold. Brave first to the scene. Roy sniping them out. This is a 3v2 potentially. Make it a 3v3 now. 4v3.
Immediately, ATM doesn't really have a lot of help to work with, but the Cult Altar will be able to extending the life of the side of Burnex Flash just by a tad little bit. RSG takes the turtle for themselves, as now Lucidcutie as well as Bray would want to get themselves away as fast as they can. Lucidcutie expends his flicker. Bray finds himself. Oh! A very important life steal, but it doesn't seem like he will be able to keep himself long enough. As now ATM with the final slash pulls Lucidcutie deeper into their own jungles. He's not able to bring him down though. Diablo continues his onslaught of ATM, and he successfully brings him down.
That's the unbending will doing work. The less life you have, the more damage you deal. But D7 knew, D7 understood, and he said, you are never safe as long as I'm around.
Talia enters the Land of Dawn as she debuts in MSC 2023 and then gets a kill onto Diablo, a very important one. This is so trippy. This game is so trippy because this is the only game where you are going to see 2 executes in the modern meta that we have right now. And I'm happy.
It's good. I like it. The fact that team fights and bodies may drop in a flash, all puns intended, makes for amazing swingy team fights. So yeah, the margin of error has not only shrank for RSGSG, but allowed Burnex Flash to be more creative. I'm not so sure if this is how you want to approach a possible sweep.
RSG seems as though they're trying to get a lot of fight in the southern side of the map. They do not want to, find too many different variables over to the top side. They want to leave 1-1 and Claude alone. In the meantime, just bolstering their jungler, or perhaps bolstering Diablo.
In the past 4 minutes, it has been a very quiet gold lane. Now, here in mid, you see Cat. Oh, catches a little bit from Roy. Yep. An interesting bush that D7 kept there. Interesting. I wonder what he was planning.
Yeah. Call it the Crammer's bush because the Crammer is there. Okay, so now that we have a little bit of a downtime, I want to say that the engage comp coming out from the side of Burnex Flash, even when they have the Natalia, the 4 other members can engage as 4. And that will mean that we are waiting for a timing, which typically happens at 9 minutes for Burnex Flash.
Here we go. The jump in. That's Spear about to start up.
And of course, with the Minoan's Fury, Minoan's Rage just going to be popping right up. T7 to get the kill down onto Roy. And Diablo was hoping to be able to get away from the hands of ATM. But let's be honest here, the amount of dash is just a little bit too much as D7 comes in to pincer maneuver.
A clear win for the hometown heroes in Burnex Flash. Up ahead now by about 700 gold.
Yeah. It was funny, I just said that it will be a 4-man engage, and indeed it was. They utilized all their members, but my oh my, D7 had a great shot at Novaria. He waited for the Astral Recall to end before he went in, and he had a one-shot potential because of the execute. You saw how big of a problem that was. Maybe this is a time where we find out a weakness for the Novaria.
And that's the story of Game 1 even, Game 2 rather, given the fact that there was so much space played with, there was so much of a threat of a backline push, and who'd have thought it would come from a roamer this time around in D7. Watch where he is right now, threading the needle here, playing around the river.
I really thought that there will be a lot more emphasis from Natalia onto the 1-1, but perhaps because of all of the team fights that is happening in the southern side of the map, Natalia is pretty much forced to be present in all of these fights, keeping 1-1 in an even lane against Donuts.
And they're trying to equalize that fact. Here's a jump.
Doesn't seem like Zca's gonna go down anytime soon, as they do have the Cult Altar. Donut actually got clipped by the Astrosphere, but Donut tried to go in to clear things out a little bit, but he gotta have to go home.
Okay, so between the Cult Altar and of course, wait, in mid, Diablo lives. All right, I was gonna say, despite there being executes and the Cult Altar, the motivational roar, the Spear of Alpha from Bray, there's gonna be a lot of nothing team fights here. There's gonna be a lot of like, oh, in, okay, we're gonna go out, go back. I wonder what that spells out for the gold laners, since both of them wanna get to that mid power spike.
I think it's great that's how you wanna play if you're playing the Claude. You want the extended team fights. But when it comes to the 1-1, the fact that you're not eliminating members, it means that your ultimate will not transfer from one to the other. That's really the reason why Paramis is a good hero to kind of counter the 1-1, because it doesn't allow your teammates to be killed during that state. So what I'm trying to say here is the Cult Altar and the 1-1 timing is very crucial.
Oh, here's a pull coming in from Chama. It's for Burnex Flash, all of them to take.
It doesn't seem like the Minotaur is going to be anywhere here. And now we do have Chama that takes down the turtle. Diablo finds himself under the threat of ATM, and D7 coming in from behind, punishes both Roy and Diablo.
Suddenly, a quick take from the turtle leads into 2 kills, and now we are living in Burn X Flash country, quite literally, and also in-game, but there is a trade. Okay, able to push up top. Where else can they find a trade? Because suddenly, you can see now Chima is also going ahead.
Yeah, the purple.
Committing, grant that purple here.
Oh, they took the purple, and this is already very bad for Gray. Surely that the takedown on the turret up top is great when it comes to the economy of RSG, but now they're finding a lot of problems dealing with the composition of Burn X Flash. At this point, Roy, I think he needs maybe some leg plates, or maybe Dreadnought armor, or maybe a full Anticuras, because my D7 is gonna keep on hounding this Novaria.
He needs a pair of pants.
He needs a pair of pants.
That's safe to say. And now, even Lucian Curie feeling the wrath of all this physical damage from Burn X Flash.
He's angry. Minoan's rage now down on the 2 members, but the Cult Alter will be able to keep them alive for a little while longer as Dona jumped himself over to the back lines with the BMI, but it doesn't seem like we'll be able to do quite much there. Most of the members from the side of RSG were on a sliver, and they are barely alive, but they will be able to recall back home. And this would be big as important final slash from ATM. He's still gonna be relentless. He still wants to continue, but I don't think that he will be able to stretch it any longer.
That was a very expensive shutdown on a D7, but just the same, Burn X Flash kept them hostage. They put them right where they wanted them. All this while, Donut was pushing up top, and now the map is slowly turning blue. That is the upper quarter, all belonging to Kamai.
Seacat with the plays, actually. He baited Oki so much, and Oki had to commit. When he jumped in, the final splash was really off cooldown coming up from ATM. I would say Burn X Flash, their chemistry is just way too good.
Not just their communications as well. They're playing the map to a point where RSGSG are getting overloaded. Here they're making a play for the Lord. It's at about half of its health. Let's see. Astral Echo already spent.
Diablo down to the bottom lane though. He's getting distracted as D7 is on spot, has been able to put his HP all the way down low. He's gonna go down. In the meantime, the main fight, Shama takes the Lord. But for now, Oki soars into the air. He did manage to get a kill down on the Shama. That's gonna be good. And as well as ATM, RSG and Burn X Flash tries to find value from both sides. But what is this that we're seeing? Zika is appearing in the middle lane, but D7 nowhere to be found.
2 for 1, but the Lord still goes over to Burn X Flash, first Lord of Game 3. Expect that the map will remain blue, but just the same, RSGSG are down but not out.
They did get a kill on the Chima, but the fact that Chima is level 12 when the Bray was only level 11 during the Lord fight, they got the W of the Lord. They still lost their jungler, but the fact of the matter is there's just a lot of economic advantage that Burn X Flash was able to get. Again, it's all about the macro.
Oh, spotted there. I think D7 knows. He had a feeling that Lucian Cutie was waiting to engage. Here's what's interesting. RSGSG, they want to be able to protect their map. They want to be able to keep as much territory for them. But just the same, they can't do that because they're better in a 5v5 against Burn X Flash, especially when D7 is out on the hunt. So what do they do here? Do they always use Astro Echo when it's up? Because they definitely need to if they want to win, like now!
Seems like it. They managed to find 4 people.
4 people.
That was one of the bigger Astro Echoes of the series.
For sure. This is important now because eventually when you get to level 12, your Astral Echo will just last, the cooldown will just be about 30, 28 seconds. So that's massive.
So with that being said, you can see here...
No physical defense from Roy.
That's right. Did not pick up any pants. So he's playing greedy here. But just the same, I think for the past 4 or 5 minutes, D7 has been relatively mum. He's playing a pacifist run on this Natalia now.
That's right, because it's being spotted, and I think that will be expected now. And this is always the dilemma for the Natalia. What do you do when you're actually leading by so much, right? Typically, you don't invite anybody to step out of their comfort zone. And RSG, look at them go. It's just not leaving each other right now.
It's like the threat of D7 is constantly appearing in every single part of the map, right? Yeah. RSG don't really have someone that is really tanky enough, except for Bray, to just kind of face check onto the rushes. So they gotta have to leave it to Roy with the ultimate, or perhaps even the Astral Spear.
Yeah, not just. Even Lucian Cutie's afraid to face check into a bush that has Natalia. Because, yeah, you are a Minotaur, but the silence is key. The fact that you can't answer back as quickly with a motivational roar, nor a Minoan's Fury, despite its buff recently, it's not as easy to say. So again, RSG, SG here, they understand that the margin of error is so small for them. And now Burnix Flash, I'm waiting for them to step on the clutch. I'm waiting for them to say, you know what, it's time. We have to be aggressive. What timers are we looking at? Level 12 for Roy. Oh, he's still not quite there yet.
Yeah. Very important to get that ultimate. Level 3 ultimate.
Uh-oh. Diablo, eye for an eye. Electro final blow. Gets himself, barely gets himself away.
And that came at a very small cost for Burnix Flash. Not many ults spent.
Yeah. And unfortunately, Benedetta won't be in this fight. At least for the next maybe, 5 to 10 seconds. He do have the top lane to shove out. He gotta have to defend that as well. But we don't see Claude anywhere.
Yep. Now Chima looking for the pull. Lucian Cutie standing their ground after Echo. This one's a good one. They see a lot of members from Burnix Flash.
Oh! The big man, Roy, goes down. And now the rest of the members from the side of Burnix Flash understand that they do have the number priority. They're just going to be jumping right in, brings on the Lord, and 3 men down from the side of RSG. Okay, the last member remaining down in the bottom side. And it's going to be left with Diablo to try to defend it all.
Again, we were talking about the fact that you only need some pants. Just a little bit of physical defense coming out from Roy, and you saw what happened. 100 to 0 in a fraction of a second onto a Navaria, a very important hero for the side of RSG.
D7 showing complete respect and patience in the situation. He understood that I only need to find Roy, and if I do, this could be it. Lord crashing through top lane, already penetrated. Burnix Flash knocking down RSGSG's door. They're already inside their base. D7 taking care of a wave down bottom, and look how deep Diablo is cutting in mid.
Burnix Flash has smelled fresh blood, and they are ready for the hunt. They are gonna chow down like a hungry toddler, and they will do whatever that they can to bring RSG's late SG down. But what exactly is gonna be the start of the fight? That is, as IADM goes in for the final flash onto Lucian Cutie, brings him out, but he managed to flicker right back home.
The Singaporean overlords, the champions of MPLSG Season 5, still breathing, still here, successfully defends. Now Roy hit that threshold. Faster release on the Astral Echo, but to what extent, given that they can barely leave their base?
Yeah, I'm just looking through all of the items of the members of RSG. You can see all of them have some semblance of a physical defense. You can see, for example, there's Hiras and some pants for Diablo, and you have the brute force breastplate, and this is expected for the alpha, and the entirety of their squad will have physical defense except an important hero. I think that somebody has to call that from RSG.
Roy.
You cannot rely on the fact that D7 will be spotted out. You see 3 big team fights that didn't have the Navaria for RSG.
Oh, Roy, get some pants on. Even Lucian Cutie's got some pants on. At some point, he was sitting on so much leather jerkin. Yes, how much leather jerkin you want, Lucian? Yes!
That's a problem. And the fact that there is also Donut, right, that also deals physical damage. I think that the understanding coming out from RSG's late.
Yeah, and Seagat isn't even a real damage dealer. Oh no, but Diablo!
He managed to get away, no problem. But ATM wants to come in from behind, and Lucian immediately knocks ATM up. As long as no one gives him the proxy to keep on with the dash, he was gonna be A-okay. Diablo wants to run away, but Lucian Cutie, he goes down to the hands of Burnix Flash. And that is the Lord popping out in 20 seconds. This is crucial.
The back-to-back Khmer champions are using the most of this 9K gold lead. They understood that if we split up RSGSG for just maybe a second or two, there would be a huge advantage for us. We outman them, we outgun them, and we take down who we can. Lucian Cutie being absent from this Lord take is going to be crucial. Not even a thought of a contest here coming in from RSGSG. Unless, is that enough for a snipe, can they? No, they're going to blitz it.
A blitz? Nope, immediately.
Oh, I love this decision coming out from Burnix Flash. They really are. They are going for the head now, as the expression would say. They will definitely be coming through it. Look at that D7 stealing that purple.
Dude, even D7, that's a roamer. That's a roamer stealing away your buff.
RSG is just losing control in the entire part of the map, and the only place that they can go is within their own home. But Lord marches in the top side, ready to pillage everything that RSGSG loves. What can they possibly do here?
One thing is stay inside your base, play in your base.
Yeah.
And now I'm hoping that Roy is ready to rumble and that he has all the items that he needs, at least to clear the waves. Because, man, given the single target nature of a majority of the heroes from RSGSG, their wave clear isn't the best. And now the end may be nigh unless the Raiders have something to say about it. Look at this Lord up top and a mid-wave coming crashing through.
CCAS HP is not looking very well though, but he will definitely want to start with the Shadow Stampede. The rest of the members from the side of Burnett Flash just going to be holding on behind. The final slash did connect, but not quite much. Roy almost with the snipe down on ATM. They just want to look for a small little big play from their own side. They want to clip someone on the side of Burnett Flash, and only then when they find themselves that edge, they will jump in.
Mad respect, RSGSG. Understood the dynamics of that defense. So close call there, sniping from Roy. A successful defense, yeah, they lose their mid inhibitor. They lose top lane inhibitor as well, but they still have one more in bottom. Yeah. So yeah, I expect sudden crashing through these odd angles in their own jungle. So maybe now, with these items that they have, they can play around. What's the item game looking like?
Seems like still full damage from Roy. Very important that he... I guess the decision is, okay, I get one shot by D7, I don't care anymore. I one-shot people too. By the way, Diablo played the defense so well. The usage of the eye for an eye was actually perfect when they tried to go for him, and he managed to stay alive in those defenses.
I think the general game plan here from the side of RSG is just
try
to play safe. But unfortunately, that doesn't look safe for me at all. As we have Bray taken down, coincide with the life or timer of the Lord.
No, 40 seconds without Bray. Not even thinking about the Lord take, just his presence on the map, his contributions to clearing the waves. That was a flub, definitely from RSG.
It's gonna be bad. Even Diablo is not the last thing when it comes to the damage output of D7. Now rocking a Blade of Despair, by the way. That's how rich he is.
I feel that the win condition from the side of RSG is kind of like switched over to the side of Roy. He wants to get a little bit greedy and play in a very safe place. As long as he clips someone with his Astral Sphere, then RSG jumps in. 4v5, they want to look for that numbers advantage.
Something tells me RSG are also looking to isolate D7. If they can pick off D7, go from there, play the 5-man rotation, win off of that. That's one way to go, but this Lord, as the saying goes, forget about it.
Yeah. We'll try to defend once again, and it's the hero that you have to look for in this defense is Diablo. Is he gonna have a good time as he did in the first time that they had to defend against a level 2 Lord of Burnix Flash?
Oh, I can't believe it. This is the 4th Lord, man. And we are approaching TikTok timers. Confirmed, we are here, the 20-minute mark. If you die here, you might as well have just ended the game right then and there.
The Lord pushes aggressively. The entirety of RSG holds down the fort and wants to keep the Lord busy as possible. Donut joins in. Break gets caught out. Oki gets caught out. 2 men down from the side of RSG. And the entire part of the side of Bird and Flash is going to be pounding themselves right down on RSG. Bird and Flash takes the game. Takes the series out of the hands of RSG.
The first elimination of MSC 2023 comes at the hands of the Kamai champions. Burn X Flash made sure that we heard GGRSG for the last time.
You ban Diablo's heroes and you win a series. 3 games. They did not let Diablo play a game that he wanted to. They shut down Oki as well as Lucian. They studied the draft, they have prepared for this, and they played so well. Their macro is off the charts. Burn Express are very fluid, definitely deserving to get the win over RSGSG.
It is unfortunate for RSGSG. The amount of respect that Burn X Flash gave over to RSG is great.
Let's throw it over the stage and hear from our winners.
Opo satu dan Burn X Flash 1 ទៀតបាទ Wow ឥឡូវនេះជាពេលវេលាមួយដែលយើងទន្ទឹងរង់ចាំយើងដឹងហើយថាតើការប្រកួតមួយនេះនឹងទៅជាយ៉ាងណាអូឥឡូវនេះយើងឃើញថា
fan របស់ Burning Splash ច្រើនមែនតើហើយស្ទើរតែពេញមួយហលតែម្ដងនេះគឺជាអ្វីដែលយើងទន្ទឹងរង់ចាំហើយឥឡូវនេះក៏យើងនឹងទទួលបានដូចគ្នាដែរសូមហៅឲ្យ Burning Splash មួយទៀតបាទ Wow I love it អញ្ចឹងឥឡូវនេះយើងឃើញហើយថា fan របស់ Burning Splash ច្រើនមែនតើហើយពិតជាសប្បាយចិត្តមែនទែនក្នុងការទទួលបាននៅជ័យលាភីមួយនេះអញ្ចឹងយើងចង់នឹងថាតើ Burning Splash ខ្លួនឯងផ្ទាល់មានអារម្មណ៍យ៉ាងម៉េចដែរ Okay now I'm gonna pass this to Murah on stage
Congratulations Burn X Flash with a sweep that was such a phenomenal game Now I want to ask you first D7 did you know from the very start did you have a feeling that you were gonna sweep the opponent 3-0
Yes but my plan I think it's just 3 or 1 but it's smooth like 3-0 like that
អូខេគាត់គិតថាមុនដំបូងគាត់អត់នឹកស្មានថាគាត់នឹងអាចយកឈ្នះនៅសិង្ហបុរី 3-0 បែបនេះទេគាត់គិតត្រឹមថាអាចនឹង 1-2 ឬមួយក៏3 សុំទៅ 1-2 ប៉ុណ្ណឹងប៉ុន្តែឥឡូវនេះគឺ 3-0 តែម្ដងបាទពិតជាអស្ចារ្យមែនទែន
Good prediction he knew from the start it was going to be a sweep At worst case scenario, it's 3-1. But let's talk about that Natalia pick in game number 3. That was a surprise pick. And I don't know if you heard, but when you picked Natalia, everybody in the crowd was cheering. So let's talk about that Natalia pick in game 3. Why did you choose that?
We picked Natalia because this is our plan for bet Nobria. It's okay.
អូខេគាត់និយាយថាហេតុអីបានជាសំណួរសួរថាហេតុអីបានជាគាត់ pick Natalia នៅក្នុងការលេងនៅក្នុង game ទី 3 នេះហើយគាត់បានលើកឡើងថានេះគឺជាគម្រោងការរបស់គាត់ដែលគាត់នឹងសម្រេចចិត្តក្នុងការ pick យក Natalia នៅក្នុងការលេងសម្រាប់ game ទី 3 នេះហើយឥឡូវនេះគឺទទួលបានជ័យជំនះហើយបាទ
And that was a very good choice because that countered a lot of the opponent's hero. Now let's talk to somebody familiar. Donut! Donut, hey! Uy, galing mo ah. Galing!
Kambalang.
Okay. Basically, you have a new journey here with Burn X Flash. Let's talk about your journey and how are you liking it so far? Especially how far you've gone. Talk about that.
My journey in Burn X Flash is really fun. Especially they're like my second family and feels like I'm in home. So yeah, they're fun to hang out with. So yeah.
Okay. So the question គាត់បានសួរថាតើឥឡូវនេះគឺ Donut គាត់បានចូលរួមជាមួយនឹង Burn X Flash នៅក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជារបស់យើងក្នុងការប្រកួតនៅ game មួយនេះថាតើ journey គាត់ដំណើរជីវិតរបស់គាត់នៅក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយ៉ាងម៉េចដែរគាត់ថាប្រទេសកម្ពុជារបស់យើងពិតជាល្អមែនទែន team ក៏ល្អ team ពិតជារស់រាយរាក់ទាក់ហើយគាត់មានអារម្មណ៍ថាគាត់ដូចជាបាននៅក្នុងប្រទេសគាត់ផ្ទាល់តែម្ដងអញ្ចឹងគាត់ស្រឡាញ់ជាមួយនឹង team មួយនេះមែនទែនបាទ
You're fitting really well here, Donut. I'm really proud of you. Now, Chima, okay, you and I have the same name, is that right?
Yeah.
That's your family name?
Yeah.
So we have something in common.
Yeah.
Now, you're gonna have a really tough match for the next round. You're going to be facing either Blacklist International or FIMP. If you could choose, who would you rather face?
Yes, of course, Blacklist. They're gonna win anyway.
Blacklist.
Wow, Blacklist.
Okay. And why is that? Most people would be scared to face them, seeing as they were once world champion. Why Blacklist? Why did you choose that?
Because I think the next match they're gonna win anyway. If I choose FIMP, it's always Blacklist. Blacklist gonna win.
So you're cheering? You think they're gonna win anyway?
Okay. សំណួរសួរថាហេតុអីបានជាគាត់ជ្រើសរើសយកតើនៅពេលបើសិនជាគាត់ឈ្នះឥឡូវនេះគាត់នឹងយក Blacklist ឬមួយក៏ FIMP គាត់និយាយ MP គាត់និយាយថាគាត់នឹងជ្រើសរើសយក Blacklist ព្រោះគាត់ដឹងថាទោះបីជាយ៉ាងណាក៏ដោយក៏គាត់ Blacklist នៅតែឈ្នះដែរប៉ុន្តែសុខចិត្តថាបើសិនជាចាញ់នៅក្រោមដៃអ្នកដែលមានឥទ្ធិពលខ្លាំងហ្មងបាទ
I love how confident he is. Now, last time you said a few words to your opponent when you eliminated them. Now this time, for RSG, is there something that you want to say to them?
For RSG, nah. They are my friend. RSG, Diablo, GG bro.
Okay. និយាយទៅមានអ្នកបោះពីយ៉ុងឲ្យទៀតមកថាបោះពីយ៉ុងឲ្យថា safe fly ត្រឡប់ទៅវិញអញ្ចឹងណាប៉ុន្តែ actually គាត់អត់ទេគឺគាត់ល្អណាស់អញ្ចឹងគាត់និយាយរបៀបបែបមិត្តភាពថាបែបល្អ yes nice ព្រោះនេះគឺជាការប្រកួតប្រជែងហើយយើងក៏មិនដឹងថាតើអ្នកណាមួយនឹងឈ្នះអ្នកណាមួយនឹងចាញ់ដែរឈ្នះក៏ដោយចាញ់ក៏ដោយពួកយើងស្ទើរតែបានបញ្ចេញនៅអស់សមត្ថភាពដែរបាទ
And now it's time to reveal the MVP of this match. Who do you guys think it is?
អ្នកណាគេដែរ
A lot of people. We're hearing Shema, we're hearing D7. Okay, now let's reveal the MVP of today. Let's take a look. Congratulations. D7! D7! How do you feel about being the MVP? You were the key to today's win. Go ahead, talk about your feeling. Did you expect that you were going to be MVP?
I think all MVP is just my teammate. All post we of this today we communicate so good.
Today you communicated really well.
Yes.
So you credit this to your team.
Yes.
Oh, that's really nice.
Yeah គាត់គិតថាគាត់មិនគិតថាគាត់នឹងទទួលបាន MVP ទេប៉ុន្តែដោយសារតែគាត់ដឹងថានេះគឺជា team ទាំងមូលតែម្ដងព្រោះអីដោយសារតែគាត់មិនមែនលេងតែម្នាក់ឯងគាត់គិតថាចំណែករបស់គាត់ដែលទទួលបាននេះគឺជាចំណែករបស់ក្រុមការងាររបស់គាត់ទាំងអស់អញ្ចឹង shout out ទៅ team Burn X Flash មួយមក
Cambodia, once again, let's make some noise for your home team, Burn X Flash. And now it's time to break it down for you. So we're gonna go back to our casters. Casters, let's see the word.
GG, well played. Burn X Flash moves on to the next round, but we must say goodbye to our Singaporean boys here. RSG played a strong game 1 as well as a game 2, but right at the very end here at game 3, it all came down to a fight. How brutal was it? As we look at our MVP one more time, D7, what a standout. The communication, and of course, on a Natalia.
No, it was definitely brutal. The way that you saw D7 just one-shot the squishy members on the side of RSG. And they said it even. Like, it was the counter to the Novaria. And we looked that way. Had it been that Novaria went for a little bit of physical defense, it will be a different story.
It's really unfortunate that when it comes down to Roy, he didn't really have that much amount of respect over to D7's Natalia. That was big, and just having some pants would have been slightly alleviate his pain.
That's right, and Gideon opened up with the perfect word, brutal.
Yeah,
As a roamer, you expect for them to, again, be an anchor, to start putting up a front line. But no, Burn X Flash's D7 was in your face. You'll see it here in the heat map in the early game. Look, he was crossing the river so soon, so early.
Yep, this is between the 0th minute all the way to the 5th minute of the game. So he's sniffing out for information. Any rotations that are aggressively through the river does get punished. And we saw a lot of that within those first 5.
Yeah, you first stayed in the XP lane and then transferred into the mid lane afterwards. They had a lot of focus when it comes to like controlling the purple buff as well. Knowing full well that they have Taramis and Frederick that allowed them to not need a roamer anymore when it comes to like frontlining because you have the Frederick Taramis anyways. But look at that Roy. Look, Roy cannot even like get a skill. After the Astro Recall, there's nothing that he can do against a Natalia.
You know how bad it was? Even Lucian Curie didn't want to see a roaming Natalia. Because again, the silence. And he was scoring double kills. He was scoring solo kills from out of nowhere. And here's the thing. There was admittedly a quiet time for Natalia, right, in this game. But eventually, he came back, and I think we'll see it here when he finally pops Roy again.
Yep, it's so nasty to see because especially when you're Novaria, you have to find a position. And honestly, these quote-unquote off angles puts you in a very isolated spot that, that again, we're seeing the Natalia fully exploit. And in this last fight, Wolf, you were talking about this earlier.
Yeah, they're that a bit once again because there is the passive that you get from the level 18 Lord, wherein if you get marked, you get an extra damage. So Sika was so good at landing the Ghost Bursters, specifically on the 1-1, and Oki didn't even have a chance to get some damage even after the Minoan Fury was there. It was a great Minoan Fury, but there were so many good things from Burn X Flash. They have the counter with the Cult Altar, they have the Ghost Bursters, and they have the shutdown from D7. so good when it comes to drafting. Burn Express really prepared for the Navario.
Your boy ATM also started rocking the Queen's Wings. We're starting to see more Queen's Wings in MSC.
Love it.
Honestly, if I was looking for anybody who carried that early to make it, I would say that it's ATM because again, Diablo very slippery on this Benedetta, and ATM is super patient with the way that he utilizes his abilities.
He's constantly on the hunt for Diablo. In fact, they have a very good idea that they would want to have ATM onto Diablo, D7 onto Roy. And there is never a point in time where Burnex Flash forgets about that kill drive.
Cut back to the interview, the communication was key. Because if you look at RSG, sometimes Lucian Cutie is on the opposite side of the map trying to cover for Oki, and that's the big issue. RSG is guessing. They have no idea where this Natalia is supposed to be, and it's hard to start putting up posts when you don't even know which direction they're shooting from.
It is not ironic. They have the Astral Echo. They have the Novaria. So I'm guessing that also hinders their communication. If you're holding onto that because you're afraid of D7, it becomes chicken and the egg. Do I use it to save myself? Do I use it to set up things? And I guess that explains why Lucian Cutie was so poor in this game.
I just want to write what you were just talking about. I think that the communication that they're talking about, at least what they said in the interview, really reflects on how they are playing in game. You see how smooth they were, how fluid they were when it comes to their macro, and when it comes to like combining all of their spells, the way that they are engaging at the same time with D7 on the opposite end, the front line being manned by Chimad himself, the way that they are timing these the spells that they are letting go, they are always on point. Communication was so good for the side of Burnex Flash, and we saw that in game.
More than that, we saw them play out of their minds. ATM was playing good, D7 was playing good, CCAP finally getting that big moment. Oh, it's great to see that Burnex Flash is, you know, pushing forward and making the country proud.
If anything, Donut was the one who took a step back today and said, you know what, guys? We're doing great. You just need me to split push. You just need me to take turrets. I will. D7, you're the man.
This is a team that has shown, every single one of these players has shown themselves well, and is that we don't really see a lot of roamers that put themselves out there. And I gotta have to say, D7 is topping my charts right now.
Yep, I mean, I can't wait to see those internal rankings all over again, but just once again, MSC 2023 is powered by Muntun, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. We'll be going into a break, but don't go too far, as the next match between Onyx versus, oh boy,
That's
sorry,
tomorrow.
that's tomorrow.
This
I'm
is it.
thinking ahead of time. It's Blacklist versus FIMP coming up right after this, and I cannot wait to see how Blacklist, and especially a Blacklist-inspired team, go head-to-head one more time. We'll see you guys right after this break.
I'm gonna update my guest coins.
I want to update my desk points too. There's no way.
Just let me fall to my groove. Look you. Just let me fall to my groove. Just let me fall to my grave. Heart fails under pressure. Wonder if these bad days will last forever. So pessimistic from the past. All the good things end up in caskets. I'm never feeling okay. Good days are so hard to find. Just help me know all the pain. I'm one step from dying. My angels keep it at bay. Can't blame the people for trying. Just let me fall to my grave. Just let me fall to my grave. To you. Just let me fall to my groove. Just let me fall to my grave.
Lautan bukan sekadar rumah kita. Lautan adalah jati diri kita.
Aku akan memilih jalanku sendiri.
Butuh jahitan biar aku bantu.
Aku adalah Yin dan tidak akan pernah berubah apapun yang terjadi.
Bintang jatuh membawa kita ke sini.
Biarkan darah musuhku mengalir dari tombakku.
Dunia dan tidak ada satupun lawan yang pantas.
Teriak. Seleramu bagus.
Akulah cahaya rembulan yang menembus
harapan
gelap.
akan tetap ada, bahkan ketika semuanya terasa menyedihkan.
Siap, maju!
Cahaya bintang Pisces menyinari pedangku.
Seorang pria dengan sebilah tombak adalah sebuah peta. Aku suka bau bubuk mesio di pagi hari.
Halo, temanku.
MobileLegends. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops initiate retreat.
Hancurkan mereka semua. Datang. Siapa di sini yang pantas aku lawan? Aku akan melihatkan cara tahu yang benar. Hancurkan mereka semua. Pedang ini adalah tarik. Aku lebih suka beraksi daripada berbicara.
Unstable network.
You destroyed a turret. Aku lebih suka beraksi daripada berbicara.
Request backup. Your team destroyed a turret.
Aku
Launch attack.
yang menang. Siapa yang pantas?
Double kill.
Dengan menjadi tidak terkalahkan, kesendirian datang menghampiri. Hal terburuk di dunia ini tidak memiliki lawan.
Initiate retreat.
Rasakan amarah.
Initiate retreat. Battle spell in cooldown. Battle spell in cooldown.
Adalah tarik
Ally has slain the turtle.
daripada berbicara.
Our turret is under attack.
Siapa yang pantas?
Ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Turret has been destroyed.
Hancurkan
Inhibitor turret is under attack. An ally has been slain. Initiate retreat.
hal terburuk di dunia ini tidak memiliki lawan. berarti apa-apa.
Your team destroyed a turret. We're ahead in gold.
Kesendirian datang sendiri. Siapa di sini yang
Ayo serang turtle.
Unstoppable. Initiate retreat.
Dengan menjadi tidak terkalah,
Enemy has been slain.
datang menghampiri.
Double kill.
Hancurkan mereka semua.
An enemy has been slain. Launch attack. Double kill. Launch attack. Launch attack. Wipe out. An ally has been slain. Initiate retreat. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Our base is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Our turret double kill.
Hal terburuk di dunia ini tidak memiliki lawan yang bertahan.
Request backup.
Bintang jatuh membawa kita ke sini. Butuh jahitan biar aku bantu.
Lautan bukan sekadar rumah kita. Lautan adalah jati diri kita.
Aku akan memilih jalanku sendiri. Halo, temanku.
Aku sudah menunggu terlalu lama.
Kita lihat apa yang ada di balik perban ini.
Seleramu bagus.
Hanabi, Sanjo.
Semua yang kulihat melalui teropongku adalah mangsaku.
Tiga 3.000 dunia dan tidak ada satupun lawan yang pantas.
Aku terlahir dengan bakat.
Biarkan darah musuhku mengalir dari tombakku.
Ayo bermain bersama. Saatnya berburu.
Ayo bisa, siap.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
Menuju cahaya. Penjajah. Mereka semua akan kematian tidak membuat memanggil. Mereka akan menyesal. Kesetiaan bagaikan perisai kerajaan. Lawan aku. Berlindung. Pendirianku tidak akan goyah. Semakin sulit pertempuran, semakin tajam tombak. Rakyat merupakan bagian penting kerajaan. Aku tidak terhentikan.
Your team destroys the retreat.
Aku akan melindungi kerajaan hingga tetes darah terakhir.
An ally has slain the turtle. An ally has been slain. Killing spree. Shut down. Enemy double kill.
Okay.
Raja harus memimpin dengan cinta dan keadilan.
Initiate retreat. Enemy missing.
Semoga mentari menyinari kerajaanku selamanya.
Okay.
Pendirianku tidak akan goyah. Kebijaksanaan tidak ternilai harga. Dengarkan panggilanku. Raja harus memimpin dengan cinta dan keadilan. Semakin sulit pertempuran, semakin tajam tombak ini.
Initiate retreat.
Aku tidak terhentikan.
Enemy has been slain.
Mereka akan menyesal.
Double kill. Enemy has been slain. Our turret has been destroyed. Your team destroyed a turret. Our turret is under attack. Slain. Your team destroyed a turret. Request backup.
bagaikan perisai kerajaan.
An ally has slain the turtle. Killing spree.
Berlindung! Kematian tidak membuatku khawatir.
Initiate retreat.
Kesetiaan bagaikan perisai kerajaan. Tanah kelahiranku memanggil. Pendirianku tidak akan goyah. Tanah kelahiranku memanggil. Aku tidak terhentikan. Kematian tidak membuatku khawatir. Semakin sulit pertempuran, semakin tajam tombak ini. Penjajah, mereka semua akan mati.
Your team destroyed the kill.
Hey, jajaran para penjajah.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Aku akan melindungi kerajaan hingga tetes darah terakhir.
Ayo serang turtle. Your team destroyed a turret. Request backup.
Raja harus memimpin dengan cinta dan keadilan. Semoga mentari menyinari kerajaanku selamanya. Rakyat merupakan bagian
Initiate retreat.
lawan aku. Apa yang membuatmu menjadi mereka akan menyesal.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Raja harus memimpin dengan cinta dan keadilan.
Okay.
Kematian tidak membuatku khawatir.
You have been slain. Okay.
Mentari.
いい仕事だったわ。
Orang yang bijak mampu menyesuaikan strategi.
Deep in the dark, down on my knees, I've seen things that you wouldn't believe.
Okay.
I was lost,
Semakin sulit pertempuran, semakin tajam tombak ini.
that I'm invincible. Nobody gonna bring me down.
Rakyat merupakan bagian penting kerajaan. Demikian mana Pendirianku tidak akan goyah. Mereka akan menyesal.
Ayo serang turtle.
Penjajah. Mereka semua akan mati. Dengarkan panggilanku. Kematian tidak membuatku khawatir. Kesetiaan bagaikan perisai kerajaan.
Ayo serang turtle.
Mereka akan menyesal. Lawan aku.
Killing spree.
Nilai hati.
Well played. Double kill.
Sekali lagi, aku akan bangkit.
Launch attack. Request backup.
Raja harus memimpin dengan cinta dan keadilan. Pendirianku tidak akan goyah. Semoga mentari menyinari kerajaanku selamanya. Penjajah, mereka semua akan bersiaplah. Sekali lagi, aku akan bangkit.
An ally has been slain. Initiate retreat.
Okay.
Shut down. Launch attack. Our turret is under attack.
Pendirianku tidak akan goyah. Aku akan melindungi kerajaan hingga tetes darah terakhir.
The enemy has slain Lord. Our turret is under attack.
Mereka akan menyesal.
Okay.
Rakyat merupakan bagian penting kerajaan.
Understood. Golden, also turret.
Menakjubkan.
Our turret is under attack. Launch attack. But no one makes me feel like
Semakin sulit pertempuran, semakin tajam tombak ini.
Ayo serang Tarno.
Penjajah. Mereka semua akan mati. Kesetiaan bagaikan perisai kerajaan.
not ready.
Emilia, Gandaan Bintang Power Sintonema.
Okay. Okay.
Berlindung. Kesetiaan bagaikan perisai kerajaan.
Initiate retreat.
Kematian tidak membuatku khawatir.
Our turret is under attack.
Mentari.
But no one makes me feel less alone. Initiate retreat. Double kill. Okay. Mega kill. Gather up the Lord. Understood. Gather up the Lord. Gather up the Lord. Request. Gather up the Lord. Gather for team fight.
Berlindung. Semakin sulit pertempuran, semakin tajam tombak ini. Berlindung.
Your team destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Victory!
Call me whenever you feel alone, babe. And when you need to cry, I'll be by your side. Call me whenever you need someone, babe. And when you need to escape from 1,000 fires, I'm gonna kiss you wherever you are. And I'm gonna miss you, I will never lie. Call me whenever you need someone, babe. We're running in the jungle of love. Jungle of love. We're running in the jungle of love.
Ribu dunia dan tidak ada satupun lawan yang pantas.
Bintang jatuh membawa kita ke sini.
Aku adalah Yin dan tidak akan pernah berubah apapun yang terjadi. Halo, temanku.
Aku, Putri Northern Vale. Aku bersumpah untuk melindunginya hingga tetes darah terakhir.
Aku akan memilih jalanku sendiri.
Apakah kamu ingin berteman dengan Nana?
Maka hancurkan dan kuasai. Aku berharap mereka lebih kuat dari aku.
Sebentar.
Oh.
Butuh jas hitam biar aku bantu.
Hanabi, Sanjo.
Lebih baik ditakuti daripada dicintai jika kamu tidak bisa melakukan keduanya.
Air tenang menghanyutkan.
Langit malam telah mengatakan segalanya.
The purple dragon is ready anytime.
to Mobile Legends. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed. Request backup.
Andai saja aku bisa melupakan masa lalu. Bintang-bintang adalah penunjuk jalanku.
First blood.
That was amazing! That was amazing!
Kamu tidak ingin menari? Kematian tidak sebanding dengan kepercayaan. Tidak ada rahasia yang aman dari. Ayo ikuti aku, kalau bisa.
Launch attack. Enemy has been slain.
Aku telah meramal takdirmu.
Gather up the turtles!
Okay.
Aku telah meramal takdirmu.
Initiate retreat.
Andai saja aku bisa melupakan perjuangan ini. Tidak ada rahasia yang aman dariku. Ayo ikuti aku, kalau bisa.
Enemy missing.
Ayo ikuti aku kalau bisa. Kamu tidak ingin menari? Aku telah meramal takdir. Tidak ada rahasia yang aman dari
Destroyed a turret. Launch attack.
kematian tidak sebanding dengan kekayaan.
Initiate retreat. Okay. Sorry.
Ayo ikuti aku.
Our turret has been destroyed. Under attack.
Andai saja aku bisa melupakan masa lalu.
Our turret is under attack.
Bintang-bintang adalah penunjuk jalanku.
Enemy has been slain. Enemy has been slain. Our turret is under attack. Double kill. Triple kill. Gather up the Lord. Gather up the Lord. Okay.
Kamu tidak ingin menari?
Ally has slain Lord.
Ayo ikuti aku kalau bisa.
Initiate retreat.
Aku telah meramal takdir. Perhatian tidak sebanding dengan kepercayaan. Andai saja aku bisa melupakan masalah.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Bintang-bintang adalah penunjuk jalanku.
Understood. Hati-hati, lawan menghilang dari leher.
Tidak ada rahasia yang aman dariku.
We're behind in gold. Don't give up. Try again. Don't request.
Understood.
We're behind in gold.
Kalian tidak sebanding dengan kepercayaan.
Mega kill.
Santai bro, santai.
You have slain an enemy. Double kill. Launch attack. Oh, he's not ready. Ult is not ready.
Ayo ikuti aku.
Shut down. And launch attack. Shut down. Monster kill. Launch attack.
Hey,
Understood.
not bad.
Enemy has been slain. Launch attack. Initiate retreat. Launch attack. Initiate retreat.
Telah beramal takdir.
Initiate retreat.
aman dariku.
Launch attack. Launch attack. Enemy has been slain. Launch attack. Request backup.
Gather up the Lord. Gather up the Lord. Gather up the Lord.
Victory!
Make it right, 18 of those, I'm in the cave, I gotta make some light, make it hype, even if we break a night, and even if things go left, we gotta make them right, chillin' with mine, we triple up, they on the double up, triple dub, came from the basement, we only going up, they loving us, up in the booth, I'm getting dizzy, but they the cup is up, toast to my people that's on the come up, and you live with us, ain't all about the trick of bus, looking at my watch, your spirit bomb, both hands is going up, you going coast to coast with us, see the flows is flowing, overflowing, yeah, the cup it runneth over, tidal wave up in the ocean.
We gon' turn the crib into a club like Hennessy and Buddha screaming thug life. Get it, baby, you know I'm the plug, right? But we got a feeling that it's gonna be a long night.
He's going to be disintegrated. An owl in the back is going to be slain by the assassin Cura, but the endless charge was stolen away by Yue. Now it's giving the real world manipulation. Sunshine going to be able to dish out some damage, but Wise takes him out. Yue is looking for a maniac. Yue, he got it. A maniac. A savage is waiting in the base, but Kazoo, he's going to be denying it away from Yue.
Yep, can't do any more than that. Maniacs is all we're getting here at MSC. So close to Savages, but no way to secure that pie. Now, as we look at this game, I think FIMP, unfortunately, yes, that was the correct motion. Cura is looking for that backline, looking to one-shot Owl as quickly as possible. But even then, the trades are so efficient, and with how the early game was actually played by Blacklist International, they maintained their lead. Even if they were at a 2K lead, it would only give them, what, 1,500 gold? Let's look at the replay one more time, because as we see Cura finding the angle on the left side of the map and even getting the flicker out of Owl, he one-shots him, but he's so out of position that there's nothing much they can really do. And as FIMP looking to trade back, they are behind. They are so far behind, in fact.
It's really unfortunate that Beatrix thought that he would be safe within the RWM. And I totally understand, right? You brought down the win condition on the side of Blacklist International. There's not going to be a lot of threat. But one thing that FIMP forgot is the fact that there is a 7K deficit.
And the fact that Yue can just steal the endless shards. You want to burst me? Nah, if I'm ahead, I'm bursting your team.
One shot me, one shot you. Doesn't matter who's gonna go down first. This inhibitor's mine.
An eye for an eye for 2 for a 2. FIMP is ready to defend this as much as they can, as Alien is just gonna be getting shot.
Oh, they can't even defend. Edward, he gets a 2-man stun, and Yue follows it up instantly in the back, finding a double kill. As RWM comes down to lock Apex 47. Owl, one more shot, but Apex is able to escape. That real-world manipulation from Kazue. That's the only thing that can stop them anyway. He's coming down as he's able to actually immobilize it. But look at the damage coming from Owl, melting down. Apex 47 like it's nothing. Now it's the endless charge, doing nothing to Wise. He walks back up. Hero's looking for a kill right now. He jumps in, but it's a fade! It's a fade, and it's a time journey to lock him up. 11 minutes is all Blacklist needs. First against Todak, now against Wireflux. Impunity.
Great cleanup overall, efficient trades, and the best part, their communication still in tip-top shape. Their baits towards the end. Was that absolutely necessary? Not at all, but they did it anyways.
I gotta have to say, US IMU, that uptime, it constantly coming out. Eternal shots or RWM. These ultimates are always so crucial to these team fights, and he's not holding on to them. He finds the opportunity, and he's very much ready to unleash them.
The best part is that he wants to maximize the slow of the IMU. Just because, hey, you're going to try and run away, you're trying to camouflage, no problem. Slow you down just enough, and then one-shot you immediately after.
I know that guy, someone in the crowd. I don't know where I met him before.
Cute, in matter of fact. All right. Overall, Blacklist had a strong game. And I think, especially for FIMP, if they want to start recovering from this, they need to start fixing their early game. Because again, with a crowd of this magnitude supporting Blacklist International, it's very easy for the mental to start showing cracks in your gameplay, similar to RSG versus Burnex Flash.
I gotta have to say, right, when it comes down to FIMP versus Blacklist International just kind of have like this leash onto FIMP. Wherever FIMP tries to be aggressive, they just can't seem to work that out. They go aggressive, but in the end of the day, it's not necessarily that. They already crossed that line. The aggressive became, well, overextending.
Well, I don't know. If we're talking about overextension, I'm looking back at Wolf here. What can you talk about this game? Like, how it couldn't have gone any better for FIMP, could it?
It's a lot of people really have tried this Hilda going up against the Blacklist International, specifically the Tiki. And for our simple brains as the casters, simple brains about the game, we can definitely think that it will not work. And in practice, it doesn't. You can see that it worked against other teams, but not particularly Blacklist International. There's another layer to it, though. The AA Mon that you saw. Some flashes of good stuff, but man, just having Radiant Armor and Bloodlust Axe on this Lapu Lapu is already enough. But who's the... Oh, well.
Wow, perfect timing.
Perfect. 5-0-9. Radiant Armor picked up. No damage from the AA Mon. Gideon, what can you say about the Lapu Lapu? Edward Lapu Lapu.
I mean, the Edward Lapu Lapu, he played it as good as anybody can play it, right? Makes sure that he gets the Fury Hammer relatively early on, and then immediately starts speccing in towards that Radiant Armor, knowing that he's going to be quite vulnerable when he tries to go in with the Bravest Fighter. So he has to make sure that he stays healthy, make sure that he's not feeding over into the Amon's big express trade, because if he starts getting one kill, the second and third just come that much easier, and eventually the snowball is just too much, and you don't have that tempo. I mean, look at the heat map so far, right? As soon as Edward is unlocked from his lane, I don't have to stick with glue anymore, and I can start playing those smaller skirmishes, the 3v3s, the 2v2s, and then even in bigger team fights, that's when you see him jump forward. Like, look at how aggressive he is 5 minutes into the game. He's already walking into enemy territory.
It feels as though Blacklist International knew what they wanted to do, right? Against aggressive lineup, do we just go full out defensive? Edward just needs to unlock himself and make his way all across the map.
I mean, he's got to corral his opponents, right? And I think that's something that Blacklist took away facing against Todak, right? They need to make sure that the side lanes are clear, but more importantly, put so much pressure that they're forced back in towards their jungle and eventually shoved into the mid lane. Now, there were good moments from FIMP, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, these are the outplays that we expect to see from teams who face against Blacklist. And I would say, if I had to give Blacklist a title, they would be the gatekeepers, right? The gatekeepers, because if your macro is not on point, if your micro is good, that's like, okay, you need a combination of both to really take on Blacklist.
You can really feel that in this particular game because there were so many times where you kind of see it coming that FIMP will get a stop at least of Blacklist International. Maybe they'll get a kill, but for some reason, the preemptive flickers coming out from Oh My Venus, Edward's Bravest Fighter just hitting onto 2 members, and of course Owl just using the stun of the dash of the stun just to get into position and land a good play, and then outplay AM1 at the end. Blacklist International just knew how to play Mobile Legends.
Well, they really did, right? It's almost like they mastered the basics.
Oh.
I've made that joke twice.
Okay.
Okay.
Not so original after all then.
That's original.
I mean, looking at the post-game stats, I think it's very clear. 21-5, 11 minutes so far. In their past couple of games, they've just been ending it within 11 minutes, especially when they have such a snowball on their side. And it's great to see that Wise, I mean, I would love to see Wise go back to his assassin junglers. He's already quite a monstrosity with Psycho Fredrin. Imagine if he had Ling or even Lancelot.
It's definitely gonna be sounding crazy to see that happening. But like I said, I mean, or rather, like you said, I would love to see that. Do they have any other, pocket picks, or rather, is there anything, other strategies that FIMP will want to look out for? Because in this game, all aggression is no aggression to this game, because we're looking at Hild A, 0, 5, and 2. It doesn't seem like there's too much damage going on. He went for Tenacity, one thing that we gotta note for, not necessarily going for the Assassin Emblem, which I would have probably thought they would go for.
Yeah, again, I honestly feel like Fireflux Impunity, they have been forced to experiment. They've been forced to, go out and show their pocket picks before in the group stages, even up against Echo. They really wanted that victory to get to the first seed. Now, for Blacklist, it really does feel like, yeah, sure, we're in a single elimination bracket. This is where all the teams should go all out, but because they're so ahead of the pack, they haven't been revealing anything. They've just been playing the way they do normally, and maybe that's just a strategy, staying solid. But when the Fredrin is open, they will pick it up. They're not going to stray away from that at all. They're not going to go for anything too risky, because why take the risk?
Exactly. And this is, when me and Manjit were walking out when you were taking over the cast, we were talking about, man, this is a Blacklist draft. Owl will just take the Brody, Wise will take the Fredrin, and you have the trio, the Farsa, Eve, and Farsa, Eve, Valentina, that you can see Yue play, and they literally got everything that they needed, and it looked like really like a Blacklist kind of draft. Is this the way did FIMP allow them to do it, or it's just that it happened?
I think right now, Wise is super comfortable with Fredrin, right?
Okay.
Overly comfortable to a certain extent.
Comfortable.
I will feel so, because right now he plays a lot of Fredrin. In fact, 22 games in MPLPH, 14th of which was a win. There are definitely many other heroes such as Guinevere, Alice, Kaja, Baxia, and so on and so forth. I think that if FIMP would want to capitalize on that, making sure that the Fredrin is no longer possible, it would be nice.
Maybe if there's a big patch, maybe that could change, right? Because we know that the 2023 Project Next update is coming soon, starting from the 27th of June, the revamped emblem system, the Eruditio story, which Gideon likes, brand new hero, generous events, and remarkable bonuses are about to meet everyone. Log into the game if you want to know more about this new update. Man, I'm excited about that. Should we do a... Wait, now I just realized.
What?
Wait, this is the perfect panel for the SIMP podcast.
Welcome to the SIMP podcast. What does SIMP stand for, Wolf?
Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines.
So the simp table is here. Welcome everybody to the simp cast. That's the tagline. I love the tagline.
All right.
But honestly, with everything that's going on and considering that Blacklist is not evolving as much as we would like them to, we've seen adjustments, but we haven't seen a new phase of Blacklist.
I think we don't need to see a new phase of Blacklist. If they keep performing like this with the old style, right? I will say, I think Blacklist definitely have something in their pocket, right? They're just waiting for the right moment to show it up. Because again, if everything goes well, why show it out now?
Yeah. There are some arguments to that for sure, but I definitely agree with you. No need to change anything if you are winning, and if you are winning like in a very decisive manner. But it's gonna be a tall order for FIMP for sure. I think that we have prepared something for you guys to know more about this team as they are facing up against Blacklist International.
don't know, we are friends since like 6 years, so maybe that's our chemistry.
Genelde ya hepimiz aslında ya öyle bir kişi yok. Hani genelde koçumuz oluyor ama hepimiz birbirimizi seviyoruz o yüzden bir aradayız sürekli.
Kesinlikle Apex olabilir. Direkt ortaya atlıyor ve herkes sakinleştirip o çözüm buluyor.
Blacklist'te söylemek istediğim bol şans diliyorum. Karşılığında çok güçlü bir takım var. Geçen seneden daha güçlüyüz. İyi olan kazansın. Değil yani ister istemez bir gerginlik oluyor. Sahne heyecandan dolayı sanırım orada. Ama şu an gayet iyi bir durumdayız. Yani şu tartışmalarla dalacak bir takım değil.
Ya kesinlikle bir aile ortamı var çünkü biz yıllardır birlikteyiz. Takımımızda ne kadar değişiklik olsa da diğer arkadaşlarımla yıllardır birlikte oynuyoruz. Başka takımda oynadık, şimdi bir arada toplandık, birkaç yılda birlikte oynayacağız. Kısaca çok uzun yıllara dayanıyor ilişkimiz.
M4 ilk tecrübemizde onlara karşı kaybetmiştik. Şimdi ise biraz daha güçlüyüz. Kadromuzda birkaç değişiklik var ama eskisine göre çok daha güçlüyüz. Yenebileceğimizi düşünüyorum.
We are feeling good. We are waiting. We will be waiting for playoffs.
Blacklist'te başarılar diliyorum çünkü biz çok iyi bir takımız. Onlar için biraz zor bir maç olacak. Blacklist bizi bekle, biz geliyoruz.
Welcome back to the Sim Table. That was an amazing video and a heartwarming video for sure. And they look like they are prepared. They know that sometimes teams will argue. They say that, but they have a solid ground when it comes to like holding the team together. And that's from Apex 47. That performance, however, in game number 1, is it because of his playstyle or was it just because of the hero?
Honestly, I feel that it's about their playstyle, right?
Wow.
There is
okay,
a lot of differences that they have did, and let's not forget about the fact that they had to replace Rosa. Rosa made a huge debut at M4, and to be honest, I myself thought that FIMP might not go far without Rosa.
Same. Yeah, I think, Rosa was that standout player that we were all keeping our eyes on, something that was holding Incendio's supremacy together, which they were known as in M4, and also knocking out a Malaysian team, no big deal, right? But then we come over back into MSC, and the fact is, right now, it feels like they are only at half their strength. They're not in that position where the meta actually, well, I mean, the meta does favor them as they can be very diverse, but there's a level of polish that you need to take on Blacklist International.
And we simply just didn't see that level of polish in game number 1. Now, my question right now is the fact that, well, my question is, was that a strategy that they want to start game number 1 by giving Blacklist International their comfort picks and then reading them as they go? Something that a lot of teams have tried to do. RQ Hoshi last year, but it didn't work out for them. We don't need to talk about that. Anyways, Fireflux Impunity, this is how they take best of 5s, especially. You can really see in the best of 5s over, well, they play best of 3s as well. They like to read. They are slow starters into the game, right? And especially after watching that insider video, now I'm even more of a believer that, we might see a better Fireflux Impunity in game number 2. Maybe they take away the Fredrin. They do something different. Just don't do the Todak Hilda.
Yeah. All right. Be careful what you say in this table. Be careful what you say in this table. But you talked about insider information. I've heard that Bad Galsef, the coach now for FIMP, is he studied every single game in MPL Philippines because they're big fans of the MPL Philippines before M4 and now coming into MSC, and they feel that they are really prepared for that. It looked like they were prepared because they picked up the AA Mon, but I do feel that it was probably far too early to be picked up. Like third picked AA Mon.
I mean, generally, even if we're thinking about Amon as an assassin, right? You're looking for those early kills. You're trying to look for kills on specifically anybody who's squishy. In this case, it's supposed to be the queen, right? But notice the way that Blacklist plays. They look for that priority, sometimes even forcing priority when not necessary, just to make sure that the queen isn't up front. And that's when, King Y starts walking up, sees the Amon, is like, no. There's no way you're getting remotely close to the queen. The most we'll give you is Owl.
Yeah, that's what you get. But they did take out Owl I think just literally one time in a big team fight.
In the middle.
Yeah, in the middle. But then again, we're gonna be looking at other other ingredients here. I mean, we already talked about Edward. Yue was so good in this game though.
Yue was amazing, but what I actually want to touch on is a little bit on Owl, because Yue was able to snowball, but the fact of the matter is the way they were able to snowball early on was that gold lane, right?
Yeah.
Yue, sure, my bad, Owl, sure, wasn't really able to get a solo kill early on, but the pressure is all you need on the Brody. The fact that, you know, this matchup is a skill matchup, you add a Diggy, and it's no longer a skill matchup. The Beatrix is completely zoned away, free hits, free farm for the Brody, getting to that first BOD, I believe, and chunking turrets down. Once you get that gold lead from the gold buff or the gold turret minion, and then you transition over with the lane swap, that's how you control the game, and Blacklist are just pros at doing this.
Yeah, I mean, when we were looking at Hilda, right, if we want to really target that Diggy that's constantly babysitting onto the gold lane, the Hilda gotta do something about it. However, the Hilda has pretty much been all over the map trying to stick to their MO, be aggressive in the jungle, hold wise back.
We'll see if there will be adjustments for Fireflux Impunity as we head to game number 2. Blacklist did pick up the first pick in game number 1, and now will FIMP still stick to the red side? We're about to find out. I do feel that the Diggies should be just banned out here, and it will be the case of Fireflux Impunity now on the red side, second pick, and that's the first picked Valentina. Gentlemen, what do you think will be the answer for Fireflux Impunity?
Well, I think if Fireflux Impunity want to do anything, number one, they probably might want to take Fredrin out of the hands of Wise, because again, he has been such a good foundational block for Blacklist International. Don't allow him to be able to walk up on this tanky hero. Don't allow him to be able to snowball and run you down, and then maybe you can start alleviating this pressure from that mid lane, because at the end of the day, you know that Yue is going to have somebody to protect him.
Yeah. In that case, Fredrin is open. I'm actually surprised that the Novaria is a priority ban for FIMP, which you haven't seen it from Blacklist, but wow, Minotaur and Arlet. Currently, Edward holds the highest KDA among all players with a 19.33. 19 average KDA. He's followed by his teammate Yue with a total of 16. Man, Blacklist International stat padding.
Honestly, I'm relatively curious as to why FIMP is not willing to snag that Fredrin away. I mean, yes, for Kira, for the MCT, he's only played the Fredrin once. But I can say the same thing for Alice, Martis, Joy, Granger, Amon. They all are one game. So it's fair to say Kira can play the Fredrin, but they choose not to.
I think Kira is confident in his capabilities to play around it, right? Again, their bigger priority is the fact that they've already banned out the Diggy. Might as well take the Minotaur now and start affecting them here and make that impact in that first phase, and then force Blacklist International to try and answer them in the second part, which they have the advantage in because they get first pick in the second phase.
Yeah, and now without the Kaja and the Franco, the Joy was a pretty open pick for Blacklist International, especially after FIMP not even bothering to take it. They took out Arlott and Minotaur. Understandably so, but that means that Edward will once again have a great time in this game.
And you can understand now, whoa, okay, that's a Herod pickup. Hey, this Topup did this to game 2 anyways, or game 3 actually. Fireflux Impunity, right. The reason I believe they went for the Minotaur and the Arlet now, it's very, very understandable. They want to just deny all the picks coming in from Venus, and I honestly expect some more bans to Venus, or they might just go show some respect over to the gold lane, Owl. Especially after picking up the Herith here, maybe they want to just lock down some of the heroes that can actually escape from the Herith.
Though, it's always a difficult game.
The proof
going up
that
against
I'm
Blacklist,
still alive.
especially when Edward Joy is playing it. Without any kind of lockdown, how do you answer this? Do you go back to something like a Esmeralda? But I mean, you don't have access to it because you already picked up the Arlott. So.
That's the thing, right? When you're looking at the way, when you're looking at possible outs here, I think Blacklist International probably going to stick to what they already know, right? Ideally, they get the Beatrix. I don't know whether FIMP is going to let them have it. I'm guessing that they're going to ban it out regardless of what they do. But then we see the response, right? Blacklist International making sure that these assassin picks go down and they go down fast, because even when you have the Joy can only do so much unless she has a snowball, or I don't know if they start to feel a little crazy here, and I would love it. I would love it just to see Wise be like, sorry, Edward, this is mine for a day. Maybe just for one game. Just
Why not?
Give us a little bit more.
Yeah. that is not a far possibility, by the way, Gideon. It has been done before. Blacklist International, specifically Wise, even when he's picking up, 22 games on the Fredrin in one single season, he is willing to go for those pocket strategies, like Jungle Valentina, for example, the Atlas, where, we can expect that. But, okay, now heading into the second phase of the draft, how do you now correct this if you're FIMP? How do you actually deal with both the Fredrin and the Joy, apart from having this Parrot, for example?
Yikes. I mean, right now, they do, with the Minotaur, with the Arlet, they do have a very steady way to initiate into a fight, and they are pretty much all wanting to go all in onto Blacklist International for one big fight. So they will want to toss all of their ultimates out. Wombo combo Unga Bunga, perhaps. As such, they should probably stick to what they have on the MO and just continue to grab onto the opponents. There could even be a chance that Minotaur could go to the jungle. I would love to see them picking big ultimates such as Atlas even. They can at least work with some kind of pickoffs.
Alright, so right now, for Fireflux Impunity, they banned out 4. And they've picked 1 Minotaur, right? So technically 5 denied picks away from Venus. But my concern right now is, again, they left the Lancelot open. This usually sets up, especially now, I am even more of a believer in the Granger. Usually, well, NM4, remember, well, they need some more physical damage. There's no way they're going to be relying on the Arlet solely to deal damage here in this game. And the fact that, again, they completely disregarded, they completely ignored the Lancelot, that to a lot of people is the answer to the Fredrin. It shows me that they want to go for something bold. Exactly, the Granger. They ignored it. They didn't want to pick it, Fireflux.
Wait, what's left for Venus? Only the Lolita. That's all I can think of. Is there anything else that they pick, especially after the Faramis deny pick?
I think they are forcing Blacklist to pick a Lolita. Maybe that's why they are picking a Harif for themselves.
I suppose, because there is the angle where it's like, yeah, Blacklist International are going to play like team fight, but they also have the aspect of, hey, Edward, you can start pushing into the side lanes with this Joy and generally win your 1v1s, no problem. But how are you going to disengage? So the Lolita gets picked. We expected to see the Beatrix, and now we bounce back over to FIMP.
Blacklist International's owl is actually not a real owl.
Oh,
wait, really?
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, I thought he was an owl.
I thought he was an owl too.
I thought we were on the set of Alien Invasion.
Oh, wow. That was the most interesting stat we saw today. But here's another interesting fact. There could be the potential of a
swing.
Well,
Fanny!
I would have said Hayabusa, but man, they just flip it up. It's gonna be the Fanny, and everybody's happy about this. Are you guys happy about this aspect though?
Of
I
course.
like it.
Of course. Whenever you talk about assassins, there are 2 that come to mind, highly mechanical ones. Lancelot and as well as Fanny. Some may say even the Ling before it even came out. But at the end of the day, they needed damage, and this is a great source.
When I spoke to Incendio Supremacy at M4, back then they were called Incendio Supremacy, they said they were just capped by their mechanics. Macro-wise, they can think just like the C teams. Now, they're saying the Fireflux Impunity is better than Incendio Supremacy, so maybe this is one of the ways to prove to the world that mechanically, maybe now they are on par as well.
Well, we don't have to wait any longer. It's game number 2 for sure. Blacklist International going up against FIMP, and the Fanny was picked up. Abstract. Now, you have to take it away.
As we move on in Land of Dawn, approaching game number 2. Blacklist International versus FIMP as the creeps marches right out.
All right, Gideon, I have a simple question here, right? A lot of people have been able to make this Fanny work against Blacklist, but how do they make it work?
Most of the time when we start thinking about Fanny, right, we're talking about that early game pressure. We're trying to look for ways to kind of set up dives. So we have to start thinking about strong and weak-sided lanes. And in this particular case, it's going to be down on the bottom side of the map. But that's why Blacklist are sending Oh My Venus to make sure that Sunshine doesn't find that early aggression, doesn't find that early trade, and forces him back. The response for FIMP, send Apex back down.
So ultimately, what Blacklist International wants to have is a 2 versus 2 in the bottom lane and forces Apex 47 to, not give that much of a vision. Technically speaking, Fanny, once he's pretty much got his purple buff, he can pretty much zoom everywhere, and if FIMP doesn't really quite have that kind of understanding, it will not be that good.
Okay, that's a lot of damage placed onto Cura. Man, didn't expect that burst coming in, but Cura seems like he is comfortable on the Fanny. That is one of the concerns for a lot of people playing the Fanny on stage. Will you be able to make these mechanics, these cables work?
I mean, even if he's not getting these kills, right, at the end of the day, he is influencing.
They're going in again with the cables. Wise gonna be targeted down. Doesn't have the Appraiser's Wrath just yet, but now finds the stacks. The Appraiser's Wrath will be ready for him as Alien jumps in once again. Just there. Oh, the flicker from Alien! And he's gonna be able to fight for his blood! Maybe, just maybe a double kill, but Edward is able to escape. Farflux Impunity, already a very, very different playstyle here.
Oh, spicy stuff. I mean, immediately we start seeing the rotations. Immediately we see a potential dive, and Edward, he can't get back in there.
Murah, though, under the turret, will try to burst Yue down, and it's going to be Kazue, who barely is unable to find the range.
I really like the very fact that FIMP, they have got Sunshine and Kazue actually gonna be on the mystery shop. They want to get online a lot earlier. They're probably wanting to look for that snowball potential, riding all of that hope onto Cura.
I mean, yes, they are trying to make sure that they scale up as fast as they can, but it's the fact that they also have that Fanny, right? You're not expecting Fanny to do it all by herself.
That's right.
You need to have a couple of people to walk up. Now, these neutrals is where it's going to get difficult, because keep your eyes on Apex. You could turn these around.
All right, has to on blast charged in Venus, but it seems like Farflux Impunity, they understand that their composition is built around picking these members off in the early game, utilizing the Fanny, so they will just ignore the first neutral objective.
Even in these cases, right, we're hoping that Cura is able to kind of speed up the game, he's able to farm hard, but when you're up against a tank, and especially when you're up against Wise, he immediately is looking for that level lead. He wants to make sure that he starves his enemy opponent jungler out.
So currently Wise is at level 6, Kira is level 5. We're not really looking at too much of a gold lead, despite the fact that FIMP did manage to get a single kill, while Blacklist International gets that turtle take. In the meantime, right above the top line,
okay, Cura's gonna be locked down right now as Venus tries to go for the stun. The Apex 47 will pop in. A defensive Minute Furious. Gandaan Blast gets charged in, but a good flicker from Kazue to deny it off of Venus. Still a flicker burns out. Venus thought there was someone in the bush, but it turns out Farflux Impunity are again just avoiding team fights.
Yep, they don't need to interact with them right now. They're waiting for item power spikes, and especially if we're talking about item power spikes, we need to look at Sunshine right now. Currently level 5 against Owl, but he's struggling to walk out, right? Because we see time and time again, oh, if the Queen isn't in the mid lane, where is she going to be? Down by the bottom side.
Perhaps just running down onto the opponent's jungle will be the best case. Unfortunately, Cura didn't really quite manage to steal the purple buff.
Oh, and Alien's going to be baited in. Actually, now with the final slash as well, Alien should fall. And Blacklist International claim an equalizer kill in the 4th minute of the game. They might actually look for an invade even here into the enemy purple buff. But Kazua is able to clear it out. Apex 47 is able to just give vision to Farflux Impunity.
Generally rather passive, and that's supposed to be the way that FIMP is going to be playing this composition. We're expecting Farmers to start stacking for as long as possible until he's able to get that early. I'm guessing he's going to go for the scaling type type item build, probably going Pocket Destinies. If he wants to go for something to stack up a little bit faster, even can go for the Enchanted Talisman. That's generally up to him. He's got the components for it, but now we look at the next upcoming turtle up on that top side, and FIMP, they want to snowball through bottom. What? Blacklist, they've got a read.
Oh, good read by Venus, opening up the map once again, but that's going to be the knock-up onto Venus right now. The calls are stolen away. Minute Fury connecting, and Venus should fall here to Cura. Owl with the Bruce Passion right now. Sunshine pops his on force. Up top, a trade, a good one for Blacklist International. Again, playing for the objectives.
FIMP are very much on the ball. They're constantly trying to get themselves ahead of the action on the side of Blacklist International. However, they are also not paying a lot of attention onto the objective. We've got Blacklist International that got 2 already so far, and bottom lane.
Zaman Force popped. Sunshine defensive. Defensive, very defensive. Blacklist International pushing the pace right now. So it's going to be actually just ambush here with a forced cold alter out. Cura's looking for the back line, but it's not going to be able to find you as he dodges away from the cable. Well, wait. He's waiting for it. Oh, he finds the snipe, but it's not enough to take him down as the stun comes through. Cura is able to escape. It should just be Blacklist International with a free siege down below, and yes, it will. Perfect execution.
I am just, heavy deep breathing there, deep breathing. I thought that snipe for sure. He was holding it for a long time. He wanted to make sure he was real accurate with that one. But as we explained before, FIMP, they're going to take their time with this. And yes, bottom tier 1, that means that Beatrix is on lock. So now the initiative is on Blacklist International to keep the momentum up. Just like in game number 1, we saw that tier 1 fall, and instantly the lane swap comes after. And Wise, look at him, Psycho Frederick, 2 levels up. He's going to keep doing this.
It's really unfortunate for the side of Fanny. Doesn't really have the orange buff to pretty much work with, while Wise is just threading within their jungles. Now, they're gonna have to deal with the threat of having a Joy that's proxying in the bottom lane, or perhaps even the Beatrix all the way out the top lane, farming, trying to bring down the first defense turret. Where do they even put all their emphasis on?
Well, if I was Blacklist International, I would definitely be going to that top side. But FIMP, they can recognize this. They're like, okay, we saw how this worked out in the last game. Maybe we can just slow down that top side and look to catch somebody off that river, because in about 9 seconds, the next turtle is going to come through. The Blacklist still have to choose one of these objectives.
Ooh, wow. Minion Fury with a flicker from Yue, trying to just catch Sunshine, but it was a good read. Sunshine playing it again, just defensively. 6 minutes in, now to 7. Blacklist International holding on to that gold lead as Fireflex Impunity look for Prio for the first time ever that they will contest for a neutral objective. epicLegend now with a Minion Fury flicker combo! 5 more members! The first is there, the blast charge in, Venus finds 3! Bakura is on the back, just dodging away. Wise now taunting up, disengaging, but Fireflex Impunity, they might have found a way back into the game.
You can definitely see the difference of Minoan Furies there. Yue, it's clear that he doesn't play Minotaur that often in comparison to Apex, who times that third hit so very well.
I thought that FIMP might possibly get a lot more out of the Minoan Fury. 4 men out, I thought FIMP had the damage, but it makes sense, right? They're still waiting for the perfect time to eventually bring in the action, because their damage is just not quite there.
Retry battle right now, and it might just be disastrous for Cura, but that's gonna be Wise who steals it away with a Retribution.
They're punishing him. They're using Wise's lead. This is what I talk about when we think about multiple outs, right? For this mid-game right now, Owl, he's going to have the time of his life, but he can't necessarily push the tempo. Wise can, and he's going to keep on starving out Cura for the majority of this game. 2 levels up. You want your purple buff, you're going to have to fight me with your entire team, which is exactly what Blacklist wants, especially when Apex doesn't have his own ult.
Well, so pretty much we're going to be expecting top lane.
Numina Blast and the Menace Rage, a late Cold Altar from Kazooie, not able to save his roamer. But I do want to talk a little bit about that turret falling in the bottom lane, because that was the reason they started rotating and invading.
That's why it's trigger points, right? Trigger points every single time. Blacklist follows a code, people that are trying to break. Yes, it follows the fundamentals, but the adaptation on top of that is what sets them apart from everybody else. Oh, God!
Whoa! Solo kill, utilizing the Master Assassin talent emblem. But look at top lane right now. Kazooie trying to bring Wise back with the Shadow Stampede, but Wise will just say, I'll walk and dash towards you. Now with the taunt, having full stacks for the Appraiser's Wrath. Gonna go and steal away the orange buff, but down below, Cura will be able to pick up a turret to trade it away. Appraiser's Wrath was used up.
Wise truly does not care about the fact that he is in opponent's territory. He's very beefy, and unfortunately, FIMP just doesn't have the damage to work with him. FIMP's damage really shines in the backline.
This is the buff freeze, by the way, that Blacklist are doing right now. Oh, it's an early retry!
Oh my!
From Cura, and that could be disastrous. Notice how the purple buff of Blacklist is not being touched at all.
No way to rotate, and especially with the neutral objective of Lord being on the top side. If anybody tries to go for Wise's purple, there's just no way. They will be spotted out, and there's no way to flank at the same time, right? They're covering all of the ground here. And FIMP, you know, considering everything that's happened, I'm surprised that Blacklist are only 1.6k ahead. FIMP, they've got everything going for them, right? They've got 2 turrets. They've also got a little more kills.
This is called the buff freeze. This is what Blacklist like to do up against a Fanny or anyone who is very reliant on the purple buff. They kill up the big purple buff, but leave the small ones so it doesn't respawn, and they continuously just invade to the enemy jungle to take the purple buff away.
Making sure that you don't have it, especially if you are an assassin that relies on it. Now, looking on that top side, again, Blacklist, it looks like they want them to walk up and fight.
Well, it's just pretty much Blacklist International just playing the Lost Dance. They're trying to do whatever that they can to just drag it on for a little while longer, waiting for FIMP to eventually make a mistake. They want FIMP to engage onto them while Blacklist International does their signature counter-engage. FIMP just can't find the avenue, and they probably just want to wait for the Kazooie to actually make his way in. Or perhaps Apex47 to go in first with a Minoan Fury. But FIMP just taking their own sweet time. They're biding their time, and only when the log gets a lot lower, then they will probably go for it.
So now blast with the flicker. Apex47 is going to fall with the Menace Rage used up. A lot of ultimates.
As much as they want to try, Apex is still going down. With this Lord being slain, this is the next trigger point for Blacklist International. They have their win con going for them, and now the snowball is going to continue from here on until about the 14th minute of the game. If not the IMP, they've been playing relatively passive in the early. We've seen them trade pretty evenly during the mid, and as we start rotating, especially when we're transitioning into the later stages of the game, right, we have to keep our eyes on people like Sunshine. How is he really, realistically trying to get in on this fight? They need to bait out, number one, the Numenon Blast. And Owl, I don't think he's going to be in a position which really compromises him unless he really flubs or makes a mistake. Or the secondary engage tool. Alien with the final slash, maybe with a flicker, could look for something big.
I don't think the FIMP have got the item that they want in order to deal with the front lines, or perhaps even onto the back lines. Kura, one of the main damage dealers of the team, don't have his buff, and they rely a lot onto that cables. So even if FIMP has got all of those setups coming in from Kazue, or perhaps even from Apex 47, or perhaps even from Alien, how exactly are they supposed to bring the mid lines, or perhaps the back lines down? Sunshine is not quite there yet. 1-0-1, don't have much of that pressure. But Blacklist, every single one of the players, every single one of these heroes have pressure.
They're going to have to scale then. I mean, Alien, ooh, final slash into the top rush here just to try and make it work. And even for Kura, right, it's difficult for him to farm in his own jungle. Blacklist have that level of influence over him.
And that should be the red tree again from Wise. He picks up the purple buff. There's not much Fireflux Impunity can do at this point, but just wait it out. Turtle in their base, looking for trades across the board. And this is the risk of bringing a Harith into the gold lane. Did you see the difference in goal between Beatrix and Harith?
Huge. Quite a significant difference here. But let's not forget, right? Kazue, he's still stacking up pretty quick. The fact that he hasn't died, meaning that his charges are slowly becoming bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until he falls down. That's when we're expecting to see him start to fall off. So they still have an opportunity in these big 5v5 fights. And if they can kind of clump them up together with the final slash into the Minoan Fury, maybe there's an opportunity there. But at the end of the day, Kura, it's not like it's up to him, right? He just has to wait it out.
But even over time, Kazue's fall off will start to get a lot more apparent. And Blacklist International, they're still taking their own time.
A blast from Venus all the way to the back line right now, but Kazue is still able to survive. That's a terrifying, in Fury as well. That's a three-man knockup coming in. That's Venus taken down. Kura's looking for more. Doesn't have the energy necessary to look for more, but they will take it. A 1-for-0 in favor of Fireflux Impunity.
Now, notice that Blacklist International, if this was a team that was dead even with them, and especially if Fanny maybe had a purple buff, I don't think they would have even tried to attempt to go for such an aggressive play. But the fact is, they've got all the resources in the world, and they know that it's a clear disadvantage. Wait, hold on.
No call alter. Edward's using it. Sunshine's gonna be gunned down, and Edward finds the kill with the rhythm and the vengeance. Now Alien is the next target on the primary. Listen, Owl takes him out with an Amir's Passion, swaps out to the Renner's Apathy. He wants to look for his snipe here, but nobody's low enough. Meanwhile, down below, Kura is able to pick up 2 turrets, tier 1 and tier 2. Actually, the tier 1 was taken away earlier. Look at Yue, the way they're sandwiching Kura down. The Filipino sandwich, but Kura is still able to escape. He saved the energy, and he bought enough time. Now Blacklist International, they've sent Wise all alone to go for the Lord. Film, what do they do?
They can't. They have to give this Lord here unless Kura is going to try and be a hero, try to be a legend to steal this away. I don't see it realistically happening.
Apex 47 is not looking good at all. The entirety of Blacklist International just wants to zone the entirety of FIMP away.
Oh, Kura has to use the cables defensively. Edward's going to be chased down, but Sunshine can't get that basic attack to reset the second skill, and Wise will just go to town. Yue actually is the one who takes the orange buff.
I mean, Yue has been playing a very hot game since game number 1, coming into game number 2 as well. He's been making sure that he is holding on to these big ticket ultimates, whether it be the Minoan Fury or whether we are seeing him hold on to the Cult Altar. These are insurance policies, right? And you can tell that this time, Blacklist International, they want to fight to win.
Ow, indeed. Owl threading the needle. Apex 47 and Alien were in front of him. The fact that he found Sunshine, that was impressive. Kura, again, just having to micromanage these waves without the purple buff. Can you imagine being a walking Fanny?
It's not fun. And in 6 seconds, Wise is going to get another purple buff too.
The Lord is eventually going to be making his way down to the bottom lane. All of the exterior stars is going to be finding a lot of problems.
Minoan Fury, but the Minoan Blast is right there. Final Splash cancels it out as Apex 47 is able to flicker out of the range. Alien using the Vengeance.
Just jumping back and forth, resetting to save that base turret, but in the mid lane, the tier 2 should fall. Doesn't seem like it's gonna fall. As Blacklist, they will go and prioritize. Oh, wow, ow! They'll go prioritize the purple buff, but yeah, Owl, very rude, he cut me off.
A lot of damage here. I mean, at this point, it's basically the mid-tier 2 is essentially done for, right? They've got the Beatrix. Wait, hold on.
Alien caught as the final slash though, but the Appraiser's Wrath locks onto him and he's gonna be forced to commit the flicker out. And Owl, once again, is just sieging. This is why the Beatrix is so prio right now. Once you get that snowball, go! How? Owl is a monster on this Beatrix.
He's real accurate. He's taken a couple of notes from Oheb for sure. Oh, they're going to continue doing this, right? Siege them underneath the turret. Utilize Renner as much as they can and start harassing their opponents underneath their inhibitor turrets.
And this is where the kind of like the snowball begins, right? Blacklist International has mostly been playing very safe, and they are just kind of holding onto the river line. And only once they have gotten more of the objective, they got a second Lord onwards, FIMP just gets completely starved out of food, and there's just not much of that skilling that we want to see. By then, Blacklist International already is way, way ahead, and with the 7,000 gold ahead, they can pretty much tank up against any shots from FIMP.
I mean, we say that, but also the fact that FIMP is at 44, it means that this gold lead is soon about to end. It really doesn't matter how much gold, unless you're thinking about situational items, which Blacklist needs to start taking full advantage of if they want to close out this game.
If he finds another snipe, that's going to be insane.
But it doesn't even need to connect Venus with the Numenal Blast and Yue with the Minu and Fury. The combo together right on time as well. How do you get better than this? Blacklist International are playing the cleanest MLBB I have ever seen.
It's like 5 men left, but Sunshine finds himself taken down.
Bennett's rage to take him out with his Amon Force already popped in. Cura as well finds a tier 2 up top, but it doesn't matter. Blacklist respond to every single play, but they're also able to react and make these proactive movements.
All right. Blacklist agents out there. Somebody has got to draw Wise on Fredrin as Dio, because he just walks you down. He's a psycho for a reason. He knows he's strong.
Oh, what do you even do right now? Farfetch's impunity. Cura tried to look for an opening to go for that Lord, but he just simply can't. He gets bursted down by Yue, Edward, Owl.
You just let it happen for now. You really just gotta let it happen, because no matter what they do, Blacklist International is able to stop you in their tracks. They know for a fact that Oh My Venus doesn't have that flicker. Oh, Kira, please get out of here. Your team is gonna need you for this upcoming Lord push. And even when we're looking at the items, right, we're slowly getting to that max. Couple more until we see those final items, but a majority, and especially the core items that are necessary, are there. In comparison to look over to Blacklist International with their 8.7k lead, they can start switching them out however they like.
I was really wanting to hope and see the Sunshine will be able to do a little bit more into the front lines as long as the Summon Force is available. However, Blacklist International's ultimate bases, and they are just constantly jumping right in and catching FIMP out. The only thing that they can do is just immediately back off and doesn't really have much of a fight.
Oh, he's gonna get it down.
Damn! Ow, why are you so good? Mid Fury now, Apex 47 is gonna be locked down with the Numenal Blast. Alien into the midst with a vengeance, but he gets bursted down too quick. Owl getting people down with the Nibiru. He walks off forward. Cura's able to clear out the Lord right now. The Miniways come crashing down. Cura on the tables once again. But Owl finds another. He is indeed unstoppable! Owl is the new Filipino sniper. He'll take that mantle from Oheb.
Oh my god. How accurate is he? I don't know what Oheb has told him, but they've got some kind of secret tech there to make sure that they land every single one of those shots. FIMP get closed out of this game. They play passive, but there was never a time where they felt in control of this game at all.
Snipes after snipes after snipes. It would have been amazing to also see Blacklist International playing the Novaria, but unfortunately that's not gonna happen. But Valentina, that play from the US, it constantly, like I said before, it's all about IMU. Constantly having a lot of uptimes, he's constantly making the fights work out, stealing the Minoan Fury, and echoing right after the big Lolita's Numenal Blast.
It's so disgusting. And let's not forget the fact that I feel like Yue and Owl,
The dance.
initially when they...
The dance!
Every single time, every international tournament, Manjin, you know he's going to get the Filipinos riled up and knows how to show his support to his teams. But yes, I think the rookies right now, they feel really comfortable on the international stage because they weren't playing like this at the very beginning.
Wait, Alberto, taking away the Filipino sniper tag from Oheb to Owl. Do you think that is actually what is happening now?
Well,
that's a bold claim.
I thought I was like, when I was in the game, I wanted to say that earlier, but I'm like, nah, you know what? It takes more. But then he did that in the final moment, and I'm sold. I'm sold. Take it. Just take it now. Take it.
I can't blame you. Can't blame you. The way that they played it. By the way, this is a game where there was a lot of deny. You yourself have mentioned it. Four bans and 1 deny pick.
Technically 6 deny picks now, because the fairness was taken away as well.
That's true. Then, they still pick up the Lolita, and oh my Venus was so good at that hero.
I honestly thought that the Harif would have been able to do a lot more, right?
Yeah.
Even though it kind of seems like a bit like, okay, we ban all of these, we pick up the Harif, and then you pick up the Lolita.
Our MVP. No, I think this is uncontested. Look at that. 6-1-1 connection with the
Makes sense.
ultimate. He's really on point with the sniper. Gideon is... What else could we say about the MVP of the game?
That he's comfortable, that even when he's up against a matchup where generally it gets a little bit difficult, especially in those early stages, the fact that Owl is feeling this comfortable and this good about himself, he is finding his own pathway here in the international tournaments. He is brushing off that greenness and really turning into a veteran. Because look, the fact is, he was dominating the early game against this Harith, and he continues to carry that lead all the way once the trigger points happen for Blacklist.
There's just constantly many moments where Blacklist International completely breaks down the ability of Cura to even make his way to assassinate Owl. Time and time again, Owl was just left completely unattended, and Blacklist International took this game by the neck and allowed Owl to roam around completely freely.
Look at that beautiful start coming up from Venus, then followed up by a stolen or copied Minoan Fury. And I wanna put your... Whew, that was nasty.
See, okay, no.
Okay.
Just enjoy the moment right now.
Let's
Look at the snipes. Look at the snipes.
watch out for the normal attack
Okay.
on the sniper. Watch out.
This is it. This is it.
This is it. Owl. There it is.
Here it is.
Yeah.
This one?
Oh, wow.
I couldn't even see the line. Not gonna lie, I couldn't see the line at all.
Because that's how accurate he is. He's making
He
sure
doesn't
that-
need the line.
Yeah, he doesn't even
need
need
the
the
line.
line. Literally,
Raw
if,
crosshairs.
even if Munton decided, you know what, let's take away the cross. Well, it's not really a crosshair. It's the laser sight, essentially,
sight,
right?
yeah.
The guiding line
Yeah,
to
yeah.
show the projectile. I think Owl would still hit that no problem.
It feels like he's playing a first-person shooter. He just feels like he has everything correct.
Yeah,
the settings.
The flick of the wrist.
The flick of the wrist.
The flick of the wrist. Hey,
Wow.
who knows? They might even add gyro to it for all we know. He's holding his phone up there. It's like, I can still hit this.
Whip his entire body from one side to another.
Oh my god. 12-6, Blacklist International felt like a very slow game. Even when it went to almost 20 minutes, kind of felt to me that it was Blacklist's game all along. There was some flares of brilliance coming out from FIMP, but overall, Blacklist International, they have controlled the map.
I mean, it's not only control over the map, but they've also played to a very similar playstyle in Malaysia before. They don't want to get backdoored again. They don't want any of that crazy nonsense. They're making sure that when they are collapsing onto their enemies, they are checking the boxes, the strong fundamentals. And I mean, mastering the basics literally in his name, making sure that there is no outs, no angle that FIMP can actually get through. Purple buffs. Every single one has been taken away after the 8th minute. Sideways, always handled. And I mean, maybe in game number 1 there was a punishment from Sunshine, but other than that, they still continue to press their advantages and collapse towards the mid lane.
You really, I mean, okay, I'll just tell you guys, all right? I was spoiled a little bit by Wolf, because he showed me the purple buff freeze, and you were really excited about it, so talk to us about it.
Like you said, it was one of the go-to plays that Blacklist International does. Because they always play up against Fanny and Ling, and people will think that, oh, this is the way to go against Blacklist International, surely. And they have so many layers of defenses to that one layer is that purple buff freeze, because it really is so annoying to play against.
Remind me if I'm correct about this. Season 9, as well as Season 10, they did this pretty often. Season 11, I'm not 100% sure. You can double check me on that one.
I have to check it back, but I'm fairly certain that Seasons 9 and 10, they did that.
Very, very often as well. So now that we have a more diverse meta, at least it's good to see that they have kind of, filled in the textbook. I swear, if Blacklist International came up with the Mobile Legends textbook, everybody would be like, you know what, this is pretty accurate.
I mean, Blacklist International is literally just playing the game as defense is the best offense. Even though they have been, taken down a couple of times, those few kills doesn't seem like FIMP got much value out of.
Yeah, and I think that when it comes to the actual trades that we saw from this game, when it comes to just like FIMP gets a kill, they immediately go to a lane and just push that, maybe get some outer turret energy shields, or maybe a complete turret. When they go for a split push, they just literally rush the turtle like or the Lord and just take it away. And the Blacklist International are masters of that trade. And unfortunately, it's like FIMP, they studied how Blacklist International plays. They drafted accordingly. They have their own preparation, but it kind of feels like in action, like in execution, they get beat,
I mean, we did see a lot of similarities, right? As much as we saw Blacklist International trade hyper efficiently against FIMP, Cura as well at the same time, right? When he's sitting in the jungle, you're expecting him, without the purple buff, what exactly is he supposed to be doing?
Right.
He's getting side lane pressure still. He is still finding farm wherever he can. He's still making sure that Venus is kept in check to a certain degree, right? Pressure Owl, force Venus to kind of move towards that side of the map, and hopefully that opens up a little bit more breathing space for the EXP laners.
Honestly, for me, right, I'm looking at it, we're talking about a lot of macro. That's really what's impressive about Blacklist International, because even with a few counters, it's fine. So if Keller is the gold standard of gold laners, they're the gold standard Blacklist of teams.
Wow, of macro teams. Okay. Oh, maybe we'll discuss that later on, because now I think that we are ready up on stage with Mara for an interview.
Back in the crowd, Robbie and I are here with Manjin and Leo. How you guys doing?
Sorry, Manjin is not here.
Oh, okay.
My name is Manjizi.
Manjizi.
Manjizi.
Manjizi. All right.
Hey, I heard that you are big fans of FIMP, right?
That's right. I've been a fan of them since M4, and this was a very close game. I have to say, this was a very close game, and I think just a little bit more, they could get one over Blacklist.
Wow, that's really interesting. And now my question back to you is that why you think that FIMP will win this battle?
All right, did you see what Cura was doing? Did you see Cura?
I saw.
You see that Fanny?
Yeah.
See that Fanny? If that's not banned, that's dangerous.
Okay. Well,
all right.
They think that they're gonna make a comeback, but Manjizi, it's 2-0.
Right.
Do you think this is gonna be a sweep?
I think so. I think we will go home early.
Oh?
Because I think...
Are we gonna go home early? How about...
Because I think there's a curfew,
There's a curfew.
In Cambodia, so we need to go home early. So Blacklist, I think they need to finish this.
They need to finish this right away with a sweep.
God.
Robbie, how about this? Let's get them to settle this out.
Sure.
Leo, what does FIMP have that Blacklist doesn't have? And Manjizi, what does Blacklist have that the other team doesn't have?
I really want to know that too.
We're gonna settle this. All right, you start first.
Okay. Fireflock's Impunity mid laner isn't even really their mid laner. So if it came this close, that means Blacklist should watch their back.
Watch their back, okay. Okay.
I love that. I love that energy that he has it.
All right. I think, first of all, I want to wish FIMP good luck to game number 3 because this is their dream come true. They commend Blacklist. They're fans of this team. But what Blacklist has is the support of the Filipino people.
Where's the support of the Filipino people?
I can't hear it.
Okay, we got the support of the Filipino people here. What do you guys have?
Hey, what about FIMP? Can I Here's your voice.
Let's go!
Let's go!
Make some
FIMP!
noise.
I think I say this
not
on behalf. I think I say this on behalf of all of the Turkish fans watching, okay? You listen up. Hadi Turkiye!
Oh, what does that mean?
Let's go Turkey.
Oh,
let's go Turkey.
Okay, how do you say let's go? In Tagalog.
Let's go in Tagalog?
Yeah. He said let's go in Turkish. Okay, let's do that for Blacklist.
Tara na!
Tara na!
Pilipinas!
Tara na! Laro na natin to! Pilipinas! Okay, if you can big up FIMP, what else can you say about them?
Well, our players are really tall.
Oh!
Okay.
Oh!
They have that advantage.
We have the tallest
He's
one.
right.
They're really tall. And if looks could kill, we are dead. Okay, what about Blacklist?
Have you seen Coach Bad Joseph?
Yes. Huge respect for the bad girls. For Team Bad Girls.
If you stand beside
Bad
the
girls.
Turkish player,
Yes.
how will you look like?
I will look like his little brother.
You will look like his little brother. All right, he's bigging up FIMP. They're really tall. What about Blacklist International?
We have the W for Wise, win, and we have V for victory, Venus.
Wow.
V for victory, Venus. Okay.
និយាយពីថាឃើញថាលើកំពុងតែឌឺគ្នាខ្លាំងមែនទែនរវាង Blacklist ជាមួយនឹង FIMP ឃើញថាឥឡូវនេះ fan របស់ Blacklist គឺនៅទីនេះច្រើនមែនទែនហើយកំពុងតែធ្វើការឌឺដងមកកាន់ FIMP ហើយលើយើងនឹងចង់ដឹងថាតើនៅក្នុងការប្រកួត Battle ចុងក្រោយថាតើ Turkey ឬក៏ FIMP អាចយកឈ្នះជាមួយនឹង Blacklist បានដែរឬទេចាំទៅទស្សនាទាំងអស់គ្នា
Now for everybody watching at home, let's hype them up, Leo. What do we have to say to watch out for match number 3? Because you think they're going to win this. You think they're going to make a comeback. So what's your message to them?
For all of the fans of Fireflux Impunity all around the world, not just in Turkey, because I know the way that they've been playing so far in the group stage and in the knockout stage of MSC, they've won some fans over. I'd like to say, keep supporting Fireflux Impunity. And again, your opponents are very strong. Blacklist is walking up. Again, Hadi Turkiye Ganjilam!
អូខេ fan របស់ Turkey មិនមែនត្រឹមតែនៅក្នុង Turkey តែមួយនោះទេប៉ុន្តែ fan របស់ Turkey FIMP around the world នៅជុំវិញពិភពលោកតែម្ដងសូមធ្វើការគាំទ្រទៅកាន់ FIMP បន្តទៀតហើយ Turkey ឬក៏ FIMP នឹងទទួលបានជ័យជំនះនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃណាមួយជាក់ជាមិនខាន สู้FIMP make some noise there
Manjizi, how about you? Let's pump up everybody watching right now for Blacklist International.
All right, all the Blacklist agents, they know this. Blacklist! That's it. We're going home early. We're going to have early dinner.
We're going to see if it's going to be a reverse sweep, and we're going to see if it's going to be an early dinner for today. So we're going to go back to the casters. Let's take it to see the world.
Thanks so much, Mara Rabi, and of course, Man GZ apparently.
GZ.
Yeah,
Different
he's
guy
not
to the guy who,
different.
yeah.
Looks familiar, looks oddly familiar. And also, of course, Leo, who is now the Turkish ambassador, so it seems, when it comes to MobileLegends, when it comes to MPL. Game number 3 upcoming in about 2 minutes in. You know, gentlemen, what else can FIMP do against Blacklist International? What do you think?
I think a lot of this is going to come down to cleaning up their gameplay, especially when it comes down to lane dominance, right? Again, I mentioned this before. When you are going up against Blacklist International, it's not just about the macro, it's making sure that your micro is clean too. So if you have losing lanes, they will take advantage of you. If you don't have that level of fine-tuning and polish, that's when you start losing out in these bigger team fights, right? Because yes, the Turkish, they're making some smart decisions, very similar to Blacklist International. The only disadvantage is the fact that their winning outcome is apparently a losing lane when it shouldn't be.
I think the other thing that they can look out for as well is to have a more clear direction as to how do they want to get themselves into the win condition. Perhaps pit themselves with a winning matchup when it comes down to the early and the laning phase for their gold laners. When it comes down to the junglers, some early game junglers that doesn't require so much conditioning, or rather so much conditions to be unlocked. Such as, I mean, we're talking about Fanny. You need a purple buff to be unlocked, you need a purple buff to really do exceptionally well. In the meantime, for Lancelot, you are capable of holding down the fort in the early and the mid stages of the game. I thought that would have been a lot better for them.
I think that's a good point, right? I mean, the Lancelot was open in the first phase of bans. It wasn't banned out until the very end for Blacklist International. So, looking at it, I think, yes, they need an answer to the Fredrin. Whether it's a ban... Oh, we do have a player swap.
Wow,
Lunar
okay.
is going to be back now into the mid lane. No longer going to be Kazuya here playing for FIMP. But back again to my point. Fredrin, you need to respond to that. You need to have a proper answer. Lancelot, counter pick, deny pick, or ban. Martis even. But at this point, I feel like, again, you try to counter with a Fanny, you try to counter the team composition that sticks together with a split push hero. Blacklist has a way to just outsmart that. So maybe not counter, maybe try to ban it at this point.
Okay, we'll see.
I really want to see them ban the Fredrin because it worked out so well for Blacklist. However, FIMP has already played 2 games of Fredrin, or rather played against 2 games of Fredrin. What if they already have an idea how to deal with this Fredrin for game number 3?
That is a big question though, because even, you know, a lot of teams have already like faced this kind of, like you said, 22 games in MPL Season 10. So they probably know how Wise operates with that, but they still can't defeat it, which kind of makes me think that maybe that is going to be the answer. By the way, I just want to mention that Lunar subbing in is very important. Now Kazuya is not going to be playing. This is the 3rd mid laner for Fireflux Impunity, because unfortunately Rosa will not be available. And Leo have said himself, it's not even the final form of FIMP, but man, they kind of wish that would be the case. Now the adjustment will be Lunar in, so there will be a lot of changes when it comes to dynamic. Do you think that this will change the outcome?
Well, here's the thing. When it comes to changing the outcome, the last time we saw Lunar come in, that's when we saw some funky picks here. You know, Esmeralda in the mid lane, Phoveus even started to show up. Keep in mind that does change the dynamic of the draft, maybe even a little bit. And I don't know how big that binder is that Dexter carries around, but knowing Blacklist International, I'm sure that they've already calculated the possible outcomes here.
No, they've been carrying that around since M3, right?
No, it's a different one because this is a green binder. And the M3 one was a clear binder. I remember this very distinctly.
Okay.
And yeah, M3 was yellow. It was Bonchen who played. Yeah, that was right. That was also yellow. So
M2 is blue.
Wait, no.
You almost got it.
Nice try.
There's an imposter among us.
A previous match recap, a 2-0. You can see the priorities now being the Joy, the Fredrin, the Valentina. The last 2 picks will be Lolita. And if you're going to be looking at FIMP, you see the Minotaur, you see the Faramis, the Nye picks, and then, of course, the bands, which you not see here. But we know for sure that Blacklist International, even after 6 attempts on clearing out the heroes for Oh My Venus, they still win with the Lolita. My oh my. The Hack of Venus strategy has proven to be a misconception against Blacklist International. It never worked. They tried again this time. Should it be different?
Personally, I don't think just focusing down on Venus is the way to go, right? Again, they have strong laners, like really strong laners. Edward is always reliable. If we're looking at Yue and as well as Al, I think they feel way too comfortable in their own lanes. They are not getting priority bans. They're not getting hard focused down. They get good matchups at the same time, and even 50-50 matchups. They're like, this is better than what we get in MPLPH. Half the time they get targeted down just because they're rookies.
Well, perhaps a little bit of a difference when it comes down to the drafting would make a very good difference. And like we said, you know, having Lunar into the game, it would make it or break it, right? I mean, in the game for MCT Turkey, they don't have this kind of weird picks, right? They played, Luna played Fasa, Kadita, Yves, Joy, Lilia, and Valentina. To be honest, when I was watching MTC, I didn't even know that Luna is an EXP laner until I came here at MSC, where he picked up EXP laner in the mid lane.
Yeah, again, I feel like, yes, that's what they did to qualify for MSC, but you gotta understand again, to be completely honest, this is a different level, completely. They're up against gods of the game right now, right? In Blacklist International as well. I think they gotta try to change something in the pick phase as well, because they've been sticking on red side as well, right?
So what do you do now if you are actually on the blue side against Blacklist International? What else? What do you stack the Fredrin?
First pick Fredrin, maybe that could be the way to go.
And like flex into the mid lane, maybe not. But Blacklist International and Farfetch Infinity are gonna meet again for the third time this series. So far, Blacklist has been owning 2-0. Can it be a different story come game number 3? Let's find out through the draft. And I think that we have not decided yet on the sides.
I mean, I'm already seeing bans on the player's side. I'm expecting to see it, and here we go. Yup, they're swapping sides. FIMP are going to be first pick, Blacklist International on second.
I love right now the FIMP finally banned out onto the Fredrin, but remember, back to the question. Banning the Fredrin is going to slightly change Blacklist International's games. That means the FIMP, whatever that they have did in Game 1 and Game 2, can't exactly be applied, and you can't exactly really work on changing your gameplay in order to cater to that Fredrin.
Well, I suppose, but I'm just glad that we might have an opportunity to be blessed with King Wise going on a Lancelot potentially. He's been playing Fredrin for so very long. Just give it to him. Or if he wants to give the people a special treat, take Ling as well, right? I mean, they've already shown the fact that the Varia has been locked in. You want to be able to take it out. But first, Blacklist International prioritizing, making sure that both Minotaur as well as Valentina are picked up, knowing that the Diggy is banned out, that AoE stun is, AoE knockup and slow is not really going to get punished just yet.
You can see that the priority on the Novaria means that you want to get for a kind of poke kind of composition. Novaria is great at poking. But then again, Blacklist International, with this sustain coming up from the Minotaur, they don't care at all. They can just really top up when it comes to their health with this Minotaur. And of course, the Valentina, the UA has been playing so well this game. FIMP, what do they actually take here? The Joy, perhaps?
This is my question, right? Because, like you said, you know, poke versus the sustainability from the side of Blacklist International, I never really liked it. I thought that they needed something more bursty in this case. Right now, FIMP have decided to pick up a Bane as well as an Arlet. I want to see them being able to drag team fights a little bit, while their backliners, their win condition, is still able to constantly shred things out. I'm looking at the fact that Blacklist International will probably pick a Barat into the jungle. And I would want to see a carry on the side of FIMP. Really just shred down the front lines, eventually to make it through to the back.
That's assuming that they get access to it. Let's see what this final pick coming in for Blacklist International is going to be on their face, because the fact that they locked in that Bane and also picked the Arlet, I was already thinking Arlet, but the fact that they got Bane, just the research that they have done, especially on Wise, I think it's very well done. Take away combo components, essentially.
Yeah, for sure. The Joy is gonna be picked up by Blacklist International. The term Ube strat made by Blacklist International actually stands for Ultimate Bonding Experience, where all 5 players come together to pressure any area in the Land of Dawn. Maybe for all of our new viewers out there, and especially because we have invited the Western scene here at MSC, you probably have heard Ube being talked about so much. This is actually the inspiration behind it, and it's a delicacy in the Philippines.
It's delicacy, or some may say sweet potato, depending on what particular language in Southeast Asia you're utilizing. But yes, at the end of the day, it's all about being as 5, as a literal complete unit, which is what Blacklist International continue to show pure level of, high level of polish on it. And we do see the Melissa as well as the Akai. It's clear that FIMP are making sure that they don't want them to disengage from their combo. But that's the thing, right? Does FIMP want to make sure that they double down on the combo components, initiating combo components rather than the payoffs, or disengage?
It seems like they are trying to commit now on to a priority ban for Wise. They're trying to shut him down here. Thing is, though, I think they might be, if they completely tunnel vision on the jungler, Wise is going to bring the Valentina into the jungle role, right? Again, if they tunnel vision too hard, it's going to be very dangerous. So maybe setting up for even here it's going to be very tough. The fact that they're on blue side, setting up for your gold lane matchup, if you go for a gold lane ban here, it's going to be really tough for you because Blacklist will have easy access to just a good gold laner as they are first pick in the second phase.
Yeah, right. Very likely it's going to be a Beatrix from Blacklist International. They have played it many times, and it's just going to be working time and time again. Hell, I guess we can say the Snipe legend right now. It doesn't make sense for Owl to just kind of like take it, or rather just not play it when it's available for him.
I mean, especially since he's got
Mabaranked,
right? Oh, wow. Yes, so FIMP, they are, again, both you and Abstract as well as FIMP have done their homework. I mean, Miracle called it. They are targeting Wise. They're making sure that he feels uncomfortable as possible, but we might see those adjustments that we were expecting to see, right? I would like to see, I would very much like to see a Lancelot get picked up at some point of time, or maybe even Assassin from Wise, but that really depends on what the coaches are letting their players gain.
Oh, what if this is the time where we see the Ghetto Catcher that we have been looking for as the jungler for Blacklist International?
Double large AoE CC composition?
I think it's well, it is something that you can think of, but I think the more reliable pick here, if they actually want to go for a weird jungler, not want to flex the Valentina into the jungle, it's just the Guinevere. We've seen it before. Might actually just see it again here for Blacklist International. They need a bit more CC to go and play around that Minotaur for synergy, but okay, Fireflux Impunity taking the Brody away, trying to replicate the same matchup. Blacklist forced onto them with a Grok as well. Finally, we see the Grok in the knockout stage.
I wonder what the interaction will be with you if you lay down the ultimate of the Novaria with the, of course, with a torn apart memory. Does it actually trigger the vision, right?
Wait.
Maybe that's the case. So
no way they go Aldous, right?
No.
Actually, that's not too bad. At least with Aldous in the way that Wise likes to play in that full tank build, generally can pretty much out-sustain the majority because, again, Arlet's not going to have enough damage. Novaria, unless it's at max rage, is only going to hurt. Bane, even then, most of the time he's only coming afterwards.
Valentina jungle. Valentina jungle.
Which, by the way, is very scary because in a big team fight around the objectives, what you do now is to copy the Bane ultimate. And you're gonna be A-okay, right? As the Valentina, you have so much damage with the deadly catch together with your combo. You just take out the neutral objectives. You know, this is an important match for sure for Fireflux Impunity. They are now facing elimination. They deployed Lunar. It's gonna be playing the Novaria this time. Is this gonna be enough?
I don't know. I think this is going to be a tough one. There are going to be some clear holes here for Blacklist International, but these are very small holes, and this early phase is going to be extremely important for FIMP.
And technically speaking, this is a completely new, or rather different kind of game plan that FIMP has faced before. So how exactly is going to be, how are they going to be expecting to play into this game here in the Land of Dawn, potentially the last game. Game number 3 between Blacklist International and FIMP.
Into the Land of Dawn we go, and yes, match point. This could just be the end for Fireflux Impunity's tournament lives. Again, reminding everyone back at home, single elimination bracket, no second chance. As Brody a little bit of fight here up in the XP lane. Venus, Yua, and Edward, early rotation to get you at level 2 to maybe force an invade, but Kura is able to clear out the waves fast enough, and Apex 47 deals with the mid wave quite well too.
Down by the bomb side, at the very least, Apex is making sure that he's utilizing that Guardian's barrier to kind of slow down the waves and help them kind of get a comfortable laning phase, quickly get that level 2 as early as possible with minimal interactions whatsoever. Now, coming over to the Lethal Wanderer, I don't think this is going to be the biggest deal in the world, but my big issue is the fact that Yue is back on this Eve, and he's quite the powerhouse on it too.
Now, Blacklist International's early game composition has got a lot of magical damage that we can expect. Both Yue, Edward, as well as Wise, they all dish out really good magical damage. As such, FIMP is very likely going to target more onto magical defense. This is where Owl might actually be able to come online a little bit earlier because FIMP put the itemization and put a lot of priority into magical defense while their physical defense is pretty much neglected.
I mean, we say that, but even now, as we look at the lanes, I'm seeing that Sunshine currently level 2 compared to Owl already at level 3. It's about that control, right? Sunshine needs to win out this lane, and he needs to win it hard. And this is not even from outside influence. The 1v1 is extremely important, and this, we need to make sure, right? We are already seeing the first items come on through. We see the pants coming in from that Brody, and from the Beatrix, it's going to be that Fury Hammer. So naturally, we are expecting Owl to make sure that he continues to dominate and control this wave as long as he possibly can.
The 1v1 fight will stay for quite a bit of time. Blacklist International is already positioning themselves, preparing for this turtle fight. However, one thing that they do not know is that Cura is just right around the corner, in which...
Oh, final slash, deadly catch, everything thrown at Blacklist International. Wise is going to fall there, and it's going to be Cura who picks up the turtle. Now they're going to look for some more invades. Venus walks up, has a bit of fury, now locking him down in the real world manipulation as Edward comes through as well. It's a combo, and it's a deadly one as Yue picks up a double kill to respond to that play over.
That's so good. I mean, people tend to forget, yes, the first initial knock-up coming in from the Minotaur feels bad, but then when you follow it up at the Minoan Fury, and then you go for another knock-up once again, you are just locked down for at least 4 seconds straight. It is not a fun time at all, but finally, at least for FIMP, they're recognizing that they have to play towards their win conditions, right? They got it.
Oh! Final splash. Those are some resets right now with Vengeance, but Alien loses all of his mana. Is forced to back away as Wise clears out his purple buff. One level lead still without the turtle. He's still holding on to it as that's a good Astral Sphere shot at Yue.
I thought initially, when they were trying to go for the initiation onto the turtle, it started out great. They managed to steal the turtle, number one. They managed to get a kill down on the Blacklist International as well. However, FIMP kind of seems as though they got their full sense of security, whereby they are a number ahead. They should be able to continue a fight onto Blacklist International, but unfortunately it doesn't seem to be that way, because Blacklist International just didn't use that much ultimate after all. And once they had got the Minoan's Rage out, they pretty much got it pretty nicely.
I mean, the way that they're rotating across the map, they're just making sure that Owl is going to be pressured on the bottom side, right? Again, these neutral objectives generally aren't going to be touched. And Kura, the fact that he's so far away, let's double check on his levels in comparison to Wise. He's currently 6-6. Okay, so that's totally fine, right? Even levels. Again, a volatile matchup here that really depends on how much farm that you're going to get from that mid lane. So as long as FIMP, and especially if Oh My Venus is going to control this lane, Apex 47 has a lot of work on his hands in terms of not only clearing the waves, but opening up the map.
The goal lane is relatively even. The only good thing about the fact that, the only good thing goes over to FIMP, whereby they manage to get a little bit of the energy turret. But the second turtle is not going to go anywhere close to the gold laners. Blacklist International will still want to get themselves the priority up onto the turtle, while FIMP positions themselves, readies themselves for the grand opportunity to allow Kira to jump in.
Alien with a final splash, real Roman Blade comes down, Edward's going to be able to find the turtle, but in the midst of it all, it's still going to be a good fight right now for Firefox Impunity, getting Yue down, but Alien now with a vengeance. Now, so many resets onto the back. They keep that lead. Lunar unable to connect on that Astral Sphere. And again, it's Firefox Impunity just equalizing on board.
They get a kill. They don't get the turtle, but that's totally fine, right? The turtle is just a side objective compared to what they really want to focus on, and that is going to be Kura power farming as hard as he possibly can. And Apex, on the other hand, he needs to get some defensive items, but he's a roamer, right? Top side. Look at Alien go. First turret about to fall.
Kura engaged on right now. Edward jumping in forward. Deadly catch. Is thrown out to disengage, and Firefox Impunity, they will just respect this. They will go for turrets, a siege.
They actually focus more onto the EXP lane rather than the gold lane, huh? I thought that most of the time they would want to unlock the Brody a little bit earlier and try to keep the Beatrix in the lane, or perhaps put him in uncharted territory, trying to overextend just to farm out the waves a little bit longer.
I mean, I would agree with that point, but it's all about finding the holes, and I think at least
the
for
holes
FIMP,
were top.
Yeah, the holes were on that top side,
right.
And FIMP, for the very first time, actually having a gold lead on their side, it looks good, right? At least things are changing up here in game number 3, especially match point against Blacklist International. Now, we're not seeing the lane swap happen just yet, right? They're making sure that they get an early push on that top side at the very least, and then start rotating for this potential 4v5 in about 30 seconds or so.
Venus again with a Venus Fury. Venus Rage popped in, and that's going to be the combo right there with a real Roman Blade locking him in place as well. Kira with a deadly catch, trying to disengage. One more shot will do it. You are moving forward, but Sunshine finds a throw memory, and Lunar snipes Wise from downtown. A 2-for-2. Jungler for Rome, and Rome for mid.
Not bad, not bad. FIMP really turning up the heat against Blacklist International.
Oh, the Filipino sniper to the new one. Finds 2 basic attacks. Yue just cleans him up.
I think he definitely wasn't expecting to see Yue hiding in that bush over there. By the time he responded, it was already too late.
He finally misses.
Yeah, finally. The second time, or rather the third time, I believe Blacklist International will be able to get a little bit of that, the priority on the turtle. They're constantly trying to engage, or rather just keep themselves sticking onto the turtle, dance around a little bit, stay themselves in the 50 line. They do not want to have FIMP to cross this region anymore, especially since FIMP would want to get information as much as possible.
Oh, Alien with the final splash onto the back right now. Just disrupting the formation with the real world manipulation, locks them in place. You're still able to kite away right now. So Deadly Catch just does the damage. Now Sunshine is here for a cleanup, but he's not able to find the range on the rest of the members from Blacklist International. That does, however, give Fireflux impunity more room, unless Edward steals it away. Retribution just to play it safe from Cura.
Oh my goodness, can we talk about the fact that if UA didn't have an Ice Queen's wand, that would have been detrimental. Like, I think that FIMP would have walked Blacklist all the way down to their tier 2s and taken away their purple buff at the same time. Cura is a lot stronger than what people imagine.
Oh, Vengeance popped in. Sunshine will just disappear, burst it down.
Absolutely devastating from the side of FIMP. They managed to get 2 turtles and 2 turrets so far. They're on an 800 goal lead, even though they're just pretty much losing in terms of kills, which is not necessarily that important. The turrets is what we are looking out for. Blacklist International now finds a hole up in the northern side. They get the turret down.
That's the wild charge, the lockdown as well from Alien. That should be a free kill. Venus might just be next, but oh, brilliant wall to lock Venus down right now as Alien goes in for the slash once again with the final slash, is able to lock him down. Now Wise with the final slash by himself as well, saving the queen, but not for long. It's still just going to be a 1-for-1. Roamer traded in. Meanwhile, always, now with this comp, Fireflux Impunity are always looking to punish.
Yep. One of the funny interactions that, again, it may not necessarily be important at certain times, but the fact is, with Lunar's ult, the Astral Echoes makes your hitbox slightly bigger. There is collision in this game, so when you do have the Nature's Barrier, there are times where you might misjudge the actual size of your hero, meaning that you might be spazzing out in between spaces at certain moments. And, I mean, I don't know how big of a deal it's going to be later on into the game, but it's just a fun little tidbit.
I think this is probably the first time FIMP has managed to get quite a bit of edge onto Blacklist International. Albeit it's only 1,000 gold, but the control of the map is heavily tilted towards in the favor of FIMP. Blacklist International would want to find more ways to open things up. They will want to allow the Owl to continue to go on the farm. FIMP probably just want to hold the waves out a little bit more towards the 50 line and wait for the perfect chance to take the Lord.
I mean, considering how these team fights have been going, right? I think, you know, Alien has been doing a phenomenal job, not only buying time, but disrupting the backline at crucial moments, in a matter of fact, allowing the rest of the FIMP members to kind of walk in and set it up, right? 3 full seconds is all they need, and 3 full seconds could be the difference maker between winning a fight and losing a fight against Blacklist International around neutral objectives.
The itemization here from Blacklist International is very, very intelligent. They understand that Fireflux Impunity, they just have the better comp when it comes down to an all-in. So they are actually building Wise, especially here, for Glowing One. So he's going for these prolonged team fights instead of just the burst that we naturally usually look at for Valentina.
They want to hurt them, right? They want to go in and out of these fights, but at the end of the day, they still are a little ult dependent. Oh my Venus, again, once that ult is down, the rest of FIMP are coming in hot. Almost catching them off, making sure that they play in the space. Again, this Lord dance, very, very versatile for Blacklist International, but FIMP, I think this is where they back off completely.
That's dangerous. No wild charge.
This kind of seems as though Blacklist International doesn't really have a lot of beefy front line, right? They do have a lot of damage onto their arsenal, albeit most of that is magical damage. Oh my Venus is the only one that can pretty much open up the map to some extent.
Vengeance popped in. Sunshine should be dead. No wild charge to peel, to cover. Now Edward's trying to run away, getting the healing as well as Venus just body blocks all the way in the front. That's a free gold lane pickoff for Blacklist International as they look towards the Lord. Now only 11 minutes, so it's still going to be the first Lord of the game. No enhanced. Deadly catch now by Cura. It's going to be responded over. 6 sharks in the building. But it's range and the Mirror's Bastion. Cura's going to be bursted down. Meanwhile, on the back right now, Alien tries to go for the steal, but Wise just absolutely belts Apex down like it's nothing. Alien's trying to run away. The Lord was secured as well by Blacklist International. Venus flickers forward, finding the stun. US slows him down, but final flash comes through as well. Alien's still able to sustain for now. That's the snipe from downtown. Owl finds it. Venus soaks in the Astral Sphere like it's nothing, and Blacklist reclaim the gold lead.
I remember you were talking about not having a beefy front line. They literally have a cow right in front of them each and every time, taking the shots. And it's great to see that Oh My Venus is not just, you know what, we have to play the fundamentals when we can push an advantage. Even the Queen is willing to flicker forward without her ultimate.
It's a very different experience, right? Looking at the fact that Oh My Venus is the front line and the only technically the front beefy line. And we have seen other teams try to pull it off, but it just seems like they don't have enough defenses. They can't push out far enough. And this seems like this is absolutely the true Blacklist experience, where you just need a single front line of Oh My Venus to really gather yourself and to reclaim the lands that you have lost.
I mean, they're reclaiming everything. They're taking every single buff, every single camp, all the outer turns pretty much at the same time and focusing on top of as well as mid.
How are they going to defend this right now? Well, it's only the first Lord, so with the Deadly Catch, there's going to be another Deadly Catch response from Wise. Good shot onto Yua with the Astral Spear. Final Flash comes down, but it's only on the 2 members, and Dominion Fury comes down as well. That's only Alien knocked up, though. Now Sunshine still free, hitting with a Total Power Memory. Used for poke. Another Astral Spear gets thrown out. The Blacklist International, their sustain is honestly there for them to just be comfortable.
I mean, this is going to be... they just managed to get the first Lord, and trying to clear all of the outer turrets is going to be their main part of the game. They did manage to bring the inhibitor turret low. Hold on.
Alien might just be bursted down. Oh, he goes for a Lord!
What?
And he's going to be slain. Meanwhile, Wild Charge, Flicker combo from epicLegend, but no one's there to follow it up. Apex might just fall right now from the burst. Coming down. Edwards dashing forward. Apex still able to survive. Blacklist International choose to back away. They will take the dub with the Alien pickoff.
I could feel it. I could feel the leash being pulled around Edward. It's like, no, Edward.
Stop.
I know you got the electrify
Stop.
beats. You got to sit back, relax, and take it slow. Notice that he already has plenty of items on his side. He's been farming mighty fine.
Wow. They time it so well to find that. Cura, his orange buff is stolen away, now slowed down by Yue, and Edward comes through with some damage. Blacklist International, 1-man advantage. They can use this, or they can choose to just play the discipline route. 20 seconds for the Lord. Why risk it?
I mean, there is still the second tier defense turret at the bottom lane, right? Eventually, if they do get the second Lord, they can just push it all down in one fell swoop. The top lane inhibitor turret has gone down, so it's we pretty much know the Lord will pillage us up top. Then they will take the middle lane and the bottom lane in tandem. That way, FIMP would have not a lot of answers to work with. Blacklist International just need to take things a little bit slowly. They do have the Minotaur to keep up with the sustainability. So Blacklist International, it is all about discipline and just holding themselves back.
I don't know. It's looking really, really bleak for FIMP. What used to be a lead now is turned into a 5.3k gold lead for Blacklist International. And I mean, they can hold them hostage, literally.
Oh! Apex 47 forced to use the Wild Charge, but it does not matter. Wise just tears him apart as Alien now will take a huge chunk of damage on his health bar. 3 Lord conceded. Blacklist International all across the board.
I'm telling you, this is how you hold people hostage. You sit around these neutral objectives. Ooh, come, please, try and steal this away from me. Try to initiate. Oh no, I'm looking so tantalizing right now. And that's when you punish them, cutting them down one by one, making sure that you take away their toes and their fingers before they even get remotely close. And now, as they walk up into the base, they're down a man. But at the end of the day, once they start losing these inhibitor turrets, there's nothing that FIMP can realistically do to clear these ways effectively.
Call an ambulance! Call an ambulance! But not for me! That's Blacklist International's way to play the game right now with the Lord Dance. And yes, it is true. That's exactly what they've been able to do. And Fireflux Impunity, they've just been caught again and again through the same thing. And again, it's Owl threading the needle through Alien Lunar, this time finding Sunshine in the back.
The Lord is eventually going to make his way in, and Blacklist International is pretty much trying to defend this as much as possible while trying to get the middle lane pushing in at the same time. Apex 47 managed to slow things down by a tad little bit, but Blacklist International, they are not really jumping right in anytime.
Blacklist sieging the base down so simply, so calm, so stone cold. It doesn't even feel like they're in any danger. Fireflux Impunity right now, while Blacklist were calling an ambulance, I think now they're calling their plane.
Yep, I mean, this is where it gets really brutal, right? And I think even for FIMP, they have to play very... Oh, no, Cura. Cura, he's in a lot of trouble now.
Oh, that's a snipe from Owl. That's another also Astral Spear locking Owl down, but he is able to just sustain back up. He's going to be able to steal, life steal away. Oh, that's another Alien. Gets picked off just like that. 2 members fall. You don't even see it. You blink and you miss it.
That's why patience is a virtue.
game of capitalizing mistakes. That's what Blacklist International is looking out for. Play slow, play quick, because they know FIMP, they will make a mistake for Blacklist International to push right on in.
Cannon minion gonna be cleared out, but there's another wave coming down in the mid lane. How as they clear this one? Apex 47 first it down! Falls the wild charge. Sunshine tries to make a play, but the base will be gunned down. A Minion Fury onto the back. Blacklist International, untouchable, unstoppable.
They're looking mighty fine right now. So clean. I would agree with them. Just use your wild charge at that point. Don't even need to flicker out of it. The end is here. W for win, V for victory. Blacklist International are going to be knocking out their opponents in FIMP from Turkey. GG, well played, Blacklist International.
A 0-3 series for the entirety of today. I would have thought that we'll be able to see a little bit more, especially for the final game, FIMP. They definitely had and managed to see some light at the end of the tunnel. But Blacklist International, they still continue to play in their most disciplined play style. They knew that the game is not over just yet, despite FIMP getting the early game lead.
So with that, all the Western teams have been knocked out. And we're going to throw it over to Mara for an interview.
បាទអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវនេះយើងរកឃើញម្ចាស់ជើងឯកហើយនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតនៅ Battle មួយនេះអញ្ចឹងសូមហៅឲ្យ Blacklist មួយមកវ៉ាវពិតជាខ្លាំងមែនតើ3វគ្គវាយផ្ដាច់ទាំង3តែម្ដងមិនឲ្យស៊ីសុំបីតែមួយចង់ដឹងថាអ្នកណាគេដែលជា fan Blacklist តាំងពីយូរណាស់មកហើយសូមហៅឲ្យ Blacklist មួយទៀតមកវ៉ាវពិតជាមិនធម្មតាមែន fan ពិតជាមិនធ្វើឲ្យ idol ខកបំណងហើយ idol ក៏មិនធ្វើឲ្យ fan ខកបំណងដូចគ្នាអញ្ចឹងឥឡូវនេះយើងបានឃើញហើយថា fan របស់ Blacklist គឺពិតជាមាន energy មែនតើតោះយើងចង់ដឹងថាតើពួកគាត់ខំប្រឹងប៉ុណ្ណានៅក្នុងការលេងទទួលបានជ័យជំនះមួយនេះឥឡូវនេះខ្ញុំจะប្រកល់ទូរទស្សន៍នេះទៅឲ្យ Mara នៅលើ stage. Now I want to pass it back to Mara on stage for interview the winner.
Congratulations once again, Blacklist International. You guys were so amazing. Sweep 3-0 fast games. What contributed to this dominant win? Is it because you know a lot is expected from you? Is it also because you know that your opponent looks up to you? What contributed to that sweep, V?
Siguro nakuha lang namin yung tamang team plan, yung tamang strategy versus Fireflux and Unity.
He feels that it's because they got the right mix of their strategy against Fireflux Impunity. Now, what can you say about your opponent? You've seen them before in the World Tournament. You were able to face them now. What can you say about them? And any last words for them?
We respect Fireflux and Unity. That's why we really give our 100% versus them. So, to my soul sister, Vagalsep, I hope to see you on M5. And good luck on your journey.
Okay, you translate first, and then I will sum up. What is it?
V was saying that he has a huge amount of respect for them. And to his soul sister, good luck and see them next time.
Okay.
He actually said it in English.
ឃើញថា Mara បានសួរគាត់ថាហេតុអីបានជា Blacklist បានទទួលនៅជ័យជំនះមួយនេះនៅក្នុងការលេងជា team គាត់ថា team របស់គាត់ទាំងអស់គ្នាគឺត្រូវដៃគ្នាជាមួយនឹងការលេងគឺព្រួតដៃគ្នាតែល្អតែម្ដងជាមួយនឹងការរើស team ក៏ល្អដូចគ្នាដែរហើយសម្រាប់ Philippines គឺគាត់អត់ចង់និយាយពីអីវែងឆ្ងាយទៅកាន់អ្នកដែលមិនបានឈ្នះនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតមួយនេះទេយើងជាមិត្តភាពអញ្ចឹងយើងធ្វើល្អហើយនិយាយល្អទៅកាន់គ្នាព្រោះនេះជាការប្រកួតអញ្ចឹងវាតែងតែមានការចាញ់និងមានការឈ្នះផងដែរបាទ
And I know Edward here. A lot of people were yelling out your name. Edward, you have a lot of fans here. Now, earlier, Burn X Flash, when I asked them who they would prefer to face, they said Blacklist International. They knew that it was going to be a 3-0 sweep. Now you're going to face them on your next match. Do you have a message for them? They have a huge amount of respect for you.
Ayan, good luck sa
Burn X Flash.
Good luck sa mga kalaban namin Burn X Flash. Galingan natin.
His only words are good luck to Burn X Flash. Let's both do a great job.
អូខេយើងឃើញថាគាត់បានដឹងហើយថាតើ opponent របស់គាត់គឺដៃគូប្រកួតរបស់គាត់គឺជាអ្នកណាគឺកម្ពុជារបស់យើងគឺ Burn X Flash អត់ចាំបាច់និយាយច្រើនទេសំណាងល្អ Burn X Flash នៅក្នុងថ្ងៃប្រកួតជាមួយនឹង Blacklist
Now, Al, you and UA, this is your first time in MSC. How confident are you that you two will help take Blacklist International all the way to the grand finals?
Sana makachamba lang kami. Kasi lahat ng kalaban namin is malalakas. Ayun.
He hopes that they'll get lucky because he sees that all the opponents are really strong this time around for MSC 2023.
បាទគាត់និយាយថាតាមពិតទៅជាក់ស្ដែង opponent របស់គាត់គឺដៃគូរបស់គាត់សិតតែខ្លាំងទាំងអស់ប៉ុន្តែគាត់នឹងធ្វើឲ្យបានល្អនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃប្រកួតជាមួយនឹងកម្ពុជារបស់យើងគឺ Burnes Flash នេះតែម្ដងបាទ Okay, now I have the question for you. How is the condition of the team right now and how confident you are to win the battle for the grand final against the Burnes Flash? Anyone can answer this. How confident you are?
Gano'ng kataas yung kumpiyansa mo na matatalo mo ang Burn X Flash sa susunod na laban?
Sakto lang, sana makachamba.
He says, just exact, he's not overconfident and he's actually hoping that they'll get really lucky. Again, they have a huge amount of respect for Burn X Flash.
Okay, អញ្ចឹងមានន័យថាគាត់ពិតជាគោរពទៅខាង Burnes Flash របស់យើងគាត់មិនមើលងាយដៃគូប្រកួតរបស់គាត់ទេអញ្ចឹងសិតតែមានការគោរពគ្នាទៅវិញទៅមកយើងឃើញថានេះគឺជាការប្រកួតមួយដែលអស្ចារ្យនិងល្អមែនទែនសម្រាប់ភាគីខាងហ្វីលីពីនក៏ដូចជាកម្ពុជារបស់យើងផងដែរ Yes.
Yue, we love your voice. Now, what is your message to all the fans? Because I don't know if you guys noticed, but we have a lot of agents over there, and a lot of them flew all the way from the Philippines just to support you guys.
Hey, wait, not just only there, but also here is the fans of Blacklist too.
That's right.
Maraming salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, pati sa mga lumipad para makanood dito sa MSC. Tsaka supportahan nyo kami sa mga darating namin na laban.
He's thanking everybody who supports Blacklist International, especially those who flew all the way from the Philippines. And he's asking for everybody to please continue supporting them, especially for their next battle. And now, it's time to figure out the MVP of today's match.
This is what we are waiting for.
Let's take a look at who it is.
Ooh.
MVP from Blacklist International is
Edward!
Edward! Anong masasabi mo? Ikaw yung MVP. What can you say about you being MVP?
Nakachamba lang. Just
Other than chamba. Chamba means when somebody gets lucky. So he's being very nice about himself being MVP. He's very down to earth. Other than chamba, what can you say? MVP, not only in the Philippines, but all the way here in Cambodia.
Ayun, mas gagalingan ko pa para sa Pinas.
Edward, our Hall of Legends inductee, promises that he'll do better, all for the Philippines.
Wow! ពិតជាមានការបដិញ្ញាចិត្តខ្លាំងមែនទែនថានឹងទទួលបានជ័យជំនះនៅក្នុងការប្រកួត Battle ចុងក្រោយជាមួយនឹងកម្ពុជារបស់យើងផងដែរហើយគាត់ក៏បានផ្ដាំផ្ញើដូចគ្នាដែរជាមួយធីមផងគាត់ថាសូមកុំភ្លេចគាំទ្រទៅកាន់ Blacklist នៅតែបន្តគាំទ្រទៅកាន់ Blacklist នឹងមិនធ្វើឲ្យអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអស់សង្ឃឹមនោះទេបាទ
Once again, congratulations, Blacklist International.
The Blacklist.
We're gonna break down that 3-0 sweep all for you, especially that last series. So we're gonna go back to the casters. Come on in.
Thanks so much, Rabi, and of course, Blacklist International, who I think everybody just said that they just had a chamba, which kind of means it's just they were just lucky to win that. And Mirko's rolling his eyes.
Lucky. Okay. Too much media training.
Too much media training, as I mentioned. MVP of the series and of particularly this game with a 308 performance on a Joy. Gideon, how good was this, Joy?
I mean,
The
Joy,
Cambodian people love Joy.
I mean, Cambodian people absolutely love Joy, right? No, there's no moment where they won't stop thinking about it. And I think personally for me, I as an EXP laner can relate to this so much. I am just absolutely addicted to Joy so badly. And considering the way that he's moving across the map, especially for the first 5 minutes of the game, he's not only pushing out, and especially when he's up against Alien on this Arlet, he is dominating that lane, affecting the orange buff, going down all the way into mid, making sure that he is doing his job. But you can definitely see the dog in him, that he really wants to just go in raw and looking for the biggest opportunities to start taking them down and snowball out of control.
You can really feel that in game, right? The way that you saw, the way that Gideon literally described how it went. It looked to be a game where FIMP finally gets the victory. They are leading, they were commanding, but it was the time for Edward to punish the entirety of FIMP. What else can we say about the highlights of this game?
It was just so lethal and cold. It felt like, you know, it was effortless. Honestly, it really did feel like it was effortless the entire game because sure, Blacklist were behind, but for some reason, it almost felt like Blacklist the entire game were ahead. They were the ones controlling the tempo. Slow up until those power spikes.
It's like Edward is kind of like the quote-unquote carry of this game, right? Didn't really appear to be that damaging, but in the behind the curtains, he is actually doing a lot.
I mean, he's doing more than a lot here. I think people tend to forget what Blacklist actually means. It's literally a list of the most dangerous people, 5 people, the top 5 people, as a matter of fact, in the world. And they continue to show why that they were previous world champions. And obviously some people are going to think otherwise based on what fandom they are, but against FIMP, they truly gave it their all. They made sure that they weren't just playing around. They weren't giving up free wins sometimes or getting backdoor like we saw last time. They made sure that they respected FIMP to the T in this best of 5, giving no outs, or better yet, understanding that they did have a couple of adaptations to make in the early game and then adjusted accordingly.
I think the best, like, how I can put this performance into words is, as a normal player, like a ranked game player, you'd be like, you watch pro games and you'll say, yeah, I can do that too. But if it's this game right here from Blacklist, this performance, I was like, nah, I'm never gonna be pro. I'm never gonna go pro. I'm never gonna be able to be on these guys' levels because that macro, the decision making, everything was literally perfect.
Yeah, I think I get what you mean. Like if you watch how the Blacklist does it, like it looks very simple, but then once you try to apply it, there's a lot of finesse to it. And FIMP, surely they have understood how Blacklist operates, but it kind of feels like they had this theory, and all of the drafts that they are doing is literally against Blacklist International. They wanted to counter the strategy, but in practice, it looks really not that effective against Blacklist International.
Blacklist International works like a machine. And they just have a very good idea what they want to do at every single moment in time, and they don't question it as well. They set their own pace.
Look at this. Look at
nice
this
picture.
When you say set their own pace, even though they are the most dangerous team, literally a blacklist of a team, they still have sportsmanship walking over the FIMP. This is how much they respect them. FIMP is a team that took inspiration from Blacklist International, aspire to be like them, looking to them as competitive equals, but now even then, they're still shaking hands. And at the end of the day, once you're outside of the competition, you're still just some friends.
Yeah, right. I mean, FIMP didn't play any of that Ube strat.
No, they tried to counter it. They tried. They really tried. I mean, they gave the Ube strat away a couple of times, game 1 and 2, and they tried to just deny some picks, play full wombo combo strat with Minotaur, Arlet, all that, and still didn't work. So again, they were really respecting their idols.
Man, I can't believe it. You see that Oh My Venus mentioned in the stage that Bad Girl Seth, the coach, is her soul sister. You know what? What do you think of the caster's prediction, however, because we did vote Blacklist International and it did happen. What do you think of the caster's prediction so far? Or do you have your own viewpoint on the matches? Well, if you do have it, don't hesitate to make your own guess in our MSC guest event. You can find the event in the esports channel in-game. Cheer for your team and you may get rewarded with 1,000 MSC coins. You can use those coins to redeem the 2023 MSC Avatar Border emotes, or even the most valuable reward, the new epic skin for Atlas, the Rune Sentinel. So don't hesitate now. do it. And by the way, do it every day because the timer expires.
Yes, the timer does expire.
18.
I made that mistake before. I'm not going to do it again. Not this time.
Yeah, big shout outs to our boy Eris because
Oriso.
Yeah,
Eriso, he reminded us every single day.
But now we don't have it. Yeah, so abstract, you have to do it.
You don't have it?
I mean, I do.
Sure, yeah.
Sure.
I mean, I do.
But yeah, you have to remind us. Okay. Oh, the development of the knockout stages, unfortunately, will not be in the favor of the Western teams. You saw that they are quickly eliminated from the group stages, and now the last the last team, I mean, from the West has been eliminated in a 3-0 fashion. And I think that we are going to see the development of the bracket now as RSG will bow out as well as Fireflux Impunity. That means that Burnex Slash and Blacklist International will be facing off against each other. Now, onto the right side, unfortunately, there will be a Indonesia versus Indonesia derby very earlier on, and then Echo going up against Todak.
The battle of the animals, huh?
Uh-huh. Battle of the animals on the right side. Literally. I mean, it's in their logos.
Yeah. Echo versus Todak, sea creatures, right? And then you got the land creatures as well, Onyx versus Evos.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that. Sea and land.
Yeah.
Oh.
See the world. Perfect for our hashtag this time, and Gideon is not having it. Tomorrow's schedule. That's going to be Echo going up against Todak first, and then it's going to be Onyx versus Evos, the Civil War. How are you going to prepare for this, Mirko?
I really am not, because I don't cast tomorrow.
How are you going to emotionally prepare for it?
Well, I am already very emotionally prepared. I think everybody here watch MP Indonesia Grand Finals.
Okay, Gideon.
I'm going to just chug LaFell's antidepressants. That's what I'm going to do.
You mean his bananas?
I mean, if I may, I just appreciate the fact that Mirko is just not on the broadcast for tomorrow, probably because of whatever that has happened for the drawing stage. You know, just in case any of those, accidents may happen.
It's literally for his safety.
Yeah, literally for his safety.
No, I'll be in the venue.
Are you okay? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?
I'll be in the venue.
Have you made your last will and testament?
Not yet, but I really should.
All right, Gideon, are you all excited about the Todak match tomorrow for sure?
Yeah, totally. So excited. So excited.
How are you prepared for that, Gideon?
Again, a lot of it has to do with just picking up the ROG7, stealing it from Leo maybe, and putting it in my pocket and walking to the airport to say hi to the boys.
All right, that's a perfect plan, and we ended this day with two incredible series, and we would once again like to thank our sponsors for MSC 2023 is powered by Moonton, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. We are now done, and of course, the Simp podcast. The first episode has already finished. Glad to share it with you boys, and hopefully there will be more. And hope we do. I hope you enjoy the show. For now, we're gonna be throwing it over to Marakino.
In day one of MSC 2023, two epic matches unfolded as we saw the local heroes, Burn X Flash, taking on the Singaporean champions, RSG Slate SG. Meanwhile, FIMP, the Turkish tenacity, had to endure the dominant force of Blacklist International.
We witnessed a moment of brilliant and strategy prowess and unmatched teamwork. Regrettably, Tier 1 team had to bid farewell to their MSG journey. RSG Slate SG and FIMP. We commend their effort and honors to indomitable spirit on this grand stage.
That's right. And tomorrow promises a new dawn and fresh battles. As tomorrow, we will sail on to catch Echo Philippines going up against Todak of Malaysia. And right after that, it's gonna be an intense match as the two Indonesian Titans will go up against each other. Onyx will see Evos Legends. Once again, MSC 2023 is powered by Mooton, supported by Asus ROG, the official gaming phone. Now, on behalf of everybody, including the organizers, we would like to thank all of you for watching MSC 2023. Once again, my name is Mara Aquino.
And I'm Robbie.
And together we are now signing off. Keep it good vibes, everybody. See you tomorrow.
To build a legacy in this better ground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, break grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, keep the allies and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this better ground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, break grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and life. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us sway. S-E-A, see the world. Mission to conquer. S.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. Sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB eSports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita.
Setiap hari, saya akan mimpi perkara yang sama. Satu mimpi yang berulang-ulang. Ia mimpi tentang takdir.
Apa yang kamu fikirkan?
Ibu, kenapa kita nak kena bina Star Atlas?
Kita telah memeta bintang untuk menuntut semula takdir kita.
Takdir kita?
Jika kita dapat merungkai rahsianya, kita mampu bebas dari takdir yang mengongkong kita.
Take down and emotions feel like I never did before. Live shows and spoken reels of the moon.